Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Possessed Camouflage Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Villainry, as Izuku's father liked to say, ran in the blood. It liked to stalk in the shadows and hook its claws into you when you least expected it. It liked to remind Izuku specifically that he could never really be a hero the way he'd always dreamed of. Instead, Izuku found himself hunting a hero. Izuku flicked his gaze towards a nearby store window, surreptitiously finding the reflection of the man in black. The hero paused on a corner and then disappeared into an alley. Izuku waited until the man had left his line of sight before he palmed his phone, opening his messages. The most recent one had come from Hisashi, sent only half an hour ago. Izuku had missed it. Come back by 5. We have matters to discuss. Sheet, he muttered. He still had an hour, but he'd have to head back soon. Izuku glanced toward the alleyway where the hero had disappeared into. He hesitated, not sure if he should follow. It was too risky, Izuku decided. He hadn't been able to glean any information from following the underground hero all day, and he wasn't likely to get any more. Knowing his luck, he'd probably get caught. Izuku sighed, turning on his heel and going in the opposite direction. He flipped through the pages of his notebook idly, scanning the faces of pro-heroes. Endeavor. Weaknesses. Present Mike. Weaknesses. Red Wing. Makeshift. Thornhead. He flipped to a new page and began to scribble in it as he walked. Watch it, someone snapped, and Izuku yelped, apologizing even as he continued writing. Quirk. Unknown, activated with the eyes? Lasers? Appearance costume, typical of an underground hero. Dresses in black. Inconspicuous. Then Izuku was on the ground, staring at the sky. A dull pain sparked in his arms, and he pushed himself up. He'd run into someone, it seemed. Izuku was up in an instant. He looked around and his heart sunk. The sidewalk was a mess, covered in what looked like groceries. Its owner stood crookedly on the sidewalk, rubbing his chest and blinking like he, too, wasn't quite sure what had just happened. Sorry. Izuku yelped, scrambling for the things on the ground. Sorry, sir, I wasn't paying attention. The man laughed. It was a nice sound. It made the pulsing anxiety in Izuku's chest settle slightly. No, my boy, the stranger said, it's my fault. The man was tall and rather gaunt, with wild, blonde hair that reminded Izuku of a lion's mane. He was smiling, though, and Izuku had the thought that this man was strangely familiar even though he was sure they'd never met. Let me help you, Izuku said, grabbing a box off the ground. He scooped up a few more items despite the man's protest. One of the plastic bags had ripped, and Izuku frowned at the thought of carrying all of the groceries without one. Where are you headed? Izuku asked before he could stop himself. I can carry them for you. The man slung the untorn over his arm before bending over again. Is this your notebook? Oh, yes. Here, we can switch. Really? Izuku protested. The man pet his head at the notebook, suddenly curious. Aspiring hero? Izuku ducked his head, blushing. It's my dream to help people. The man studied whichever page he'd landed on and then shut Izuku's notebook, nodding. A good cause, he murmured, more to himself than Izuku. Then he brightened. Well, in that case, carrying my groceries can be training, eh? Izuku grinned. They made small talk on the trip. Yagi Toshinori was a secretary at a small hero agency, but he was training to be a teacher in the upcoming school year. He was enthusiastic and exuded a sort of light Izuku felt lucky to be in. Yagi regaled him with tales of heroes and villains alike, careful to leave out names but still managing to leave Izuku gasping in delight. He seemed interested in Izuku too, glancing down at the notebook every now and then like what Izuku had written had caught his eye. Applying to UA, young Akatani? The name sounded strange. Izuku didn't have a chance to use it often, but it was a name he kept for situations like this, to keep from being recognized. I don't know. Yagi gestured with an arm, and Izuku ducked underneath it, grateful for his instincts. You won't apply to UA? Izuku shrugged, shifting his cargo in his arms. My parents might not let me. Yagi frowned, looking off into the distance. The two of them slipped under a bridge and fell into shadow. They think it's dangerous? Izuku couldn't help but snort. Sending Izuku into UA Izuku, who was tied to villains, who was, kind of, a villain, and who could be caught in a matter of minutes. Chimera would never entertain the thought. Something like that, Izuku mumbled. What's your quirk, young Akatani? Yagi asked. Izuku had stopped paying attention. Something lurked on the edge of his senses, and Izuku stopped where he was. Ah, Izuku said. He wanted to reach for the knife strapped at his side, but Izuku found his hands full. Yagi seemed to sense that something was wrong too. The two exchanged a look and stepped back towards the safe light of day when something moved in the corner of Izuku's eye. A shadow detached itself from the sewer grate, then shifted along the wall. A pair of eyes blinked at them and narrowed. Izuku recognized the look in the thing's eyes. He'd seen it before. Hunger. The kind of crawling hunger that got under the skin, that seared in the belly. Oh, a warbled voice said. Hello. Izuku's mind was already racing. Yagi was behind him, a strangled noise having torn through his teeth. Protect. The open air behind them. Exit. The danger looming above him, drawing closer and closer. Enemy. Yagi, Izuku said in a low voice, dropping the groceries and holding a hand back towards the man. Run. Before the man behind him could react, Izuku jerked his knife from its sheath and threw himself forward, aiming for the heart of the dark mass in front of him. It was a mistake. Wait. Yagi's voice was muffled and distant. Something thick and viscous was wrapping around Izuku, and he was reminded of a time he'd fallen into a ditch, the bottom muddy and deeper than it had seemed. He kicked, clawing wildly with his hands to part the sludge that was suffocating him. Don't fight, a voice croaked in his ear. You'll make a great host, don't worry, it'll be over before you know it. The words only served to make Izuku struggle harder. Let go, Izuku gasped before the sludge surged around him. It pushed against his mouth, and Izuku pressed his lips together desperately even though his lungs were beginning to burn. A feeling registered through the panic. A hilt clutched between his fingers. Izuku fought against the sludge and found himself pulling free, surfacing. He gasped for air, blinking sludge from his eyes. A moment later, his hand followed. Izuku gritted his teeth and rammed backwards and up, aiming in the direction of the villain's eyes. Clever, the villain mused, catching his wrist. Stop fighting, little one. Let the boy go. Izuku jerked his head in the direction of the voice. Yagi hadn't run like Izuku had thought he was going to. In the Hazam, Izuku had forgotten the man had even been there, and it seemed the sludge villain had too. What are you going to do about it? Yagi's hand curled into a fist by his side, and his eyes narrowed. It occurred to Izuku then that Yagi hardly looked like a secretary at all, nor the forgiving stranger Izuku had ran into on the street. He still carried that bright light in him, but instead of moonlight through the trees, Izuku felt he was staring right into the sun. Yagi smiled, and somewhere Izuku recognized it. He suddenly knew what was going to happen before it did. This, he said, and then there he was, framed by the light behind him. Izuku's childhood idol, his hero, the person Izuku had always dreamed would save him with a smile. All Might. Oh, the sludge villain said, that wasn't what I was expecting. That's not. Let the boy go, All Might said. I won't ask again. The sludge villain faltered and then threw himself over Izuku. He screamed. Something rushed into his mouth. Darkness pulled over his eyes, and Izuku fought with everything he had. Maybe it would be too late. Maybe the villain would take his body or suffocate him to death. All Might, he thought, and fought a little longer. It's all right, young man, All Might said. Texas smash. Nothing. Hey. Izuku blinked. Hey. There was a man standing over him, poking Izuku's cheek cautiously. Oh, Izuku cried, sitting up and wrapping his arms around himself. He stared at All Might with wide eyes, and All Might looked back in concern. Oh, Izuku said again. He'd been completely useless as it turned out. He'd meant to protect Yagi and then had ended up needing saving. By Yagi, who was All Might. Izuku managed to stammer out after a moment of trying to find words. He had held a conversation with All Might. He'd even carried All Might's groceries. Even the number one hero needed groceries. All Might nodded. I'm sorry I didn't act sooner. I was afraid of hurting you. Izuku shook his head, wordless. I'll have to turn this in. All Might held up a soda bottle filled, it seemed, with sludge. Izuku's throat ached at the sight. Of course, All Might continued, gesturing to himself. This is a secret, do you understand? Izuku nodded frantically. He found his knife on the ground and slipped it back into its sheath on his waistband. Its presence combined with All Might made him feel safer than he had in a long time. All Might suddenly sighed, like the bravado had drained out of him. With his free hand, he lifted his shirt up to expose a gaping wound, an angry red in the center that spiderwebbed outwards. Izuku gasped at the sight, shooting to his feet, but All Might continued. An old injury, sustained from a fight from 5 years ago, he said grimly. Half my respiratory system and my stomach gone. Body. I've grown weak. No, Izuku whispered, meeting All Might's eyes. I don't think you're weak at all. All Might sighed again. I can only do hero work for 3 hours a day now. I can't sustain my power for longer. 3? Weakness, something dark and poisonous whispered in Izuku's mind. Weakness, weakness, weak. Izuku wanted to forget. Wanted to walk away, not to turn his back on his hero, but to keep that precious knowledge free from the Izuku's blood and bones. The secret would stay there, a strange pulsing thing like a heart, something that could not be exposed to darkness. What kind of villain was it? Izuku dared. He was shaking. To have done this. One you will never meet. All Might put the bottle in his pocket. But I am still a hero. I am still the symbol of peace, and I will continue to save people with a smile. I cannot be daunted by evil. Izuku wasn't sure when he'd started crying, only knew that there were tears pooling in the corner of his eye. Here, All Might said, picking something up off the ground. It was Izuku's notebook, opened to a blank page. All Might's name was scrawled across it. All Might. He took the notebook numbly. Can I ask you a question? Izuku blurted. All Might inclined his head. Do you think I can be a hero? Izuku asked. Can I be a hero if I've done bad things? All Might laughed. We all have, young man. We're only human in the end, but it is a hero who chooses to continue beyond them, to strive to do good. Don't let your mistakes define you or you will never win. He touched Izuku's shoulder briefly, and Izuku thought then that he would remember All Might's words for the rest of his life. And when someone needs help, All Might said, looking out towards the other side of the bridge, do not stand still. Izuku wiped at his eyes and nodded. I won't. Then he looked at the mess around him, a distant thought registering. All Might? Do you still need those groceries? Izuku and All Might Yagi, he pressed. When Izuku had almost blurted out the wrong name, returned to the small convenience store to rebuy All Might's groceries. The cashier gave them strange looks but said nothing else. This is where we part, All Might said, 2 bags on his arm as he patted the pocket where the sludge villain was held. Thank you for your help today. I didn't do anything, Izuku mumbled. All Might offered him a smile. You did more than you think. Good luck, young man. Before Izuku could think to say another word, the man was gone, disappearing into the crowds of people. It wasn't hard to find him, a tall, wild-haired figure in the chaos, so Izuku watched him until he was gone from sight. That was the only time he'd probably ever meet All Might, in an encounter with a villain, and he'd been useless. Had All Might been right, though? Izuku turned the thought over in his mind as he trudged back. Could Izuku still be a hero when villainry clotted his veins? It didn't matter, Izuku decided, because he wasn't sure he'd ever be able to escape his father's clutches anyway. Izuku kicked a rock and watched it skid across the sidewalk. He hated the bubbling warmth in his chest. Hope that one day what All Might had said could be true. He'd keep that hope. Maybe he'd be able to do something with it. If Kaken had heard his thoughts, he would have exploded. I'm going to be number 1, he'd say, right in Izuku's face. The hell are you going to be, shitty Deku? Useless? It was his own way of pushing Izuku. It sounded harsh and the words hurt. But he would have been right. Izuku couldn't quite give up. Not yet, not when All Might had told him he couldn't. Huh, Izuku muttered to himself. He checked the time and yelped. Walking with All Might and the encounter with that sludge villain had cut his time in half. Izuku sped up to a light jog. Then in the distance, he heard a commotion. Screams. Izuku put his head down and forced himself to keep walking in a different direction, despite the guilt that swamped him. Don't get involved. You'll only cause more trouble for everyone. Don't get involved. In between the human panic, Izuku heard a strange popping noise. Not quite like gunshots, Izuku thought, slowing down to listen, but the crackle and distant boom like explosions, Izuku whispered. He knew that sound by heart. Don't get involved, Izuku thought desperately. It was too late. His feet were moving, first a slow step, then a jog, and then a flat-out run. He ducked and weaved through the streets, following the clamor of sirens and the thick smoke that had begun to pour out from between two buildings. What trouble had Kaken gotten into? What fight had he picked? What person had he upset? Damn it, Izuku snarled. For all that he tried to protect Kaken, what if it was Chimera? What if that was Hisashi meant by matters to discuss? No, Izuku gasped, ducking under someone's arm. His throat closed, like someone was wrapping a hand around it to choke him. No, no, no. Everyone stay back. The fire. That kid. Why aren't the heroes helping? Fire surged around the square, no doubt a result of Kaken's quirk. At first the scene was so chaotic Izuku couldn't make out what was going on. Smoke made his nose burn and eyes sting. The panic was deafening. At different sides, heroes were working to keep back the fire. There was Kamui Woods. Weakness, fire. There was MT Lady, whose debut Chimera had noted just this morning. Weakness, tight spaces. Backdraft and Death Arms worked helplessly to keep the danger from spreading. In the center of it all was Kaken. Izuku's eyes jerked from the sparks flying from his hands to the dark pitch surrounding him. The sludge villain, how? He'd escaped somehow. During the trip to the grocery store, maybe, or sometime after. Izuku hadn't even known. Izuku stretched out a hand and then lowered it. His quirk was useless against the villain. When someone needs help, do not stand still. All Might wasn't here, whether he'd missed the action or whether he was out of time. He'd spent the last of his limits saving Izuku, hadn't he? No one was moving. No one was helping. Useless, Izuku thought, trembling. What the hell are you going to be, Deku? No, Izuku said, and then his body broke free of whatever had frozen him there. He stopped thinking. No, he said again, tearing out of the crowd. Someone screamed. Kaken jerked at the sight of movement, and across the din, their eyes met. Kaken's eyes were wide and blown with fear. He was scared. Izuku's feet pounded against pavement. His hand was moving, drawing his knife before he even realized what he was doing, and then he ran into the flames. What are you doing? Get back to safety. Kid. Kaken, Izuku mouthed. You again, the sludge villain laughed. This time, Izuku didn't aim for his heart. He didn't aim for any part of the black sludge that was clinging to Kaken, surrounding him and pulling him under. Izuku reached them just as Kaken disappeared under the sludge, reaching a hand out for help. This time, Izuku leapt and drove his knife in a sharp arc towards the villain's face. He felt something give under the sharp point, felt a moment of resistance before it slipped easily in, and Izuku let go. The sludge villain screamed, jerking backwards in pain. Izuku took the moment and grabbed Kaken's hand. Fire exploded in his palm, the pressure painful, but Izuku ignored it and pulled. Then he was clawing at the sludge though he knew it wouldn't help. Kaken gasped for air. What the hell? Izuku gritted his teeth, tears pooling his eyes, and refused to let go. A shadow fell over them. It's all right, a heavy voice said, and Izuku and Kaken both stared up towards All Might's face. All Might, Izuku cried. All Might was smiling. Blood dribbled through his teeth, but he looked at Izuku grimly. And to think, he said, blood staining his mouth, I stood still and you were the one to move. You ran in with almost nothing, risking your life like any pro hero, while I watched. All Might drew his arm back, fire reflected in his eyes. Detroit. Izuku held on tighter and screwed his eyes shut, covering his face with his free arm. Something warm and wet spattered across his cheek. Smash! A tornado of wind buffeted them, but Izuku found himself held still. All Might lifted Izuku and Kaken both, curling protectively around them. Then it was over. There was a quiet, stunned calm. Izuku let go of Kaken's arm, and Kaken stared at him. "Do you recognize me?" Izuku thought dazedly as they were set down. The other pro-heroes rushed over. "Do you still recognize your childhood friend?" "Brave, incredibly brave," a hero told Kaken, "and such a powerful quirk. Will you train to be a hero?" "What were you thinking?" someone asked Izuku. "Running into danger like that." "I'm sorry," Izuku said automatically. Izuku stood up woodenly. He had to leave. He had to leave before the press overwhelmed, or else his pictures would end up in the news. Someone would take notice. Someone could recognize him, even if Izuku had dyed his hair and changed his look. He had to leave. "Hey!" Kaken yelled after him. Izuku walked away feeling numb. He pushed through until he was pressed close to a building, and then waved a hand, activating his quirk. He put his head down and slipped away from the scene unseen. Izuku made it 2 blocks before he deactivated his quirk and started crying. It had come too close today. Too many almost S and not enough OKS. He wanted someone to hold him, someone who could tell him everything was all right and that he'd done well. The only person who would have probably had no idea what had happened to him. Young Akatani. "I am here." Izuku spun and found All Might bent over, breathing hard. "Had to outrun the press," he said, straightening. "I wanted to speak to you, but I couldn't find you." "Yeah, I left." "What you did today marked the heart of a true hero." Izuku stared. Blinked once. Twice. What?" All Might waved a hand. "Tell me something. When you saw that young man in danger, what were you thinking?" Izuku said, "I was thinking of doing something really stupid." No, All Might boomed. "What were you truly thinking?" He thought back to it. He'd thought himself useless, had tried to stay out of it. And then after that, he'd simply stopped thinking and started moving. He didn't," Izuku said finally. "My body just moved." All Might broke into a smile. That is what all heroes say in the beginning. At some point they stop thinking and simply act. In a group of heroes, you are the one to take the first step. Izuku bowed shakily. That means so much to me." All Might wasn't done. "And for that reason," he announced, "I'd like to give you my quirk." Give Izuku? "What?" "All Might's quirk." Give me, that's not even possible. I mean, your quirk has always been speculated about, but give away, how, what? Well, I guess if anyone could break the rules of science it would be All Might. I mean, who else can pass on a quirk? Young man," All Might interrupted. "Right. Will you accept my offer?" He was clearly expecting Izuku to say yes. And Izuku wanted to. His quirk was ill-suited to being a hero, maybe underground, but he couldn't fight with it. It wouldn't make enough of a difference. With All Might's quirk, Izuku could change the world. He could become the hero he'd always dreamed of. But that voice whispered suddenly, "You? A hero?" Izuku's fantasizing stopped short. He couldn't accept it. He worked for villains. He couldn't simply train or do things other aspiring heroes could. "Young Akatani, I see you hesitate. I won't pressure you. But think, the world could use a hero like you." "A hero like you." Izuku's eyes welled up with tears. How could he refuse? Can I think about it?" All Might's face clouded with slight disappointment, but he seemed to understand. "Of course," he said, "but not for too long. I need to find a successor soon." He asked for Izuku's phone and then put his number in under Yagi Tashinori. "You can contact me with that number," he explained. "Please do not hesitate." "Why yeah?" All Might smiled again. "Regardless of whether you accept my offer or not, I think you will make a great hero." Izuku began to cry freely again. He hadn't said that Izuku could be a hero this time. He'd said Izuku would make a great one. With such confidence Izuku would do it. Thank you, All Might. Thank you. He looked at the number in his phone, and his heart pulsed warmly in his chest. Then he saw the time and almost dropped his phone, scrambling to catch it. I have to go. Thank you, I'm going to be late. Izuku left All Might in the street and began to run. The room was quiet when Izuku stumbled in, the only sound the occasional crackling of fire and his heart pounding in his ears. Then he saw the light dancing across the far wall, the ruby tongues of flames in little bursts at the edge of his vision, and finally the man in the chair, nothing more than a dark smudge of ash in the dim light. Hisashi didn't turn to look at him. You're late, Izuku. Izuku was too busy catching his breath. He bowed hastily. Sorry, Izuku mumbled when he felt like he had enough air in his lungs. I got caught up on the way back. Izuku had met All Might, run into a villain, helped save his childhood friend, and then had been offered All Might's power. Caught up was too simple an explanation. Hisashi hummed and waved a hand. How was your hunt? Izuku swallowed. Couldn't follow him. I tried every trick I had, but it was strange. I felt like, anyway, I couldn't get close enough to figure out any information or what his quirk is. Hisashi grumbled. A pale hand slipped into his pocket to retrieve a knife. DMN Underground Heroes. I want you to find his hero. Name and any information about his quirk you can get by the end of the week. Understood. Good. I've got a new mission for you. Izuku hissed out a breath of air through his teeth. Pro heroes had seen Chimera stir up more and more trouble in the past few years, and Izuku hated thinking about how that was in part his fault. He did what he could, towing the line between treason and treachery, but it never felt like enough. Well, Izuku prompted. The faster he got his next target, the faster he could start planning. How long Izuku could put off giving information, how much of his analysis could stay in his head or come out his mouth, how risky it would be to tip off the police or one of the hero agencies for the third time in 2 months. Dangerous the last time Izuku had slipped up, Bone Stealer had beaten him badly enough he hadn't been able to walk right for a week. He winced at the thought, feeling phantom pain ghost across his body. Izuku had laid low for a while, being more careful than he'd ever been. An ongoing mission, Hisashi said coolly, though we're not sure how long it will take to get the intel we need. A year, maybe less, maybe more. Izuku swallowed hard and then cleared his throat a few times, wondering if he'd heard right. A year? Who could be so difficult to follow that it would take Izuku a year of research and analysis. The longest Izuku had taken on someone was a month, and that was because his target had had a particularly pesky quirk that let him slip through darkness unseen. It was hard, after all, to shadow a shadow. Hisashi laughed to himself. I think you'll like this one, Izuku, he said. You're going to be following All Might to look for any weaknesses he has. Izuku choked. All Might? Yes, Hisashi said slowly, like he was talking to a child. He spun the thin blade between his fingers idly as he glanced at Izuku. All Might. But Izuku started. The knife stopped spinning. The blade caught scattered orange light, gleaming as Hisashi sighed and sent flames flickering in the air as a warning. But what? All Might wasn't just a hero. He was everything Izuku wanted to be. He saved people, shining so brightly every time Izuku looked at him he had to avert his eyes, and he saved people with a smile. That was what had stuck with him. Even after all these years, even when Izuku had wanted to give up, he couldn't. Because of All Might. Who Izuku had met today as Yagi Toshinori. Who Izuku realized, suddenly and painfully, he already knew the weaknesses of. Izuku said, realizing he'd been quiet for too long. He's the symbol of peace. Number 1 pro hero. He doesn't have any weaknesses for me to find. That's exactly why, a voice drawled from the doorway. Izuku went still. If friends heard about your skills, Izuku, Miss Guidance said. She nodded at Hisashi, crossing the room so she could stand between them. Friends, Izuku repeated dryly. He had to get out of here, go somewhere he could think, could plan. We have friends. Izuku, Hisashi said, voice sharp. He backed down. Miss Guidance smiled. It wasn't often that Izuku saw misguidance, but today she looked the same as she always had. Dark hair pinned up and held with gold pieces, an angular, sharp face, grayish, cold eyes that Izuku always felt were looking through him and into him. "Oh, you know how it is," Misguidance said. "We've each got something the other wants. We help them pinpoint All Might's weaknesses, and they help us well. That would be saying too much." Izuku whimpered. He couldn't help it. It was bad enough knowing he had to find All Might's weaknesses. Now he knew the stakes would be even higher. It would be hard to withhold information, but it was going to be just as difficult warning everyone. "Who are our new friends?" Izuku asked, a little breathless. "Do I get to know?" Hisashi exchanged a look with Misguidance. In time, Hisashi promised. Misguidance reached into the folds of her coat and handed over a thin manila folder. Izuku flipped it open, his heart constricting painfully when he saw All Might's face. There was a small, square photo of All Might clipped to a few briefs about what information Izuku was expected to find. Behind it was a thin, blank notebook with a pen stuck on the cover. It was clear what they wanted him to use it for. Izuku's hands were shaking as he shut the folder, holding it close to his chest. He didn't dare leave the room yet, not without permission, but he wanted to bolt. Izuku wanted to run far, far away, wanted to leave this sorry life behind. Misguidance flicked a hand, and a golden coin appeared in her hand. She began to flip it idly, tossing it in the air and catching it every few seconds. Izuku hated when she did that, but he always found himself watching. It was the only tick Izuku knew she had, a tell from an otherwise well-crafted and unreadable demeanor. "Do be careful," she told him. "I would hate to see you caught by your favorite hero." "Understood," Izuku whispered. His eyes burned. Hisashi nodded. "You're dismissed." Izuku fled the moment the words left Hisashi's mouth. He bolted to his room, shutting the door and letting his legs collapse under him. "Breathe," Izuku whispered, trying frantically to calm his racing heart. He squeezed the folder tightly. "It's okay, it's gonna be okay, it's okay." The mantra didn't help him much. He'd already started crying. Izuku gripped the folder tighter and then threw it to the ground when he realized it wasn't helping either. The folder slid across the room, papers and notebooks scattering in the small space and skidding to a stop at the foot of his bed. Izuku sniffled, wiping at his eyes, and crawled the short distance to his bed, careful not to crumple any papers. He pushed aside his covers and reached under his bed, moving aside a few boxes to find the floorboard he'd loosened himself. Izuku lifted it by. Feel, pressing a wet cheek to the ground as his fingers searched for the small plastic box he'd hidden. Izuku fished it out and sat up, still crying. He glanced at the door, putting a hand over his mouth to muffle his own noise so he could listen to his surroundings. There didn't seem to be anyone outside his door, so Izuku opened the box. Inside was a set of 5 All Might figurines. The sight made a strange warmth fill his chest, but it hurt too. When his father had first come to take Izuku away, Mom had stopped him from leaving. "Just a moment," she'd said, and Izuku had dawdled by the door, scuffing his shoes on the floor though he knew he'd be scolded for it. She'd disappeared into his room. Izuku spent the time staring at the apartment trying to memorize it, thinking about how strange it was to have packed clothes and books and belongings all neatly into a suitcase. At the time, Izuku hadn't known that was the last time he'd see his home as he knew it. Mom reappeared with a box in her hands. She was a little flushed, but she'd smiled as she passed it over. "Mom," he'd complained when he'd opened it. "It's only a week. Take him with you," she told him, putting her arms around him. Izuku wished he'd cherished the moment a little longer instead of itching to get out the door and down to the car where his father was waiting for him. He'd protested that it was too embarrassing, but Izuku had relented in the end. "All Might will watch over you for me," she'd said. Mom had been smiling, he remembered. She took one of the figurines for herself, then. "And when you come home, we'll put them all back together." Back then, Izuku had rolled his eyes. He loved his mom, of course, and All Might, but he'd felt a little childish clutching that box of figurines. Izuku would give anything to go back to that moment. To stay home, or to feel Mom's arms around him, or to stand on the threshold again, afternoon light coloring his suitcase and unaware of the days ahead. You'll watch over me, won't you? The little All Mights were all smiling brilliantly. Izuku rubbed at his eyes and tried to match them. It was hard, but Izuku stretched his mouth into a semblance of a smile. He took one of the figurines and closed the box again, putting it back in its hiding spot with his quirk analysis notebooks. It was a small store of the things Izuku would never let Chimera get its hands on. Izuku glanced out the window. It was early evening with the sun beginning to dip and the sky becoming soft and hazy. Somewhere, maybe in this city, All Might was shuffling home after a long day. Somewhere Mom was putting on an apron to cook dinner for one, and somewhere Kaken was going to pick a fight, angry for all that had happened. Everyone was somewhere. Going places. Seeing things. And life continued to pass Izuku by. He shook his head, grabbing a t-shirt from the floor and swapping it for the one he was wearing. Then he tucked the All Might figurine into his pocket before slinging a dark jacket over his shoulders. Izuku needed to get out to clear his head and think. All Might's offer brewed in the back of his head. Kaken's terrified face. Hisashi, and Izuku's newest mission. It was a mess. Izuku wouldn't be needed for the rest of the day, so he grabbed his earbuds and slipped out into the hall. He shut the small bedroom door behind him and left, careful to avoid crossing paths with anyone. Outside, Izuku released a breath. He looked back at the small, worn-down compound, an old, run-down factory that was only one of Chimera's many quarters. The first floor had been left as it was, but the second floor had been converted into a crude living area. It was the hidden underground levels where the real business happened, a place Izuku tried to avoid when he could. He strode down the street, heading to a more upbeat side of town. Izuku put in his earbuds, opening the right app on his phone, and began to listen to Present Mic's voice as he chatted to his listeners. He sighed happily. Izuku hadn't listened to the show in a month, too busy and tired to keep up in the in-between. And after running into Present Mic, he'd been too scared to turn the radio on. He wasn't sure what Present Mic would do, having seen Izuku's face. He was meant to follow Present Mic, to tail him and report any signs of his friend the underground hero Izuku had been chasing. Izuku still hadn't found his name after digging, so he'd resorted to hoping the two would meet. Instead, Izuku had walked straight into a villain fight Present Mic was losing. Soft music began to play as Izuku reached his destination, and Izuku switched the radio show off. Izuku stuck everything back in his pockets and began to scale the building wall. He'd found FM Tokai Studios by chance, after learning that Present Mic ran his show from there. He'd even slipped into a few live shows before, and he found the atmosphere relaxing and a small comfort. For a big show, it was a small building made with brown brick and a standing neon sign on the roof with the studio's name. It was to the roof Izuku headed. He carefully pulled himself over the edge and settled himself next to the neon sign and away from satellites. There was a series of open vents and a skylight right where Izuku sat, and Present Mic's voice drifted up here. Izuku stretched out and stared up at the changing sky, appreciating the colors that made themselves known. Orange and pink and the deep blue of night, creeping at the edges. And isn't it a great song? In the next hour, I've got a fantastic lineup for my little listeners. Izuku smiled to himself, closing his eyes and letting Present Mic's voice wash over him. Before we move on to our next segment, I'd like to put out a notice again, a thank you to whoever saved my life 2 weeks ago. Izuku sat up, hands scraping painfully against the surface of the roof. 2 weeks ago. He's thanking me, Izuku whispered, and he thought he might have begun to glow. Something molten cracked in his chest. Hero. Next up, we'll be playing peace sign. Izuku took his phone out. He pressed the newest number in his phone and began a text. All Might believed in him. So did Present Mic. And finally Izuku had done something, had made choices that went against everything Hisashi had taught him. If there were people who believed in him, and an opportunity, golden and shining, Izuku would be a fool not to take it. And there, under the stars, Izuku decided he was going to be a hero, one way or another. Flare signal. Achievingelysium. Going out. Izuku said flatly, stabbing his breakfast with more force than he needed. Hisashi nodded. There was a light in his eyes, a gleam that meant he was confident. He reveled in the quiet destruction his fire brought, and it made the egg Izuku had just put in his mouth taste like ash. Thank you for the information, Bone Stealer said, drifting by. They waved a hand. You're as helpful as ever, darling. The other villains left as quickly as they had come, but Hisashi stopped. Keep doing your job, he ordered, and an eye out for any trouble. I don't have to remind you? Izuku mimed zipping his mouth shut. Don't say a word. Something almost like approval flitted across Hisashi's face. He nodded. I'll see you tonight, he said, his voice curt, and then he disappeared into the smoky light of early morning. Izuku finished his egg and scraped his fork against the plate, letting the awful sound fill his head. Then he got up, dumping his plate in his sink and grabbing his phone from the counter. He had places to be too. His first stop was the convenience store. He ambled through the aisles, getting a new notebook and perusing a few magazines. They were always filled with silly stories and attention-hungry rumors, but Izuku knew even the thinnest lies had truth to them. Present Mike was starting a new segment on his show, though no one knew what it was. Probably not dating advice as the writer suggested, but then again, Present Mike could be refreshingly, or frustratingly, unpredictable at times. Izuku took careful note of new heroes on the scene. Chimera loved those, always hungry for new targets. He skipped over a couple pages on the latest hero fashion, instead looking for anything else that could be useful. A fleeting line about some underground hero name, of course, redacted. A snippet about All Might Izuku read hungrily, though it gave him nothing. As Izuku put the magazine back, he caught sight of the small stack of newspapers nearby. There, at the bottom of the front page, Crime Organization on the Rise. Izuku swallowed back bile and picked it up after checking to make sure no one was around to see him self-destruct. It was Chimera, just like he'd thought. Then he scanned through it quickly. The article didn't seem to have much, but Izuku bought the newspaper anyway. Chimera wasn't inactive by any means, but they'd been careful with their exploits. They spent their days biding their time, lying low, waiting for some signal before unleashing their plans. Those Izuku wasn't privy to, and he didn't know if he wanted to be or not. Izuku's last purchase was box dye. The color was fading again, not terribly noticeable yet, but it was about time to re-dye it. Maybe he'd cut his hair. He hadn't in a while. He paid for his items and then stepped out. Izuku hummed to himself as he swung the bag on his arm. He dawdled as he strode down the street, not in any hurry to return with nothing to return to. The phone in his pocket buzzed, and Izuku's mood dampened immediately. He paused, leaning against a nearby wall and sliding his phone from his pocket. Silver 10:23 a.m. Guess who's back, Beach? Izuku almost dropped his phone. You 10:24 a.m. WHWH, when did you get back? He frowned when Silver didn't reply for a minute, then another. Of course she'd leave him hanging like that. His phone buzzed again. Silver 10:28 a.m. Ground Zero? You 10:28 a.m. See you soon. As promised, Silver was waiting for Izuku when he jogged the rest of the way to their usual meeting place. She nodded when she saw him, waving a hand casually as he reached her. Hey kid. Izuku couldn't help the smile that burst across his face. Silver. Silver passed a can in his face, and Izuku took the soda gratefully. She'd gotten herself plum juice, the kind she'd always liked but Izuku hated. Haven't seen you in a while, she commented as the two clambered up the crumbling stone wall and then sat, swinging their legs over the side. Izuku kicked his feet against the wall, feeling years younger than he was. I while? Izuku elbowed her sharply. I haven't seen you in a week, Silver. Silver sighed, stabbing her plastic straw into the juice box with a force that made it seem like she was stabbing a victim instead. She scowled when the opening didn't break and tried again. I know. The words were so low Izuku almost didn't hear them. She finally stuck her straw through and disagreed her juice box petulantly. I still don't get why they keep us apart like this, Izuku complained when it didn't look like Silver was going to say anything. I mean, I get the whole thing with keeping us in the dark so we have nothing to share if we're compromised, and that's why I only work with Hisashi, and you only work with, well, I don't know why I'm saying any of this, you already know. Silver's eyes gleamed as she glanced at him. I missed your dumb voice. Izuku, who'd been taking a sip of his soda, spat it all back out. He sputtered, trying to come up with a response. You can't just say that out of nowhere. Silver knocked their shoulders together. You didn't miss me back? She teased. Izuku flapped his arms wildly. Of course I did. Silver made a sound of approval. When she smiled, it was soft, the kind of smile Izuku liked to save because it wasn't one that appeared often. Usually Silver's smiles were sharper, predatory. A fanged creature waiting to strike. What have you been up to this past week? She asked finally. Izuku frowned at her, catching the transition. You didn't tell me where you were. Silver pet her head, thin charcoal hair falling like a curtain to the side. There it was, that sharp edge to her face, her eyes dark like glinting obsidian. It made a chill shoot down Izuku's spine. She jerked her chin at him. Come on, kid, she said, we both know your heart is gold enough for both of us. You don't want to know what I've been up to. Izuku swallowed and accepted it. Okay, he said quietly. I heard from Miss Guidance that you've got a new assignment? The sweet soda bubbled as Izuku swallowed. He wiped at his mouth, finding the taste suddenly sour. I don't want to talk about it. Silver caught her lip between her teeth and leaned back on her hands to study him. That bad, huh? I can't do it, Izuku spilled, wringing his hands together nervously. I know I have to, and there's so much at stake, and it's more than just Chimera now. I know that, it's bigger than just us. I can't not do it, but I can't do it. A sharp, brief pulse of pain. A second later, Silver's tail drew back. She'd whacked him with the side of it. Ow, Izuku mumbled, but she'd gotten him out of his head for the moment. You could have been gentler. Silver snorted. Me, gentle? He sighed. You must really admire the hero if you're so worked up about it? Izuku let out a dry laugh. Admire isn't a strong enough word, Silver. Relax, kid. You've been tense since I saw you. You're letting your thoughts go all crazy again. I can't help it, he whined. Who is it? Izuku's stomach twisted when he thought of the conversation he'd had only last night, on the roof. I accept your offer, he'd sent plainly. There hadn't been a reply for a long time, though Izuku had seen All Might typing. In the end, All Might hadn't said much, though Izuku thought he must have wanted to. Thank you. I'm glad, young Akatani. Izuku shook his head. Can't say. I'll find out eventually. Eventually, Izuku repeated, not now. Silver looked like she wanted to push him further, but she caught the look on Izuku's face and nodded, dropping the subject. Izuku sighed, relieved. You were never meant to be one of us, she said finally. Silver crumpled up her empty juice box and tossed it down to the far ground below, where it stopped to rest in a patch of green grass. Izuku didn't have the energy to reprimand her for littering, only frowning and then squeaking in surprise when she stole his soda. Neither were you, Izuku pointed out. If Chimera didn't have its claws in us, I don't think either of us would have been villains. Don't know about that, Silver said, flicking the tab of the soda can idly, but you'd be a hero, wouldn't you? Maybe I would have been a teacher like Mom. Izuku perked up. It was rare Silver talked about her family from before Chimera. Miss Guidance had recruited Silver a number of years before Izuku had ever laid eyes on his father, taking Silver under her wing, though Izuku had no idea how she'd done it or why she'd chosen Silver. Your mom was a teacher? Silver hummed. Yeah. Taught little kids. I used to help her around the classroom. I think you would have made a great teacher, Izuku ventured. He could picture it. Silver had a soft spot for children, and though she could be a bit snappy and rakish at times, Izuku thought she'd be patient with them. Thanks, kid. Silver dropped from the wall to the ground, dusting off her black jeans with her hands. Her tail swung back and forth, keeping her balanced. Come on. Nice to think about, but I think we've got a job to return to. Izuku grumbled as he followed, drinking the last of his soda. Don't remind me. He spotted a trash can not too far away and aimed. At the last second, Silver tackled him, and the soda can flew wide. Izuku shrieked, instincts kicking in when he saw a flash of Silver to the side. He rolled as Silver's tail whipped down in the space where his shoulder had been, but there wasn't any time to clamp his teeth around victory because Silver was there again. Izuku kept up defense for a minute before she had him pinned, the point of her tail pressed to his throat. You're getting sloppy. The tail lifted and then gently tapped against the soft hollow of his throat. Dead. Still, Silver's hair had gotten messed up and she was panting slightly. He'd put up a somewhat decent fight. You haven't been around to spar with me, Izuku countered, though it was hard to speak. Bone Stealer just beats me up. Silver's mouth twisted with half amusement, half pity. She eased off of him and offered Izuku a hand. Izuku didn't take it, pushing himself up. He knew she would have flipped him over her shoulder the moment he took it. Want to go to an arcade? An arcade? Silver shrugged. She slid her black jacket off and tied it at her waist, revealing a tank top and pale shoulders. Nothing better to do, and I want to kick your butt. He rolled his eyes at her but conceded. Before they could get very far, Izuku's phone buzzed. He pulled it out, wondering what Hisashi wanted. He was still out, though Izuku frowned, puzzled at why he'd be texting if he was probably burning a building down. Boss text you? Izuku grunted. The phone buzzed again, and the notification wasn't from the person he expected. He yelped and accidentally flung the phone away from him, then scrambled to catch it before it hit the ground. He missed, of course, and Izuku watched miserably as it bounced. Don't be cracked, please don't die. Silver cackled as he fetched it. What did he say to make you do that? It's not Hisashi, Izuku responded, examining his phone and making sure it was fine before he opened it. It's what? Not Hisashi, Izuku said, reading All Might's two texts. Yagi Tashinori 11:02 a.m. Would you like to go to lunch with me? Yagi Tashinori 11:02 a.m. We need to discuss training. It was short and to the point. Casual enough not to be suspicious to most people, and, of course, with no mention of All Might, quirks, or everything in between. Yagi Tashinori 11:04 a.m. It's okay if you're not free, I know this is sudden. Let me know. Then All Might sent a smiley face, and Izuku just about keeled over. Silver shoved him. One T, he mumbled, fingers flying across the keyboard. U11:04 a.m. Yagi Tashinori 11:05 a.m. Is that a yes? U11:05 a.m. U11:05 a.m. U11:05 a.m. Yagi Tashinori 11:06 a.m. Great. Are you alright? U11:06 a.m. No, I am really good. Yeah, where do you want to go? All Might sent him an address, but Silver snatched his phone from him before Izuku could reply or search it up. She didn't read his messages but did glance at them, lowering the phone to raise her eyebrows at him. Making friends, I see? Izuku tried to get his phone, but Silver held it out of reach. Give it back. Try to reach it, short stack. Izuku swiped at her ankles, and Silver retaliated by kicking him in the stomach and knocking the air out of him. He doubled over, wheezing. Tell me who texted you and I'll give it back. Izuku straightened up, frowning. I can't. Won't or can't? Izuku winced. As supportive as Silver was, he wasn't sure telling her he was meeting All Might was a good idea. Or anything remotely related to the situation, either. She probably wouldn't rat him out, but she would kill him, so it didn't really matter. Izuku wasn't telling her. He's an informant. Silver's expression turned thoughtful. Informant? Can you trust him? Izuku shrugged. He can get places I can't. Whether Izuku liked it or not, it was true. All Might was an informant in a way. He just didn't know it. You're playing with fire, Silver cautioned, handing his phone back. They're not going to like this. They don't have to know. Izuku peeked up at her. Right. Silver folded her arms over her chest. Izuku, this is dangerous. So is living with villains. Yeah, and going behind your father's back? Exchanging information with someone who could compromise you? How can you trust your guy? He doesn't know he's helping me. Suddenly Izuku wasn't lying anymore. To be a hero, he'd have to cross All Might. To protect everyone, he'd have to hand over All Might's weaknesses and take on his power. All Might had no idea there was someone plotting against him. Izuku had to both keep him safe and put him in danger at the same time. I need his help. Silver, please, you have to understand Dash. Izuku, you're going to get yourself hurt. Please don't tell any of them, Izuku pleaded. Silver, please, if he could get me out. Don't say that, Izuku. Silver grabbed his shoulders and shook him. Are you listening to yourself? You promised me, Izuku said lowly, staring her in the eye. I need the information, and if I'm careful, he could help me get out. You promised me. Not like this, Silver said softly, but she let go of him and stepped back. I'm sorry, Izuku said, but if there's any chance. I know. Silver dragged a hand across her face. She was only a few years older than him, but she looked like she had aged over the last minute. Damn it, Izuku, why do I arg? Just effing go. Izuku dared to wrap his arms around her in a light hug, dashing away before she could do anything. He left her on the street corner watching. All Might was waiting at a small table outside when Izuku arrived. He was still stewing over the conversation he'd had with Silver, if it could be called a conversation, anyway. Ah, young Akatani. Izuku tried for a smile. But Yagi. He browsed through the menu and settled on a dish, the two of them placing their orders quickly, though All Might's was very specific. Restricted diet, Izuku thought, as a result of his. He stopped himself, mind going back to what he'd told Silver. So, All Might boomed. Another patron glanced over, and All Might coughed and lowered his volume. Thank you for accepting my offer, my boy. The search for a successor has been difficult. Oh, well, I'm sure we've both made the right choice. Izuku smiled thinly. They chatted lightly for a while, but Izuku found the conversation running out after a while. You said you wanted to talk about training. Yes, thank you for the food I did. All Might reached into a pocket and pulled out a folded piece of paper, sliding it across the table to Izuku. A training regime, Izuku said, scanning it. You want me to follow this? That's right, All Might said. He glanced around, but there was no one close enough to eavesdrop. The quirk's powerful, you see. You literally changed the weather. Yes, exactly, so if you, All Might looked around again and cleared his throat, hypothetically had the same quirk with your current body, you might, well, explode. Izuku choked. Explode? Oh yes, he said, sipping water like he hadn't just told Izuku he could explode. Think of, this glass of water. You see? Now imagine trying to fit the entire ocean in it. Izuku wheezed. It'd shatter. All Might snapped his fingers together. Exactly. You'd be blown to pieces. Maybe lose an arm or two. Izuku thought his eyes were going to fall out of his head. An arm or two? He squeaked, voice rising with each word. All Might frowned. You're right, I guess it wouldn't just be your arms, he said, probably your legs as well. Izuku took a deep breath. Great. Fantastic, isn't it? Oh yeah. I am very excited. You should be. All Might continued, oblivious to the fact that Izuku was about to explode right then and there without the help of any quirks at all. Anyway, so we need to train you so your body will be an able vessel to the power. Izuku scarfed down his food. So I don't explode. So you don't explode. All Might set down his chopsticks and looked across the table at Izuku. You obviously already know some basics of fighting and you're fast. But this will be very intense, more than you realize. Do you think you can handle it? Izuku set his jaw, a fire beginning to spark inside of him. Yeah. All Might smiled. We don't have a lot of time, unfortunately. The UA entrance exams are very close. But have no worries. The training regime should have you ready by that time. Izuku's brain screeched to a halt. The fire that had been steadily growing in him sputtered. He could practically hear Silver's laugh. Good luck getting Hisashi to agree to that. Good luck indeed. Hisashi would never in a million years let Izuku even step foot in UA, much less attend the hero course. But of course, All Might said, if you intend to be a hero, young man, you must go to UA. The hero course is unparalleled. Yeah, Izuku said. Oh, I know. Going to UA was like a fever dream. He and Kaken had planned to go together, once upon a time. Kaken, of course, was going to place first in the entrance exams, but he'd grudgingly said Izuku had a shot. It was the only outspoken compliment Izuku had ever gotten, especially considering Izuku's quirk was a little less suited to combat than Kaken's. All Might mistook Izuku's silence. How? Izuku really wasn't sure. Don't tell anyone, but... He winked. I'll be there as a teacher in the upcoming semester. It's not public information yet, but I'll be there to guide you. Izuku took the training instructions and stuffed it in his pocket. Okay, he said. Okay. Izuku ran over going to UA in his head again and again after he'd returned from lunch. He taped the paper to his wall, then decided it wasn't a good idea, hiding it instead in one of his notebooks. In his new notebook he wrote, All Might, weaknesses, injury and surgery that leads to problems with his body, including time limit and restricted diet. Really loud. There was a plethora of information Izuku now held that he could analyze, but he found himself doodling mindlessly for the rest of the day. He sketched out a hero costume, then found himself stopping to put real effort in it. A mouth guard. Someplace to strap a knife. Gauntlets. Maybe, though Izuku wondered if they would really do any good. It led to Izuku making his own page, filling up every part of it with notes and ideas he hadn't dared to dream of in years. By the time Izuku had dumped his brain onto paper, it was late. Izuku shut off his light, briefly considering going to the kitchen to get something to eat and then deciding against it. He didn't know if the rest of Chimera was back yet, and he wasn't particularly eager to find out. Instead, Izuku clambered into bed, drifting off with thoughts of costume design swirling in his head. It wasn't long before someone was pounding on Izuku's door. He sat up, tossing a thin blanket to the side. Izuku threw himself out of bed as the door slammed open, Silver in the doorway. Get up, she snapped. Boss said to pack your things and be out in 3 minutes, got it? Izuku's mind was still hazy from sleep. It was only 4 in the morning, it seemed, but the urgency in Silver's voice jolted him wide awake. What's going on? Izuku asked, crossing to the small desk and grabbing the scattered papers and notebooks there. Moonlight spilled through the window, but Izuku knew it'd be interrupted soon. He didn't need Silver to tell him what was happening, but he wanted her to say it anyway. That FING underground hero you've been tracking, Silver said. Don't know where he came from or how he found out, but he's here. Got a few pros with him. Izuku swore. I know, Silver growled, but we've gotta move. Make sure you get everything important. Lights out in 5. Then she was gone. Izuku swore again to himself as he moved with practiced ease to pack everything he needed. The data and information he'd collected for Chimera was safely tucked away into the false bottom of a suitcase, sandwiched between his personal things. He slid a hand under his mattress and pulled out the knife hidden there, putting it into the holster he always wore. It wasn't often they had to move locations, but Chimera was always prepared just in case. No matter how many hours Izuku and Silver sat with their heads together, analyzing and tracking police calls and tip-offs, there were still things that slipped under the radar. Human minds were brilliant when pitted against each other. Hisashi had run drill after drill of emergency situations. This had been one of them. As Izuku snapped the suitcase shut and prepared to leave, he remembered the first time they'd run the drill. It had taken him 20 minutes, spent dawdling over what was important and what wasn't, how to pack things, where to go and what to do. Now it took him 3. As a final action, Izuku crossed to the closet and pulled out the heavy canister of kerosene. He started pouring, dousing the floor and bed, and then let the canister drip as he headed down the hall. Hisashi passed by, 3 bags on him. He touched Izuku's shoulder briefly and then disappeared. Izuku catch. His arms moved before his mind could catch up, and then there a sudden, heavy weight in his arms. Tech, he registered, crammed into a briefcase. Silver came barreling down the hall, and she grabbed his arm as she passed, the two of them running together. The temperature was already rising as the two raced downstairs. Phase 1 of evacuation was done. Grab everything important. Hisashi had already begun Phase 2, lights out. Suddenly Silver stopped. She turned to stare at him with wide eyes. The compounds, she hissed. Izuku's mind spun with panic. They didn't have time. The longer they stayed, the more likely they were going to be caught, or even before the pros got here, they'd be dead. Izuku tugged at her hand. It doesn't matter. We still have some in store, and Hisashi has the formulas. We've got to go. But Silver wouldn't move. Her tail whipped back and forth frantically. "We'll be blown to pieces." Izuku forced the panic down and thought back. They'd tested several compounds for compatibility with. "I'll go," Izuku said, shoving his things into Silver's arms. "Find Hisashi and see if you can delay him for another minute. The others will have to run interference if they have to." Silver hesitated, but Izuku pushed her forwards. "I won't be caught," he promised, waving a hand. "They won't even see me." "Winds carry us," Silver murmured, and then shouldered everything, heading towards the door. With that, Izuku went for the back of the factory, slipping between old machinery. In the back was a storage unit that Izuku tore open, cold air hissing as the door opened. Inside were rows of vials, filled with pale liquids. Izuku grabbed them and the case nearby and began to shove them all inside. Silver was right. The compound was too dangerous to be left. Once Hisashi started Phase 2, they wouldn't be able to get far enough before they were caught in the aftermath. Izuku hissed when the case was too full and began to shove the remaining vials in his pockets. "Izuku!" Silver was at the far door, waving. When she caught his attention, she raised her hand and held a finger in the air. Then she was gone again. 1 minute left. 1 minute to regroup and leave the facility behind in flames. Outside, he heard the footsteps, the others, probably, preparing to leave. Then, closer, the sound of glass shattering. Izuku didn't stop to question it. He ran. "Villains," someone boomed. There was Present Mike, hands on his hips as he surveyed the factory. The back doors opened, and 2 more heroes slipped in. He recognized them. Midnight, and the underground hero Izuku had been tracking, the one who'd been stirring up trouble for a month. Izuku slid under a piece of machinery, counting down mentally. He had to get out of there without being seen. Slowly, Izuku activated his quirk, shaping the dim light around him into an image of darkness. "Split up." "I'll check the second floor," Present Mike said. As the heroes spoke, Izuku shifted slowly towards the door. He crept past, keeping low and making sure nothing was dragging against the ground. The underground hero was stealthy and methodical as he swept the space. The scarf around his neck loosened. He gripped one end in his hand. It wasn't a scarf, Izuku realized. It was a weapon. He was closer than Izuku had ever seen him. Now Izuku could see the lines in his unkempt face, the bags under his half-lidded eyes. The hero lowered his goggles over his face. Izuku shouldn't have hesitated, but this was a chance to find out who the hero was. The thought was distracting enough that Izuku tripped over a low pipe and crashed to the ground. The hero was on him in an instant as Izuku's illusion disappeared, his concentration lost. The hero glared at him. Izuku reached for his quirk again and found himself slamming into a mental wall. A block. There was nothing there. "Erasure," Izuku whispered, half fascinated and half terrified. An incredible quirk. Activated by the eyes, just like Izuku had thought, but definitely way cooler than his theory of eye lasers. He had to be in sight of his target, then. The goggles were some sort of protective measure, maybe? Izuku didn't have time to think, because there was a scarf hurtling towards him. Izuku hit the ground again, slipping under it and running for the exit. On the other side of the building he saw flames pour in. "Lights out," Izuku whispered. Fire raced towards the two of them, eating at the ground and lighting the building in orange and yellow light. Who dash? Minutes before the factory would catch on fire. Izuku reached into his pocket, closing his fingers around a small vial, and smashed it on the ground. The compound did as it was made for, combusting as the flames reached it, heightening the danger of the fire. It had been built to complement Hisashi's quirk, after all, and now it was. The erasure hero drew back as a wall of flame rippled between them. "For what it's worth," Izuku said, "I'm sorry." The hero lowered his arm from where it had been shielding his face. He stared at Izuku, frowning as something occurred to him. "You're a kid." "Eraserhead," came a distant voice. Izuku latched onto it. "Eraserhead, huh?" he said. "You're good, you know that? What are you doing with a group of villains?" Izuku answered before he could stop himself. "You think I have a choice? I'd be on your side if I could, hero." Eraserhead moved forward, but Izuku threw himself backward and smashed another vial on the ground, separating them. Wait! Izuku turned tail and fled. He didn't bother activating his quirk. With the Eraserhead in sight, it didn't make sense anyway. Instead, he focused on running out the door, where he saw 3 figures waiting in a nondescript white van. Silver, perched in the back, waved frantically as the van started. Come on! He crossed the remaining distance between them and leapt up next to Silver. Got it? She asked, gripping his arm. Yeah, Izuku panted, still shaken by his conversation. He set the case of vials down. Yeah, I got it. The two of them shut the van doors as Hisashi appeared in a blaze of smoke. Orange flames licked at the sky behind him as he climbed in, and then they were off. You think they made it out? Izuku murmured. Silver shrugged. I don't care like you do. Either they did or they didn't. At the very least there won't be any trouble for a while. Yeah, Izuku croaked as they pulled away to the sound of police sirens. Behind them, fire raged against the dawn, and Izuku watched it become further and further until it looked nothing more than a dying ember. Flare signal. Chapter 3. Izuku drummed his fingers nervously on the side of the chair as the door to the little conference room opened. A set of heavy footsteps was followed by a dark shadow dropping into the only empty chair left at the long wooden table. Sorry I'm late, Bone Stealer said, taking off their hat and slipping a gloved hand through their short. They grinned. Had to take care of some business. Of course, Miss Guidance responded. She folded her hands on the table in front of her, fiddling with a gold ring around her finger before her hands settled. Hisashi didn't say anything, only opening the tablet he'd brought and then projecting the image on it in the air in front of them. The frozen image was of a pro hero Izuku didn't recognize. To be honest, the pro didn't seem particularly attention-grabbing, dressed in a simple blue outfit that leaned on the more practical than flashy side, which Izuku could appreciate. Padded, with armor-like pieces for protection. The only noteworthy part was the simple white and black eye emblazoned on the chest, half open and staring at Izuku. Who's this? New hero? Silver took her feet off the table and dragged her chair closer, purposefully letting the chair legs scrape against the floor to annoy the others. Izuku hid a smile when Miss Guidance sent Silver a sidelong look of disapproval. Sidekick, Hisashi said, switching to a video and then clicking play. Izuku watched in silence, fingers still tapping by his side. The video was grainy at best, obviously shot from a distance. The focus wasn't on the sidekick either, but instead the pro hero he was sidekicking for. Smoke poured around the heroes. The camera shook, someone screamed. The hero they were watching activated their quirk, and Izuku saw 3 mirror images appear suddenly in front of him. Hisashi paused the video. An illusion quirk, Izuku murmured, fascinated despite his misgivings. He found himself leaning forward. It wasn't often Izuku found quirks that were similar to his. With such a wide range of quirks and possible combinations, and the subtlety of illusions in everyday life, Izuku didn't get a chance to look at other illusionary or light-manipulating quirks. Maybe, Silver started in a tone of voice that suggested she wanted to make a joke. She flicked her eyes up at Hisashi and seemed to rescind her decision. Well, can you zoom in any closer? Hisashi obliged, though it didn't help. Everything was pretty fuzzy around the edges. Izuku sighed, bouncing his leg a couple times in thought. Looks like his illusions are copies of him, a mirror image. Hisashi hummed in confirmation. From what we know, Reflecta can only create illusions of himself, reported up to 5, but we have no information of his limits. He's got to have one, Silver murmured. Her tail curled up behind her. Everyone does. Practical in fights, Izuku noted, as a good distraction or feints, and he could corner someone by surrounding them with himself. They look really realistic too. You have trouble creating human illusions, don't you? Bone Stealer inclined their head, eyeing him from across the table. Oh, well, Izuku stammered, swallowing, our quirks have different scopes. I mean my best guess is, like, he's really good at copying himself because that's what his quirk allows him and limits him to. I've got a broader range, right? I can create the illusion of a lot more things, so it's harder for me? And And people are a lot more complex for me, but he must have been training his entire life. How do we tell the difference between his copies and him? Izuku wet his lips nervously. This was what he was dreading. Telling them Reflecta's weaknesses meant he wasn't only dooming a hero to some awful fate, but Izuku was also putting himself in a bad position. Even with a slight difference, he'd practically be handing Chimera his own weaknesses, too. Silver must have read some of it on his face. What if we can't? Izuku caught her eye and tapped his foot gently against the floor in a pattern. It's okay. She shot him a look of warning, and he shrugged slightly back. There was nothing to be done. Izuku would just have to be more careful. He waved a hand at Hisashi, cueing him to continue the video to see if there was anything to pick out. The heroes faded to outlines as they pushed forward into the smoke. Reflecta and his copies spread out and then continued on, one by one. Izuku focused on the ones he thought were illusions and then back on the real one, trying to tell the difference. The video ended as the camera person lost sight of the group of heroes, but before it did, Izuku caught a brief, distant flash of light. Back up a few seconds, Izuku ordered, standing up to get a better look. That light. What is that? Where? Izuku moved to Silver's shoulder and pointed at the bright light that appeared through the smoke for a brief moment, a few seconds at best. That. He turned his gaze to Hisashi. Another quirk? Can we tell who it's coming from? Because from Izuku's view, the flash of light had come from where one of Reflecta's illusions had gone. He couldn't be completely sure without seeing the hero in action, but maybe Reflecta's quirk worked differently. Is it important? Izuku frowned. Maybe. It's too hard to tell. Hisashi crossed his arms, looking displeased. It wasn't like it was Izuku's fault there wasn't enough information to go off of. Tell us what you can, then. Izuku ran his tongue over his teeth, exchanging a look with Silver. Is that all you have? For now. I can't just. Izuku sighed, then set his shoulders. Okay. Izuku waved a hand and focused. The light shivered in front of him, and the illusion took shape as a sunflower. Yellow petals bloomed outwards from a dark, speckled center, until Izuku held out a hand to wrap around the empty air where a thick, green stem hovered. Illusions are difficult, Izuku said. But the more you practice, the better you are, and the less concentration you need. He closed his hand around the illusion, and it vanished. His weakness, Bone Stealer prompted from down the table. My guess is, Reflecta probably doesn't have a problem creating illusions of himself, he began slowly, thinking it through, but it's not sustainable. To be able to create 3 independent illusions in his own likeness. He's good, he's had years of practice, probably. But the effort to maintain them as well as focus on himself in a fight is too much. He has to be a good fighter, though, Silver added. You can't underestimate him. The illusions are probably just a distraction, Izuku finished, nodding. Probably relies on a tactic of misdirection. He'll lure you astray and then trap you when you're distracted. Izuku glanced at Hisashi, who only made a low noise of acknowledgement to show that he'd understood. As far as telling the difference, Izuku hummed in thought. Well, that's a little harder. You might be able to if you look carefully. Illusions aren't really affected by the environment. I think the easiest way if we're talking about human illusions is to look at something obvious, like hair or clothes. He paused. Can you replay the video? Hisashi did, and Izuku closed his eyes, trying to focus his other senses. Shouting. Footsteps. The crackle of audio. Still, it was too difficult to discern without being present. I mean, I don't know the extent his quirk goes to. Izuku opened his eyes, glancing at Hisashi to find an expectant look leveled back at him. Sorry. Anyway, I don't know if his illusions fully affect the senses. They could just be visual manipulations. He stopped himself. Yeah. So we may not be able to hear them? Izuku nodded. The best illusions are the ones that can fool all your senses, but I've never heard of anyone who could. The important thing to remember if you get drawn into a fight with Reflecta is that illusions rely on the rush. When you face a set of illusions, the average person won't really think about if it's real or not. No one pays attention to whether there's sound or the particulars of what the illusions look like. and that gives Reflecta an advantage. He trusts he can lead you astray. Izuku cleared his throat. Nyah. Bone Stealer was nodding. Neither Hisashi nor Misguidance looked like they were particularly impressed, but he'd learned to read them well. He'd learned to read Hisashi more like. His father had a slight lift to his lips and a line along his jaw where there hadn't been. He was pleased. Silver, Misguidance said. She exchanged a look with Hisashi, then Bone Stealer, something passing between them. Then she stood and beckoned to Silver. Silver got up without complaint and followed Misguidance out the door. Izuku frowned briefly as they left, then quickly settled his face back into something more neutral. Even after 3 years, information was divided between Izuku and Silver. Preventative measures, it was called. Izuku knew it made sense, understood why it was done. He still privately called it bullshit. Is that all? Izuku winced as the words came from his mouth. He hadn't meant to say it so bluntly. It felt almost rude. How's progress with All Might? Izuku shrugged, suddenly uncomfortable. He wanted to melt into the ground or turn invisible. The second option was slightly more viable than the first, but it was a bit too late for that. He'd never been particularly good at hiding things, which was why the whole situation with All Might was a big problem. Izuku was the kind of person to wear his heart on his sleeve. Mom had always loved him for it, had told him he was kind and compassionate. She'd told him it was good he was so sincere, even if people made fun of him for crying. Here, though, it was going to get Izuku killed. Izuku said, floundering, I haven't made any progress? Kid. Bone Stealer laughed, leaning back. You don't sound so sure of that, buddy. Izuku caught his tongue between his teeth and held it there for a moment, willing himself not to make a sound. He just needed a second to scrape something together. Well, I just, think. Don't panic, think. Bone Stealer usually only called Izuku buddy when they were threatening him, and the thought didn't help. The room felt hot and heavy, pressing down on him. I don't have anything, Izuku said, stumbling through his words. I really don't. I think I've found someone who might know something. I'm just not sure, see? Hisashi said. He didn't say anything else, which made Izuku nervous. Yeah, so I don't know. Bone Stealer chuckled. They reached for their mask and the cane propped by their chair. All right, kid, they said, and Izuku breathed a little easier when Bone Stealer nodded. You look like you're telling the truth. Just don't forget what happens if we catch you lying to us. Izuku laughed nervously. Don't worry, he said, I really can't. Hisashi nodded, dismissing him. Let us know of any updates. Izuku backed out the door, bunching his hands in the fabric of his shirt. Out in the hall, he saw Misguidance and Silver standing with their heads together, speaking in low voices. Misguidance had her back turned to Izuku, so he couldn't see her face. Silver lifted her eyes toward him when he left the room. Her face was blank, but Izuku could tell she wasn't particularly happy. Izuku nodded once at her as he headed in their direction. Excuse me, Izuku said blandly, stepping between the two of them. Silver's tail tapped his ankle once as he continued walking. The conversation stopped, then continued when Izuku was out of range. He didn't dare look back. Izuku kicked the door to his new room open and let out a long breath. He scrubbed at his face and then went to sit on his bed, thinking. It was always hard. Izuku hated those meetings. In a sudden rush of anger, Izuku tore his pillow off his bed and threw it at the wall. It hit with a muffled thump and fell to the ground. Izuku gritted his teeth. It wasn't enough. He pulled his blanket off the bed, kicking it and only growing more frustrated as it tangled with his feet. He crossed to the desk in his room and swept the papers onto the ground. Snatched the notebook there. And threw that too. He trashed the room in a matter of minutes. There wasn't much he could throw, anyway. Izuku stood in the mess, chest heaving. White-hot anger bubbled under his skin. He wasn't the kind of person to get angry, but it happened every now and then. He'd gotten worse since joining Chimera. He retrieved his pillow from the floor and then pressed his face into it, screaming as loudly as he dared. Then Izuku let it fall. I hate you, he snarled into the cold silence, unsure of who he was speaking to. The anger left him all in an instant. The fire dissipated, leaving only a mix of frustrating hopelessness and sadness. Reflecta would be incapacitated within the week, once Chimera had watched him for a little longer to see if Izuku's analysis held up. There was nothing Izuku could do about it. Bone Stealer was definitely keeping an eye on him, and Izuku had no doubt Hisashi was, too. Acting was too risky. It made Izuku feel selfish and awful every time. He started to pick up his things, gathering up the papers and smoothing out the crumpled ones. Izuku collected his notebook, swept his blanket off the floor, and put everything back where it belonged. One day he was going to have to do the same thing to All Might that he had done to Reflecta. That he'd done to Makeshift, or all of the heroes he'd analyzed. But maybe not. Maybe with All Might's power and with All Might's help, Izuku would be able to leave. Izuku found his phone and clicked it open. All Might hadn't sent anything since their last conversation, when they'd set up a time to meet for Izuku's first training session. Izuku hovered over the chat. He typed something and then erased it. He didn't want to bother All Might, who was probably busy doing, well, whatever heroes did. If he wasn't saving people, maybe he was making public appearances or getting cats out of trees or something. No, Izuku decided, closing his messages. He wouldn't text All Might unless he was texted first. It'd be too weird. After a minute of staring, Izuku reopened his messages. 1:30 p.m. Izuku closed his texts again after that, tossing his phone to the side and plopping back on his bed. All Might probably wouldn't reply. It was then, staring at the ceiling, that Izuku realized how terribly lonely he felt. All Might had been the first person Izuku had really talked to outside of his little circle in Chimera. Really talked to, not like the mindless exchange when Izuku was buying something, or an apology when Izuku passed someone. All Might could have been another one of those faceless people, if they hadn't run into that sludge villain. Huh, Izuku murmured. He wanted his mom. He wanted to hear her voice again. Or Kaken, or all the other kids he'd grown up with. Before Izuku could spiral down a trail of what-ifs, his phone buzzed. Izuku sat up. Yagi Tashinori 1:34 p.m. Hello, young Akatani. 1:35 p.m. You actually replied. Yagi Tashinori 1:35 p.m. Yagi Tashinori 1:36 p.m. Did you need something? Izuku tried to think of something to say. He really hadn't expected All Might to reply, much less what he wanted. 1:40 p.m. Nothing, sorry to bother. 1:41 p.m. Never mind. Sir. Yagi Tashinori 1:43 p.m. I'm not busy or bothered at all. Not doing much at the moment. No need to apologize. Yagi Tashinori 1:50 p.m. Are you busy? 1:51 p.m. Yagi Tashinori 1:52 p.m. Why don't we meet at Dagoba Beach? Since we're both available, we may as well start training today. 1:53 p.m. Right now. 1:53 p.m. Like right now, right now? Right now. 1:53 p.m. Are you sure? Yagi Tashinori 1:54 p.m. I don't see why not. 1:55 p.m. But I'll meet you there. Dagoba Beach, Izuku mused. Dagoba Beach, why Dagoba? Izuku changed into a set of light workout clothes and packed a light bag. He slid the window open and poked his head out to survey the building. He was on the second floor, so it wasn't too far to the ground. There was a pipe railing that ran down nearby. Izuku tracked his path to the ground and then carefully climbed out. He balanced easily on the windowsill as he shut the window behind him. Then Izuku leapt the short distance to the pipe, heart in his throat, and slid choppily to the ground. He waited a few seconds just to make sure no one had followed him. Chimera didn't care much what Izuku did in his free time, as long as it wasn't ratting everyone out. Izuku still liked to be careful. Izuku put on music as he jogged to the beach. He wasn't sure why All Might had chosen Dagoba, of all places. Mom had said it had once been a beautiful beach. She'd gone there as a kid every now and then to play in the water. But over time trash had collected, a mix of the tug of the ocean and the accumulation of litter. Izuku had never been. It wasn't particularly attractive. All Might was waiting for him when Izuku jogged up. He hadn't sweat too much, thankfully, nor had the jog been hard. Afternoon, young Akatani. Izuku came to a stop, getting his water. Good afternoon, All Might. All Might smiled, eyes crinkling at the corners. Good, he said, appraising Izuku. You came prepared. Yeah. Izuku stopped to take a look around. He found his jaw dropping when he finally caught his first good look at Dagobah Beach. It was worse than he'd imagined. Wherever Izuku looked, he could only see mounds and mounds of trash. There was no sand. If he squinted, he could make out pockets of golden white. The beach was covered in all sorts of junk. Izuku spotted the shell of an old car, cans and bottles, a tattered school book. Anything and everything nobody wanted. Sad, isn't it? All Might remarked. He crossed his thin arms over his chest. All of this trash has collected here over the years. Yeah. Izuku couldn't muster up any words in response to the sight. It only made him feel sad that people had let a beach come to this. He turned the thought over in his head a couple of times. So, why come here to train? All Might grinned, light shining in his. Remember, we don't want your limbs to blow off. How could I forget? Izuku said plainly. He hadn't really wanted a reminder. So you're going to clean this beach? Izuku whipped around to stare at All Might so quickly he thought he'd almost fall over. Clean the beach. The beach stretched on and on, a line of darkness against the distant ocean. Izuku could hardly imagine making a dent in one pile of trash, much less the entire beach. All Might nodded. Izuku gestured at the beach. Do you see this? All Might nodded. Do you see how small I am? All Might nodded. The whole beach. All Might nodded. Izuku must have made a face because All Might laughed. You're fast, he said, and I can tell you know at least the basics of fighting, which is good. But to take on one for all, you must be strong. Aha. That's why I brought you here, All Might explained, since you need to build muscle. Cleaning the beach will engage your entire body and turn you from a string bean to, well, something much better. Izuku made an indignant noise. I'm not a string bean. All Might clapped him on the shoulder so hard Izuku stumbled forward a few steps. You are. Not, Izuku said, stomping his foot a little childishly. You are, All Might said, then continued jovially. Not only will cleaning the beach give you strength, but this is the foundation of heroics. Heroes didn't always engage in flashy fights with villains or stop criminals. That isn't our true purpose, do you see? True purpose? All Might smiled brilliantly, but he looked almost sad. My predecessor taught me that a true hero's purpose is to serve the people, to help people in their times of need. So it wasn't always fighting, Izuku pondered slowly. But, like, community service? All Might snapped his fingers. Exactly. Huh. Izuku had never really considered how heroes helped people outside of saving them. News reporters didn't care for these things. He supposed they weren't quite exciting enough. It was exciting in a different way, Izuku decided. Cleaning the beach wasn't going to make him jump for joy, but instead it would force him to think about why he wanted to be a hero in the first place. You're getting it, All Might said kindly. Then he raised a brow. But this beach won't clean itself. We'd better get to work. They started out small. Izuku wasn't sure what he could and couldn't move or carry, so the two of them spent the entire afternoon testing his limits. We, as Izuku realized, was not so much plural as it was singular. We really only referred to Izuku. All Might found a dry and relatively safe place to sit after a while and called encouragements from his perch. Izuku, on the other hand, lugged trash back and forth. Izuku had to keep reminding himself why he was doing all of it. He wanted to be a hero. He wanted to help people like All Might. But the truth was that hauling trash got boring. Izuku started making mental lists, how many coffee cups he saw, 13, things that Silver would like, a set of marbles, a book about bugs, a looking glass. What the grossest thing Izuku had touched was, currently, a homework booklet. Even that got old after a while. So, Izuku called as he dragged a table through the sand. He paused, panting. So, what's your favorite drink? All Might, who had been seeing how many different things he could crush in one hand, glanced over. My favorite drink? Izuku dragged the table a little further. Yeah. All Might seemed to think about it for a moment. I don't drink anything besides water these days, he tilted his head, considering the question, but back when I did, I liked barley tea. He followed Izuku. What about you? Oh, my favorite drink? I like cherry soda. All Might nodded slowly. I can't say I've ever had it. Don't know why I like it so much, Izuku said, heaving the table up into the back of the waiting truck. But I get it with Silver all the time. Silver. Izuku cursed himself silently. He'd let her name slip without even thinking. At the very least, though, All Might wouldn't recognize it for what it was, even if he'd found it a little strange. Silver, of course, was a shortened version of the Silver Scorpion. She'd never shared her real name with him, but Izuku figured whatever her life had been like before wasn't something she particularly liked talking about. That's just what I call her, Izuku explained, still furious. It's because that's her favorite color. That was a total lie. Silver's favorite color was green, followed by purple. Her name came from her silver-tipped tail, deadly if she got it in you. A venom that worked its way through the system in a matter of minutes, depending on how much was injected into the blood. I see, All Might said slowly. You said cherry soda? Yeah, Izuku said. He looked back at where he'd been working the entire day and found himself tired. It didn't even look like Izuku had made a dent. He couldn't tell where he'd chipped away it. Above the piles of trash, the sun was beginning to set. Izuku could just barely make out the ocean, reflecting dazzling colors. Don't be discouraged, All Might said. He took a seat in the back of the truck next to Izuku. It's only the first day. Think next year, all of this will be gone. Yeah, Izuku said quietly. Things are changing. That they are, All Might agreed. For the better or for the worse, Izuku didn't know, but he hoped it was for the better. He desperately wanted it to be. I think we're done for the day, All Might said finally after a stretch of silence. Izuku sighed in relief, lying down on the road. He wasn't planning on moving for a while. Hey, get up. No, Izuku groaned. His body ached. He was tired, sweaty, and hungry. There was no way Izuku was moving. Young Akatani, All Might said. Izuku rolled over. He got up slowly, sighing. Izuku stuck his hands in his pockets, kicking at the gravel. I guess I'll see you. Until next time, young Akatani. Izuku bowed. Thank you, All Might. Silver texted him on the road back, offering to meet for an early dinner. They met in a corner of a busy fast food restaurant. Izuku picked at his fries as Silver went through her burger. He couldn't believe he'd spent the entire afternoon training with All Might. What were you up to? Izuku groaned. He shoveled a few fries in his mouth at once, and Silver made a face. You look, how do I say this? Like Bone Stealer just kicked your butt. Izuku tried to speak through chewing, but it didn't quite work. He swallowed and tried again. Trying some new training. Yeah. It esigus, Izuku muttered. Well, it's going to be great. It just esigus. Silver raised her soda. Cheers to that. They knocked their cups together and drank. What did, Izuku tilted his head, do you know want? Silver hummed. She stirred her straw around absent-mindedly. That's sidekick, Reflecta. They want me to take him out. Izuku's blood ran cold. Kill him. She shook her head. Just knock him out of commission for a while, she confided, but I don't think he's the real target. Izuku leaned forward, suddenly interested. Really? I haven't gotten much of a chance to look into it. But get this. The agency Reflecta works at is connected to UA. Izuku paled. UA? But what? I don't know what Chimera wants with UA. Well, outside of the usual, anyway, but they've taken an interest lately. It's connected to whatever new group we're working with. Izuku racked his mind, thinking. Do you know who? Silver shook her head. I'm not even really supposed to know about it. I think Miss Guidance mentioned something, Izuku said slowly. New friends, she'd called them. But I don't know anything either. Silver shrugged. Well, you know how it is. Izuku had another fry and chewed thoughtfully. So it was all connected somehow? But nobody knew All Might was going to be a teacher at UA. At least, not yet. Izuku planned on waiting another month before he revealed that particular bit of information. Weird, Izuku said. Yeah, Silver replied, stealing a fry from him, but we just gotta do what we're told, I guess. The conversation turned. Silver and Izuku discussed the hero raid on the factory from the other night, speculating what had tipped them off. It wasn't me, I swear, Izuku said, and I don't know how he found us other. I mean, he could have followed you back. You've been tracking him, haven't you? I guess, Izuku conceded, but the thought made him shift uncomfortably. He didn't like the idea that he'd been caught. He'd worked hard to be able to slide under the radar, so the idea that he'd been compromised was a hard pill to swallow. What did you say his name was again, Eraserhead? Yeah. His quirk, though? I know, Silver said, her eyes lighting up. I'd love to see it in action. I wonder how it works. Well, I think he has to be able to see you. Line of sight, huh? Do you think he can erase multiple quirks at once? He'd be incredibly powerful to do that. And maybe more well-known. Silver raised a finger. I don't think so. He's an underground. His job is to clean up after all the other pro heroes, do the dirty work. It's better if no one knew a thing. Izuku rubbed at his face. She was right. He turned his memory back to his encounter with Eraserhead. The hero had been shocked to see Izuku. He hoped the fight and the fire had obscured his face. He hadn't been able to use his quirk, so it was possible Izuku could be recognized. He'd have to be more careful. Think he'll come back? Huh. Eraserhead. Silver looked strangely solemn. Do you think he'll come back after us? But you don't care that much. Oh, he's the most mildly interesting opposition we've had in a long time, don't you think? I'd love to take him in a fight. Be my guest. Silver flicked him with her tail. Hey, we can't all be heroes. Izuku shook his head, leaning back and looking out the window. We can certainly try. Flare signal. Chapter 4. Izuku felt like days were passing by quicker than he could keep up with. He'd blink, and a week was gone, then a month, then another. Chimera seemed like it was growing more restless, a roaring beast chained but straining to break free. Izuku took to avoiding Hisashi when he could, unable to sit still whenever they were in the same room. It didn't help that Izuku found himself spending more and more time with All Might. With each day that passed, Izuku found himself growing stronger, clearing more and more of the beach. He also found himself with a bit of a problem. Somewhere along the way, All Might had stopped being, well, All Might and started just being Toshinori. You don't have to keep calling me All Might, you know. Izuku tripped over a pair of old shoes. What? You don't have to keep calling me All Might. Just call me Toshinori. Izuku slowly turned so he could look at his mentor. He was sitting in a small, shaded area, and he smiled when he saw Izuku look over. Toshinori, Izuku tried. It was nice, he thought. He couldn't tell. Izuku said, I guess you can call me Mikumi? To make it even. All Might Toshinori, his mind supplied, waved a hand dismissively. Izuku felt bad for lying when he'd just been asked to use All Might's real name, like they were close on some level. But they were. Looking back, things had changed since the beginning. Their conversations had evolved from training and heroics to all sorts of things. They shared a love for cats. Toshinori liked to read, though he didn't do it often due to his work. He liked people a lot, which came as no surprise. Izuku himself wasn't a fan of attention. Attention felt dangerous. He liked the anonymity of being nameless in a large crowd. Toshinori, on the other hand, thrived. He wasn't the most eloquent person Izuku had ever met, nor the brightest, but he had a way with people Izuku was envious of. They spent time together outside of training too. It wasn't often. They were both busy people, for ironically opposite reasons, but every now and then, they had lunch together. Silver noticed. He'd never really been able to hide anything from her. I'm not going to ask, she told him bluntly from her perch on Izuku's bed. That'd probably hurt us both. It's better if I don't know. So don't, Izuku replied, hoping that would be the end of it. Silver propped her chin on her hands, watching him as he practiced. Make me again. Izuku obeyed, trying to craft his new illusion into Silver's shape. It started like a mass of gray smoke, but slowly the details began to emerge. Silver's boots, battered and scribbled over with permanent marker. The hard lines of her body. The plain, dark clothes. Her face, her hands, her barbed tail, the slight slump of her shoulders. "Wow," Silver said softly. She pushed off the bed and circled the illusion. "Pretty good." She stood next to it. "Can you tell the difference?" Izuku rolled his eyes. "I know which is which, Silver. I think I'm getting better at making living forms, but you can still see. Do you see, like, it looks flat?" "Yeah, like it's not quite real." Silver snorted. She passed a hand through the illusion, and it dissolved. "You're making progress at least. Anyway, whatever you're doing, it's noticeable." "Making illusions?" "Dumbass. No, your whole training thing or whatever. And you've changed." Izuku looked at himself. Things had changed so quickly, but he wasn't sure it was noticeable. "No, they've been too busy. And I'm not talking about your whole body transformation thing, by the way, though it's nice you're putting something onto your twig body." Izuku threw up his hands. "I'm not a twig. Not anymore. Silver. You seem happier." What?" Silver plopped down on the ground next to him, crossing her legs. "You seem happier," she repeated. "A lot more than before, don't you think?" Izuku faltered. "I guess I am?" Silver smiled. "I'm glad you are," she said, "but you need to be more careful. Hisashi's going to notice one of these days, and he's going to start asking questions. Whatever you're up to, you need to, tone it down, I guess." "I don't really know how to," Izuku paused. "Tone it down?" "Well, you could maybe start by changing your schedule." They chatted and teased each other for a few minutes before they were interrupted by a knock on the door. "Hisashi," Izuku said. "You've got to go." Silver was already halfway out the window. She dropped out of sight as the door pushed inward. "Izuku," Hisashi said, "come with me." Izuku started. He didn't really have a choice, though, so with one last glance at the still open window, Izuku left. He made sure to shut the door firmly behind him. Hisashi strode down the hall to the conference room. The other heads of Chimera weren't there, which was great. Izuku loved father-son talks. Izuku said, but the words died in his throat. Hisashi sat down. Izuku stayed as close to the door as he could, choosing to stand instead. For a while Hisashi didn't speak. "You will be the head of Chimera someday." A gaping pit opened in Izuku's stomach. He didn't want to be here, anywhere but. He wanted to be hanging out with Silver, or training with Toshinori. Not here. But not today, right? Izuku blurted. "I really don't think that's a good idea. You know." Hisashi huffed, smoke curling in the air in front of him. "Not today," he agreed, "but we've been discussing a new course of action for you, Izuku." Izuku didn't particularly like the sound of that. "You have? Is the information you've given us on All Might still correct? He will be a teacher at UA in the upcoming year?" Izuku nodded, not trusting himself to speak. The information had gone public not too long ago, and Izuku had double-checked with Toshinori and UA interviews both to be sure before he'd told Chimera. Hisashi procured a set of papers and held them out. Izuku stepped forward to take them hesitantly, unsure of what he would find. When he scanned the first few lines, he almost dropped the papers. Hisashi tipped his head back and released a slow, steady stream of fire with an exhale of his lungs. He considered Izuku through half-lidded eyes. "Enrolling you in UA will put you in a position to watch All Might daily if he's teaching the hero course, as well as open connections with other pro heroes we've taken interest in. Silver is too old and more easily recognizable, but you will fit in easily." Izuku rubbed at his eyes and blinked several times. "You're serious?" Hisashi nodded once. The corner of his lip quirked up. "You'll get to play hero, Izuku." The look in his eye turned almost distant and soft. He chuckled. "You used to when you were younger. You always made me play villain." Izuku trembled. "Don't pretend you care, Hisashi." Hisashi blinked curiously at him, long and slow like a cat. "All right," he said finally. "You'll attempt for the hero course in the upcoming entrance exams. Your quirk may not be combat-suited or fit for the entrance exams, for that matter, but your skill is far better than your peers. I doubt you'll have any issues." Izuku swallowed. I'm going up against people with incredibly powerful quirks, and I'll be essentially quirkless. Izuku suddenly remembered that he wouldn't be. Stepping into the entrance exams, he'd have 2 quirks, though how useful they would be at that point remained to be seen. You're smart and adaptable. You'll find a way, I'm sure. Izuku swallowed again, his voice weak when he spoke. Sure. Yeah. You'll be continuing your training, of course, Hisashi said, and Bone Stealer will be overseeing your progress. Izuku tried not to sigh. There was a tapping sound from the doorway. Bone Stealer, tapping their cane against the frame. You called? Funny, Hisashi said lightly. Come with me, Izuku, Bone Stealer said, beckoning. We have plans and not nearly enough time to go through with all of them. Izuku frowned at Bone Stealer's retreating back but followed nonetheless. He was in for a rough few days then. Bone Stealer was ruthless and unrelenting, and suddenly Izuku remembered he was due to train with Toshinori the following day. He'd run himself into the ground by the end of the week, but it wasn't like Izuku had any choice. Not if he wanted to get better. Not if he had to make it into UA, for Toshinori, for Chimera, for himself. It's been a while, hasn't it? Bone Stealer commented. The two began their descent down a set of stairs, then another, to the basement. There was an entire floor hidden underneath, connected to the sewers. This was where Chimera conducted business, and where Bone Stealer trained Izuku. With the activity that had cropped up over the past few months, Izuku's training with Bone Stealer, at least, had been less and less often. He'd be out of practice for the first few rounds at the very least. They entered into a musty practice room. Simple and bare, the room had a padded floor with plain walls, lit brightly by a set of lights overhead. One wall held equipment, but it was otherwise empty. Spotless. Bone Stealer took off the tailored purple jacket they'd been wearing, tossing it to the side to reveal a light shirt and dark, scarred arms. They ran a hand through their cropped hair and smiled. Let's see where you're at, kid. They beckoned with their hands, the universal gesture of come at me. Izuku took a second, circling as ideas flitted through his head. Bone Stealer wouldn't attack first, so it gave him a moment. Bone Stealer tracked him as he moved. Izuku tried to fall into a guarded but casual pattern, holding on his attacks in the hopes that Bone Stealer would be lulled into the anticipation. Then he struck out with a foot, trying to sweep Bone Stealer to the ground. Bone Stealer danced out of the way, and the fight began. After that, there was no time to think. Izuku tasted rust when Bone Stealer clipped him across the face. He lost his sight and stumbled. A hand shot out, and bony fingers wrapped around Izuku's wrists. A numbness began at the touch, crawling up his arm. Izuku wrenched himself free. He kicked out. Bone Stealer dodged. His arm prickled with pain as it regained feeling. Izuku felt the impact when he hit the ground, rolling as a boot snapped down where his ribs would have been. Izuku panted, scrabbling at Bone Stealer's ankles. He caught them and twisted, sending his opponent to the ground. Sweat stuck to Izuku's shirt, pressing it tight to his skin. He could feel his lungs grating as he heaved in a breath of air. Bone Stealer was up in seconds, not even granting Izuku a moment of reprieve. He dodged the first hit aimed at him but not the second and found himself sprawled on the ground. Out of practice, boy, Bone Stealer chuckled. Izuku gasped in pain when he was kicked, once, then again, leaving him breathless. A hand pressed against his arm, and that terrible and familiar feeling began to make itself known again. Izuku struggled, pushing upwards, but Bone Stealer was strong. Even with the new muscle Izuku had packed on in the last few months, he was no match for Bone Stealer. The numbness spread. Izuku lost feeling in his right arm. His hand gone. Fingers, wrist, forearm, shoulder. All of the feeling gone as Bone Stealer's quirk crept through his body. Izuku kicked out blindly but connected. There was a loud crack as he hit, and Bone Stealer snarled as they were sent back. He clambered to his feet, arm limp as his side. Survive. That was what Izuku needed to do, survive. Pain pulsed at Izuku's side where he'd been hit. He pressed his free hand to it and limped slowly in a circle, trying to keep up the defense. Bone Stealer came at him again, hunger in their dark eyes. Sweat dripped from the hair at the nape of his neck. Bone Stealer lunged, hands like outstretched claws. Izuku threw himself back desperately. Bone Stealer only continued to advance. The floor shifted, soft under his feet. Izuku kept backing away until his shoulders collided when something hard. The wall. He'd hit the wall. Bone Stealer lunged again. Izuku flung himself to the side. There was a tearing sound and a fluttering strip of white as fingers grazed his skin. Undeterred, Bone Stealer slammed the heel of their hand into Izuku's stomach. He heaved, breathless. A sharp, stabbing pain in his leg, then numbness. Izuku's knees gave out, and he dropped. Bone Stealer was there, a cold hand pressed to Izuku's throat but Quirk inactivated. Izuku wheezed. "You win," he coughed out. The pressure on his throat disappeared, but Izuku laid there for a moment, breathing. He regained the feeling in his body slowly. The lax muscles, the aching in his ribs, the pinpricks at the ends of his fingers. "That was terrible, kid," Bone Stealer commented. Izuku sat up slowly, pressing a hand to his side and hissing with pain. "Yeah?" Izuku coughed. "I noticed." Bone Stealer waited until Izuku climbed slowly to his feet. He took off his torn, ruined shirt and tossed it to the side. Again, Bone Stealer snapped. Izuku hit the ground, breathless. Again. His eyes watered as pain burst across his shoulder. Again. Sweat down his back. Again. Blood warm in his mouth. Again, until Izuku was worn to the bone and aching. Bone Stealer left him on the floor counting his breaths. Izuku waited until Bone Stealer's footsteps had disappeared before he pushed himself upright, tottering for a moment unsteadily. Then he wiped a hand over his face and began the slow trudge back to his room. It was late afternoon already, Izuku figured. He shut his door shut behind him and stripped out of his clothes, tossing them to the side. Taking a quick shower helped, easing his sore muscles and erasing the dirt and hint of blood. It'd be worse in the morning, Izuku thought, examining himself in the mirror. It was always worse in the morning. He pressed gently against the places that hurt. Nothing broken, of course. The pain would last, but Bone Stealer knew how to hurt him while keeping Izuku functional. Izuku felt a million times better after he'd changed into a set of fresh clothes and was off on a hunt for an afternoon snack. Bone Stealer had sapped all the energy right out of him, and he wanted it back. Food, then a nap. That sounded nice. Izuku left the building, deciding to take a walk down the street to a nearby gas station. The bell jangled as he walked in, getting a bag of chips and then mournfully putting them back. Instead, Izuku took something that was only marginally healthier and a soda. Izuku had his snack sitting on the curb, watching as the world passed him by. It was nice, moments like these. Izuku liked being a nobody, just existing as a part of a whole. He liked looking at people and imagining what their lives were like, or what their dreams were. Toshinori texted him as he was enjoying his break. Toshinori 5:12 p.m. Smiley face. Down for some training? Izuku groaned. He wasn't sure he'd be able to, but the offer sounded really, really nice. You 5:15 p.m. Toshinori 5:17 p.m. Great. Izuku decided he was going to regret it, but he got up, dusting the crumbs of his snack off of his jeans anyway. There was no use in just sitting around, even if it was nice. And Izuku always liked spending time with Toshinori. Izuku took his time going to Dagoba Beach. Not really because he wanted to, but because the aftermath of Bone Stealer's training had Izuku limping the entire way. You look rough, Toshinori commented when he set eyes on Izuku. You alright? Izuku shrugged. He tugged at his collar, adjusting the shirt so it covered the angry red marks on his skin. They wouldn't be noticeable bruises for a while yet, but it was still there. Fine, he said. Toshinori looked unimpressed. Really? Izuku tried. To be honest with himself, it was kind of difficult to argue. Izuku just felt tired, mostly, and drained. Maybe we should pass on the training today. Izuku squinted. Why? Toshinori found a clear patch of sand and sat down cross-legged. He patted the areas next to him. I learned something, he said conversationally. No one can go on forever as much as we'd like to. Izuku let out a heavy sigh and plopped down on the sand next to Toshinori. If you're doing extra training, just let me know, my boy. Don't push yourself so much. Izuku watched a bug scuttle across the sand. I need to be better. Toshinori shook his head, brow furrowed. He picked up a twig and twirled it between his fingers for a moment. Then he used the stick to point at the area around them. Do you see? Izuku looked. There was the section of the beach Izuku had cleaned, but beyond that Izuku saw more work to do. He was suddenly struck with the thought that he was running out of time to prepare for Yue. See what? Toshinori tilted his head. Progress. Izuku dropped his gaze and fiddled with his shoelaces. But you've improved immensely over the past few months, Toshinori said, and there was a bright note in his voice. And I have no doubt you will continue to grow, my boy. Look at what you have achieved already. Do you see? I guess. Toshinori gestured widely. Part of progress is taking care of yourself, H. He broke into a coughing fit, pressing the back of his hand to his mouth. Izuku flitted around anxiously without a handkerchief or napkin to offer. Toshinori wiped at his mouth and waved Izuku off. You too, Izuku said quietly. He lifted his eyes to meet Toshinori's. Should take care of yourself, I mean. Toshinori patted his shoulder. Thank you, young Akatani. Izuku leaned back on his hands, digging his fingers into the warm sand. He considered Toshinori's words. Izuku wasn't sure he'd be able to apply them, but he'd try. Of each other, Ha! Toshinori chuckled. He reached out to ruffle Izuku's hair. I said, we'll have to take care of each other, then. Oh, Izuku whispered. He ducked his head, feeling heat creep up his neck and across his face. Yeah. Izuku closed his eyes, enjoying the last rays of warm sun and the gentle breeze that ran its fingers through his hair. He couldn't remember when he'd last felt so safe, maybe? Can I ask you a question? That wasn't one? Toshinori countered. Izuku opened his eyes and sat up, pouting. You know what I mean. But you don't have to answer if you don't want to. Ask away. What? Izuku liked his lips, knowing he was about to broach a sensitive topic. What was your predecessor like? The seventh wielder? Toshinori tensed. In a moment the light seemed to have left him. It was something Izuku had tried to ask about a few times. Toshinori was a frustratingly private person which Izuku himself found no problem with. It would have been hypocritical to expect something Izuku couldn't reciprocate. Still, One for All was a topic Toshinori was reluctant to talk about. Considering One for All was the quirk Izuku was going to inherit, he wasn't sure he liked how little information he had about it. As the quirk Izuku was supposed to be analyzing, he was more than fine knowing next to nothing except that it was extremely powerful and looked like some form of strength augmentation. Better than I could be, Toshinori said, but I strive to be more like her. There was a note of finality in his voice, so Izuku didn't press further. He wondered what she was like, if she would have liked him. How many times they had passed each other by. The tables turned when Toshinori asked about Izuku's father. He kept his answers short and vague, but hopefully not terrible. He had to make sure no one suspected anything. Eventually they steered the conversation into gentler waters. They talked about Toshinori's new occupation. Interesting, Toshinori said, when Izuku asked. He made a face. Aizawa doesn't like me much, though. Izuku's interest piqued. Aizawa? Toshinori sighed. He muttered something about sleeping under his breath and then said, yeah, he'll be your homeroom teacher, certainly quite a character. Is he a pro hero? Toshinori nodded. You wouldn't recognize him. He's an underground hero. Try me, Izuku said. The name wasn't ringing any bells, but different pro heroes had different approaches to how much of their private lives were public. Some heroes were very open about their families and lives outside of hero work. Some heroes, like Toshinori, were completely closed off to the public. Most heroes, though, were somewhere in between. Eraserhead, Toshinori said. His quirk is good for underground work, I guess. Not really my style, but yes. Izuku suppressed the flicker of panic that sparked inside of him. He shoved it down, taking in a breath. Huh, Izuku said, surprised at how steadily his voice came out. Don't recognize him. Izuku made a mental note to look into the staff of UA before going in for the exam. He'd need to figure out who had connections to Chimera, if any, and a list of people he could hopefully avoid. Didn't think so. Hopefully he'll like you, Toshinori said. He coughed. Hopefully you'll like him. Izuku hummed. He looked at the distant sky. Sun's going down. It's getting late, Toshinori said. You don't take the train, do you? Izuku shook his head. He found his hoodie and slipped it over his head, then slung his bag over his shoulders. I'll walk home, Izuku said. He checked his phone. It was getting late, but so long as Izuku was back before anyone else noticed, he'd be fine. And the page of information he'd memorized would be enough to tide him over if he did get in trouble. Toshinori's brows knit together. Do you want me to accompany you home? His mouth tugged up in a half-smile the way it did when he was teasing. Maybe meet your mysterious father? Izuku flinched. All Might and the Dragon meeting? Or, better yet, Yagi Toshinori and Midoriya Hisashi, bitter enemies blissfully unaware of the other's identity and humoring Izuku. Izuku didn't know if he wanted to laugh or puke at the thought of the three of them having tea, much less existing in the same room. My boy! Toshinori had gone back to being concerned. I apologize, I shouldn't have dash. No, I mean it's okay, Izuku said in a rush, holding his hands out. It's not he. Shut up, stop talking, don't say another word. You've said too much, you've implied too much. Toshinori smiled encouragingly, and Izuku felt sick. He had to think, or else Toshinori would suspect. All Might or not. He doesn't know about, Izuku said, fumbling with a response. Deep breath. My father doesn't approve of me being a hero. I mean, I think I told you that. He's a businessman. Yeah, a businessman. That was the worst lie Izuku had spit out in a while. A businessman? What did Hisashi sell barbecue? Oh, Toshinori said finally. I didn't know. I'm not sure I've heard the name before. You wouldn't have, Izuku said, heart hammering in his chest. It's a little bit, quieter, one of those ones. Oops. Toshinori's eyes lit with understanding. I see, he boomed, and Izuku glanced around out of habit and found no one around. Izuku tried for a reassuring smile. It felt more like he was stretching his face thin, but it seemed to help. Well, it's about time to part ways, my boy. Izuku's heart sunk in his chest. Now that he wasn't spitting lies, he could spot fondness in Toshinori's tone. Could look at his face and see someone who cared. There in his drawn eyebrows, in the crinkle by his eyes, in a soft smile Izuku was sure Hisashi had never given him. He didn't want to leave. Toshinori mistook his hesitation. Young Akatani, he started, but Izuku couldn't look at him without bursting into tears. A hand settled on his shoulder. Mikumi. Izuku flicked his gaze up. Regardless of what your father thinks, Toshinori said gently, I think you will be a great hero. Have hope. One day, he'll see what I see in you. Thank you, Izuku whispered. His eyes burned as Toshinori squeezed his shoulder and then drew him into a loose hug. He couldn't find the courage to say that was exactly what he was afraid of. Flare signal. Chapter 5. Is this really the only way to do this? Can't you drink your blood or something? Izuku was staring cross-eyed at the piece of hair being offered to him. It was nice, he supposed, if one excluded the fact that Toshinori actually expected him to put it in his mouth. And eat it. Toshinori looked vaguely uncomfortable with that thought. Don't make this weird. Izuku squawked. Don't make this weird? This is already weird. Toshinori sighed. Don't make this weirder than it has to be then. I'm eating your hair. It's the fastest way for you to ingest my DNA. One for all will take a while to appear in your system, which is why it's so early. Just do it. Just eat it, Izuku mimicked half-heartedly. Begrudgingly, he plucked the strand of hair from Toshinori's fingers. Before he could regret it, he stuck it in his mouth and swallowed hard. That was awful, he gagged after it had gone down. I still think blood would have been better. No matter, Toshinori said, suddenly cheerful. It's done. You carry within you now one for all, passed down from hero to hero. It's ninth wielder. He was smiling widely. Izuku still felt like there was hair between his teeth even though there wasn't, but he tried to match Toshinori's smile. So, see you later? Toshinori had told him one for all would take at least an hour before Izuku would be able to use it, if not longer. They'd scheduled to meet again in a while so Izuku could test it out, which made him incredibly nervous. He suddenly realized he was carrying within him a power that was both vast and ancient. A power that had started before him and would last long after him. Izuku shivered. Toshinori coughed into his hand. Just, do be careful, don't try to smash anything without me. Izuku said, okay. With an hour to kill, Izuku went on his next mission, shopping. They were still 2 months out from the UA entrance exams, and Izuku found his life in a constant flurry of activity. He'd finally finished cleaning up Dagoba Beach the week before. It had been an emotional moment, staring across the expanse of sand and realizing he'd finally done it. To know that 10 months ago, he hadn't even known where to start. Now, Izuku could lift and carry things with ease. The two had strolled along a short length of the beach and marveled at the feeling of soft sand under their feet. The thought made him smile still. Bone Stealer had increased their own training. It wasn't over yet, but Izuku was proud of himself. He'd gotten faster and stronger. Though Bone Stealer's experience and quirk made them a tough opponent to face, Izuku had learned to hold his own. Compared to the average hero's studies student or civilian, Izuku figured his fighting was leagues ahead, even if his quirk wasn't. Izuku walked to the nearest set of stores and began his journey. He really needed new clothes, he'd grown out of his old ones. It was easy to pick out plain, unassuming clothes. Plain colored shirts and pants, mostly black and gray. Then Izuku plucked off a few graphic shirts, admiring the design of them and the bright colors. He wouldn't have normally worn red or blue or yellow as much as he liked them, but preparing to re-enter the world meant he needed them. Then Izuku looked for a few other pieces. U8:23 a.m. Should I get a suit? Silver 8:25 a.m. You woke me up to ask me if you should get a suit. Silver 8:26 a.m. Why do you need a suit? U8:30 a.m. Look, I don't know. Silver 8:31 a.m. So don't get one. Silver 8:31 a.m. I'm going back to sleep. She didn't respond to any of his texts after that, so Izuku thought she really was ignoring him and had crawled back under the covers. Typical. Izuku didn't end up getting a suit. He wasn't sure when he'd wear it, after all, but he did pick up a dark, thin blazer. A few other, various articles of clothing Izuku thought he might need. Then he lugged all the bags back to the base, dumping clothing item after clothing item on his bed. Then he took out the set of supplies he'd pilfered from Silver and got to work. After an hour, Izuku wasn't sure he felt any different. He decided to try activating his own quirk and found it heeded his call easily and without issue. He stood in the cramped bathroom and practiced changing his appearance. It was something Silver had suggested after he'd almost been caught a while ago trying to break into a hero agency. Izuku had the same idea in the past, but he'd never tried it. Now, with a bit of practice, Izuku was getting better at it. He tugged on a thread of power running warm through him. In a moment, Izuku's appearance began to shift slightly. His hair grew slightly longer and began to turn lighter, more of a brown color than black. Izuku blinked, and then when he peered closer, he saw blue eyes looking back at him. Changing his appearance had a few limitations. Small things like hair and eye color were easy to cover. Changing his face shape took a little more concentration, which meant it wasn't sustainable for very long. Making himself shorter or taller wasn't an option at all. He'd have to recreate his entire face and body, way too difficult for him. Still, the trick was useful. It wouldn't last long, even though the illusion was mostly low effort. But it was good for getting lost in a crowd, or subtly becoming a different person when he needed. Izuku let the illusion disappear after admiring himself for a moment. He'd gotten better at the finer points of his control, though there was a ways to go. He shut his eyes and tried again, reaching for that place deep inside of him where his quirk seemed to rest. But Izuku reached past it, going deeper, and then found something only describable as bright. The power ripped as Izuku touched it, then enveloped him. Izuku panicked and pulled back. His eyes flew open as he gasped. He'd felt that he really had one for all, then. No going back. It had felt endless. Izuku thought it was a little like being on a raft in the middle of the ocean, water on all sides and no land in sight. Caught in between sea and sky, the edges of the two blurring together. He texted Toshinori with shaking hands. You 10:13 a.m. 14. Want to meet? 14. Toshinori 10:14 a.m. Absolutely. Izuku headed back to the beach, heart thrumming in his chest. He had one for all. He had one for all. I want you to try using one for all, Toshinori said. Call it to you. Clench your butt cheeks, and from inside your heart, yell smash. Toshinori looked so serious that Izuku believed him, though he wasn't sure about feeling it in his heart, clenching his butt cheeks, or shouting smash. Or just using one for all in general. What if something went wrong? Izuku knew it was going to go wrong with his luck. He was going to try using it and then not have a grasp on it at all, and then Izuku was just going to look pathetic. Maybe he wasn't ready like Toshinori thought, and he'd call up one for all and explode into a billion pieces. One more thing, Toshinori said. He looked sheepish, scratching his neck. It may have some side effects on your body. His anxiety jumped. Side effects? I can't be sure, Toshinori explained, but it's possible. I think you're ready, but the power may be a bit much. Okay, Izuku replied, voice 1 octave higher. I won't explode though, right? The beat. Right. Well, you shouldn't. Izuku swallowed, balling his hand into a fist and holding it out in front of him. That's really reassuring. Toshinori smiled encouragingly. Go on. Izuku took a deep breath and found one for all waiting for him. Warmth curled around the pit of his stomach and then spread outwards. He leapt, feeling the full force of his quirk run through him, and brought his fist down, yelling. Pure light. It wasn't just like an ocean, like the first time. It was a massive tidal wave of pure power, a terrible pulsing storm that swallowed Izuku whole. It was like nothing Izuku had felt before, like nothing he could describe. It was whole, surrounding. It was in every inch of him. It sparked, like lightning, like electricity, like a raging fire. Izuku felt like he'd gone blind as one for all consumed him. Then pain splintered up his arm. It started, lancing through his fingers, then shot up the bone, white hot. Mikumi! Izuku came back to himself. He'd landed instinctively and was crouched in the sand, curling around his arm. Toshinori materialized next to him, kneeling and looking concerned. Izuku lifted his head slowly. Ow. Toshinori's face looked pale. I was afraid. Can you walk? He took a moment to center himself. It was a broken arm. A really badly broken arm, but it was a broken arm. Izuku had had worse. Izuku stood up slowly. Yeah, he said, and let his arm flop uselessly to the side. I'm good, but maybe I could use some first aid. He didn't dare look too closely at it. He could see a terrible discoloration out of the corner of his eye, and the little moment he'd had cradling his arm was more than enough. Right, Toshinori said. He looked at the car he had parked and then seemed to reconsider. Hold on. Izuku blinked, and All Might was there. He scooped Izuku in his arms and then the two were off, bounding from building to building until they arrived at their destination. Whoa, Izuku whispered, forgetting his pain for a moment. It was beautiful, tall, glistening buildings that were carefully constructed. The best Hero Academy Japan had to offer. Despite his protests, All Might carried him through the building. Izuku craned his neck, trying to get a better glimpse of his surroundings as they passed classroom after classroom. Izuku was set down after they reached a section labeled Infirmary. All Might disappeared, smoke coming off his body as he shed his hero form. He put a hand on Izuku's shoulder and steered him forward, looking cautious as he peered into the room. Chio? Toshinori, is that you? If you've done something stupid. An older woman appeared, dressed in a nurse's uniform. But Izuku recognized her immediately. Recovery girl? Recovery girl squinted at him for a moment, then turned to look at Toshinori. That's me. And I was right, you really did do something stupid. Toshinori was cringing. He looked like he wanted to slip out the door, but he remained where he was. This is my successor, he said, and Izuku felt warmth pool in his stomach when he heard the pride in Toshinori's voice. But, we have a problem. Recovery Girl crossed her arms over her chest. Yes, we do. She clucked her tongue, looking over Izuku once and pointing at one of the beds. Go sit. Ah, Chio. Yes, yes, Recovery Girl grumbled. She fixed an exasperated eye on Izuku. Don't worry, this'll only take a moment and you'll be good as new. My quirk will heal your arm, but it'll use your stamina, so don't be too concerned if you start feeling tired afterwards. Okay. He didn't have much of an idea what to say. Recovery Girl seemed satisfied and took his arm gently, lifting it. Then she pressed a kiss to his knuckles. Izuku was drained immediately. Recovery Girl caught him and made him lie down, telling him to rest quietly for a moment. He hummed in acknowledgement, the pain in his arm gone and an exhaustion settling over him. Recovery Girl drew the curtain partially around his bed and reached for her cane. She stalked to a nervously waiting Toshinori. Don't look at me like that. He'll be fine. Toshinori glanced over at Izuku, and his face softened slightly. Good, good. I'm not through with you. Izuku lost sight of the two as they shuffled somewhere deeper in the infirmary, but he could hear them. There was an impact sound, and Izuku, through his haze, winced. She'd hit him, it seemed, and none too gently either. He winced in sympathy. There were some quiet words Izuku missed as he zoned out. A fool? Trying to get that boy hurt? No, of course not. That quirk is too powerful. I thought perhaps that he could handle it? You may very well have taken easily to it, but you are not the same person as him. You better not. The voices drifted out of focus again, becoming too quiet and unintelligible. Izuku stared at the strip of sunlight over the curtain, blinking at it slowly. The soft hum of machinery and rhythm of the distant conversation was soothing. He'd close his eyes for a minute, just a minute. The next time Izuku woke, the sunlight from the window had turned brighter and lit the entire room with brightness. It took him a few seconds to remember where he was and to relax back into the bed. Then, when Izuku felt ready, he pushed himself up into a sitting position. There was no one in his immediate vicinity. Izuku frowned, looking around. His phone was on the table beside him, so he grabbed it, checking for updates. No messages, but he'd gotten a news bite about an interview with Endeavor. Izuku clicked lazily through it and then sat for a moment. He was just swinging his legs over the side of the bed when the infirmary door swung open. Good, you're awake. Rest well? Izuku stared at Recovery Girl's uniform, not daring to look at her face, and nodded. Toshinori's eating, if you're wondering. I kicked him out. He worries too much. At least he does, Izuku mumbled. Recovery Girl didn't seem to have heard him, which was good. She set down a tray of food Izuku had just noticed and then crossed the room to stand in front of him. Izuku was checked over for any issues and then given the all-clear. Recovery Girl did scold him. Do you sleep? Yes? She crossed her arms. Obviously not enough. You slept for longer than I expected. Oh. Yes. Get some rest when you return home. Understand? Yes, Recovery Girl. She shoved a tray at him, a simple bowl of porridge, and watched him with a close eye until it was all gone. Then she took it away and steered him out of the infirmary with strict instructions that she wasn't going to see him for at least another week. I don't expect it to be longer, Recovery Girl told him. I don't have that much hope for him. We'll see about you. Off you get, go on. Izuku was dumped into what looked like the UA teacher's lounge, blinking confusedly before Toshinori appeared, looking relieved. You're all right? Izuku stretched his arm out in front of him. It felt fine, like he hadn't even broken it, and it looked okay, too. Good as new, Izuku said, peeking up at Toshinori. Well, good, Toshinori said. He looked a bit awkward or maybe ashamed. Izuku wasn't sure which. My boy. Toshinori seemed to be stumbling over his words, which was rare and usually more Izuku's job than anything. I wanted to, apologize, he said finally, for not better preparing you. Well, Izuku interrupted, holding out his hands. I mean, it's not like we really could know, what would, you know. I thought it would be a possibility. No. They were interrupted by a less than happy voice. Will you be quiet? Izuku stopped mid-sentence, looking around for the source of the voice. Toshinori cringed, but gestured towards the ground. Izuku looked down, confused, and saw he wasn't quite sure what he was looking at, if he was being honest. It looked like a giant, yellow caterpillar of some kind. It was a lot less cute magnified by 1,000 times, Izuku decided. Then the caterpillar rolled over and there was a zipping sound. A face appeared from what Izuku realized was not a caterpillar and was, in fact, a sleeping bag. If you're going to argue, the man said, voice monotone, or whatever you were doing, go do it somewhere else. Apologies, Aizawa. Aizawa? Izuku knew that name. Aizawa. He hadn't recognized the pro-hero. He was hard-pressed to think he could recognize anyone if they were wrapped up like that. But now that Toshinori had put a name to the face, it clicked. Izuku backpedaled immediately, looking for the nearest exit. He didn't need to be here. The risk that Eraserhead would recognize him was fairly low, but Izuku didn't want to take any chances. Eraserhead's gaze shifted past Toshinori and landed on Izuku. He froze. And who are you? You're not one of my students. He will be. Izuku bared his teeth in what he hoped was a smile. Then Toshinori stopped Izuku from bolting out the door and pushed him forward a little. This is Akatani, my protege. Young Akatani, this is Aizawa, Class 1A homeroom teacher. Izuku nodded silently. He didn't want to be here. Eraserhead, for his part, looked like he didn't want to be here either. The best thing to do would be to leave, and everyone would be happy. Your protege? A hand emerged from the sleeping bag to wrap around a silver zipper. Eraserhead began to pull it back upwards. Doesn't look very impressive. Toshinori sighed. Aizawa dash. Good night, Eraserhead said, and disappeared into the bright yellow sleeping bag. Toshinori closed his mouth, turning to Izuku with an apologetic look. Without speaking, the two turned and left quietly. It was only until the door had shut behind them that Toshinori spoke. Sorry about that. He can be tough, but he has a good heart. It was almost comical to Izuku, comparing the Eraserhead he remembered to the one he'd just seen. The pro-hero was much different on and off duty, he supposed. Eraserhead had looked at him with such a sense of disinterest that it was strange to see. Izuku hadn't been recognized at all, a realization that made him nearly giddy with relief. A kid? Right? Izuku said. He blew out a breath and nodded. Hey, where's the bathroom? Toshinori pointed out the nearest one, and Izuku nodded his thanks, darting around a corner and then slowing. He checked his phone for the time and then passed the bathroom completely, heart beginning to pound. He'd have 3 minutes. Maybe 4. Eraserhead was here, though asleep, and so was Recovery Girl. That meant there had to be others. Staff, teachers, maybe the principal. He had to be careful, then. A wandering, lone teen could be labeled a threat at worst and a trespasser at best, now that he'd left Toshinori. His stomach twisted with guilt, but Izuku clamped his teeth down. There was no time for that. He wove through the nearest halls, exploring where the exit points were and the subtle presence of security within the school. Izuku held his phone loosely under his shirt, angling so it was mostly hidden, but made sure it was free to record as he roved about. There was a map pasted on one of the walls Izuku made sure to take a picture of. A fire evacuation map, standard for schools and perfect for, spies. When time was up, Izuku glanced around the silent school and slipped back in the direction of the bathroom. He kept close to the wall, ready to activate his quirk if necessary, but no one seemed to be around. Finally, Izuku was back where he started. He strolled back casually to where Toshinori was waiting, phone in hand as he typed. Ah, there you are, Toshinori said. His face flashed from concerned to something more pleasant. I was beginning to think you'd gotten lost. Maybe a little, Izuku said lightly. He nodded at Toshinori's phone. Something come up? Toshinori's face pinched, though he was trying not to show it. Ah, just an update on an issue with a friend, he said. I've been helping him with a case, that's all. Izuku knew Toshinori wouldn't budge even if he pushed, so he let the subject drop. A case? Your friend's a policeman, then? Detective, Toshinori said, then hummed thoughtfully. Good friend. Maybe I'll introduce you sometime. I think you'd find his quirk interesting. Don't tempt me, Izuku said. I'll escort you out, Toshinori continued, looking put out. I'm sorry we couldn't spend a little more time together today. I'll have to go, of course, and for what happened. No, no, Izuku said, forcing a smile on his face. You should go. You've got other responsibilities outside of me. I'll be fine. Still, Toshinori protested, but he was looking more and more distracted by the second. His phone pinged. He glanced at it, a muscle jumping in his jaw when he read the message. Let's go, Izuku said, heading in the direction where he thought the exit was. They walked together in silence and stopped outside by the gates of UA. This is where I have to leave you, Toshinori said apologetically. He glanced around, making sure the coast was clear and transformed. I'll be seeing you then. Right. All Might turned his gaze to the sky for a moment, no doubt planning his future route. Then he looked back at Izuku. Maybe I should go, Izuku said, waving a hand. You've got more important things to do. Don't worry so much. I'll just head home. Do you go? Izuku insisted. I can get home from here. I'll see you tomorrow or something. All right, All Might said finally. I'm sorry. Don't use your quirk without me. Be careful, all right? I'm not sure. Izuku rolled his eyes. Yeah. No plans on doing that. I promise I'm fine. Just go already. All Might dipped his head, and Izuku bowed back. Well, goodbye then. Hey, All Might, Izuku said before he could stop himself. All Might paused on the sidewalk. You be careful too. All Might smiled. There's no need to fear for me. The hero was still smiling as he bounded away, leaping into the sky and becoming nothing more than a passing blur. Izuku watched him go, then turned to look at you, glittering in the sun. Soon, he whispered to himself, fist clenching in his pocket. Then he turned on his heel and walked away. Flare signal. Chapter 6. Izuku didn't see Toshinori the day after he'd been contacted by his detective friend. Izuku figured he was probably off doing important hero work, a mission of sorts. He was saving people or busting some villains, fighting crime. All the things Izuku admired. Still, it made Izuku feel incredibly lonely. It wasn't like Toshinori hadn't done this sort of thing before, or that Izuku wasn't used to the quiet. But it made him feel restless, like there was an itch he couldn't scratch. It didn't help that Chimera had made themselves scarce. Hisashi gave him a set of short, vague instructions before he seemed to disappear off again. Keep looking into UA and All Might, if you can. Maybe scout out some potential applicants. Hisashi clapped a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Don't do anything rash and don't assume we aren't watching if we're not present. Silver will be with us, if you're wondering. I'll see you soon. Hisashi huffed, smoke curling between a set of sharp teeth. Okay, Izuku said. But I left you some money. Take care of yourself. Okay, Izuku muttered, not like you do a very good job yourself. Hisashi didn't react. Just He tipped his head. Izuku. Dragon, Izuku returned. Izuku was always stuck watching people leave these days, it seemed. Toshinori had been scant. Hisashi and the rest of Chimera were leaving for a few days. Izuku thought he'd enjoy the freedom. There was no training, no one pestering him about getting into UA, besides himself, of course, and no hero-villain mess. It ended up being worse than he thought. With nothing to distract him, Izuku found his own thoughts driving him insane. He constantly worried, and he found himself floundering with nothing to fill his time. He wasn't used to this. He didn't like it. When 3 days had passed since he'd last seen Toshinori and 2 since Chimera, Izuku was ready to break something in frustration. He stopped himself from doing too much destruction, though, afraid he'd lose control of One for All and break his arm again. And maybe a wall. Yesterday 3:14 p.m. Don't respond if you're busy. Things okay? There'd been no response to his text, and it hadn't even been read. Izuku hovered over the chat with Toshinori for a moment. 8:01 a.m. draft. Haven't heard from you in a while. I'm worried. He erased it, thinking he'd crossed a line, and tried again. 8:03 a.m. draft. Wanted to check. Izuku made a frustrated noise and gave up. He shoved his phone in his pocket and resolved to get some fresh air. Maybe it'd take his mind off of everything. A jog was nice. Usually, Izuku would jog to meet Toshinori at Dagoba, but today he let his feet carry him unconsciously. Music pulsed in his ears courtesy of the local radio station. Izuku lost himself to the rhythm of his footsteps and the rise and fall of his chest. He focused on breathing and flew past people on the street, ducking and weaving. Jogged from block to block and street to street until his legs were aching and his shirt was sticky from sweat. He slowed to a walk, feeling his heart thunder in his chest. Izuku let his body cool down, stretching his arms over his head. The knot of worry that he'd been carrying around had loosened, not completely gone, but he felt a lot less stressed than before. When Izuku thought he could, he stepped out of the way of pedestrians to take a deep breath. I should do this more often, he told himself. The burn of exercise was nice, and there was something awfully comforting about going on a run. Izuku took a look around, not sure where he'd lead himself to. He walked around, trying to pick out landmarks. Izuku had jogged to a residential neighborhood. There was a park nearby where kids were running and playing, shrieks of laughter in the air. It all looked strangely familiar, like Izuku had seen it before. A dream he couldn't quite remember. Izuku headed towards the activity. He got closer and found kids chasing each other around a playground. Beyond that was a small park filled with trees that looked pleasant, but nothing particularly special to note. Some older teens, about Izuku's age and older, were playing a hard game of basketball. They flew back and forth across the court, exploding with noise. As Izuku drew closer, he saw the game stop as the two teams blew into a heated argument. The root of it looked to be someone about Izuku's age. From a distance, Izuku couldn't tell who it was, but he seemed to be upset. He grabbed his opponent's shirt before he was pulled off by his friends. The teen shouted something in the direction of the other team and then stormed off in Izuku's direction. He caught sight of Izuku standing there, dumbfounded and not quite sure where to go, and seemed to get angry. Then he was close enough for Izuku to catch sight of his face, and well, shit. It was Kaken. Of course it was Kaken. Izuku started backpedaling immediately and almost face-planted into the grass. Kaken narrowed his eyes. What are you looking at, he yelled across the park. Gotta go. Izuku yelled back. It was so nervous it was nothing more than a mess of words as Izuku stumbled back. Then Kaken seemed to have put something together. He advanced, hands crackling. Hey, aren't you that foo? Izuku screeched in response, turned tail, and ran as fast as he could in the other direction. He ran until he'd left Kaken's sight and knew Kaken wouldn't bother pursuing him. He'd probably turn around and go yell at his basketball friends. Izuku felt almost bad. That was close, Izuku murmured, leaning against a tree. I'm never doing that again. It was inevitable that he'd run into Kaken. Of course, this had just been plain bad luck, but Kaken was definitely applying to UA. He was going to force his way in with sheer willpower and spite, with a powerful quirk to boot. Izuku personally didn't really have a choice. He had to go to UA. That meant they'd probably run into each other. The thought occurred suddenly to Izuku that they'd probably be in the same hero class. Careful, careful. Izuku hissed out a breath between his teeth. He'd been so careful. Toshinori expected nothing, and to be honest, Izuku knew he wasn't always the most perceptive of people. He made up for it in enthusiasm and heart, though, which Izuku appreciated. Kaken was a different story. He was attentive. If you caught his attention, he'd watch you like a hawk, friend or foe. He was a sheer force, unrelenting and unyielding. Careful, careful. And, from the look on his face as he'd stormed towards Izuku and recognized him, he'd already marked Izuku as competition. For saving him that day with the sludge villain. It was better, Izuku decided, than being recognized as, well, himself. Far better. He sat down by the tree and dug his fingers into the soft grass. Then Izuku began to pick up strands of grass, peeling them apart methodically as he thought. The only thing for Izuku to do was stay alert. Stay wary, and not get too close. Easier said than done. He and Kaken were childhood friends. They'd grown up together, played together, shared albeit through some thinly veiled insults here and there the same hopes and dreams. One wrong move, and Izuku would be through. Everything he'd built, gone. Nope, Izuku said, shoving his thoughts down before they went too far. Not thinking about it. That's a problem for later. Nope, no. Izuku worried at his lip and then forced himself to let it go. It would be fine. He'd figure something out, he reassured himself, and he would be careful. He hadn't seen Kaken since the day with the sludge villain, close to a year ago now. Before that, Izuku's brows drew together as he tried to remember. He sifted through his memories, trying to think, but he couldn't seem to find what he was looking for. Before that, he hadn't seen Kaken since. Izuku took a deep breath, trying to settle his racing heart. He closed his eyes. There was the last day with Mom, standing in the doorway as she'd given him the box of All Might figures. And before that, yes, Izuku remembered, it had been the day before. He'd gone over to Kaken's house after school to tell Kaken that they wouldn't see each other for a week. "You can still text me though," Izuku said, scuffing at the floor in a nervous habit even though he knew Auntie Mitsuki wouldn't like it. "And it's only a week anyway, Kaken." Kaken had thrown himself onto his bed, looking upset. "I don't get why you're FNG going with him, Deku." "Kaken, I have to give him a chance. Maybe he'll." Kaken snarled at the ceiling. "Your deadbeat dad? Showing up begging to play family after he ditched you and Auntie 8 years ago? I forgot how stupid you are." "Kaken. You better not FNG text me, idiot." Izuku smiled, bouncing on his feet a little. "I'll call." That's not what I'm." "It'll be good, I think." He's trying." Izuku quieted. "But he's been weird about the hero stuff." "Hero stuff? You better not be considering giving that up." "Well, no, I don't know. He said he wanted to introduce me to the family business." "Lame," Kaken scoffed. "Don't you dare give up, Deku. I can't beat you that way." "Okay," Izuku said, just to placate him. Kaken huffed. He crossed his arms over his chest and glared at the ceiling like it was a face he wanted to punch in. Then he sat up to pin Izuku with a look. "Your heart's too soft, then. Don't let him get away with sheet, got it?" "Okay, Kaken. Only I get to mess with you." "Okay, Kaken," Izuku said, biting back a smile. "If anything happens, I'm going to beat you up first. Then him." "Okay, Kaken." This time, he couldn't stop from smiling, and Kaken glowered at him. "The hell are you smiling for? You're a good friend, that's all." Kaken scoffed, but there was a glint in his eye as he looked sideways at Izuku. Then he turned solemn. "I meant what I said, Deku." "That okay?" "Kaken." "I know." Kaken reached over to throw a pillow at him. Izuku dodged easily, laughing. "I don't get to see your stupid face for a week." "Finally," Kaken declared, throwing another pillow at him. Izuku yelled and charged back with the one he'd scooped up off the floor, aiming downwards. I don't get to see your face for a week," Izuku countered, and Kaken hit him in the face with his pillow. "Shut up, Deku." Izuku went home that day with a bright smile on his face, thinking that he'd miss Kaken but that it wouldn't be so bad. It was only a week like he'd said, they'd call each other, and Izuku knew if anything went wrong he could call Kaken for backup to defuse the situation. Well, Izuku thought. He laughed out loud. Maybe defuse was the wrong word for Kaken. He wasn't the type to defuse anything. He briefly thought about going back to see Kaken again. A brief second where Izuku imagined telling him everything, maybe using his quirk to change his appearance back to what he really looked like, maybe telling Kaken something only the two of them knew. Like the time Kaken had accidentally exploded the leg off of one of the classroom desks, and he and their group of friends had frantically retaped it back as well as they could. 20 minutes later, when class had restarted, the table had gone down in a crash. Kaken, of course, hadn't been punished, since there wasn't really any evidence. Everyone had immediately turned to stare at him expectantly, though. Maybe that would be the wrong thing to tell Kaken after close to 3 years of not seeing him. Izuku would get his face blown up or something. Izuku went back to daydreaming, but he was interrupted by the buzz and chime of his phone. He wasted no time checking it, eager for an update from anyone. Silver 9:48 a.m. Business finished. Silver 9:50 a.m. Wasn't sure if I should tell you this, but... Silver 9:50 a.m. Never mind. You 9:51 a.m. What happened? Silver 9:52 a.m. Don't freak. Got myself a little scratched up. You 9:52 a.m. Silver. Silver 9:53 a.m. Yeah. The text had barely come through from Silver before Izuku was calling her. Hey, Izuku. What the hell? Izuku bit out, his voice a fraction too loud. It was a lucky shot. We weren't as prepared as we would have liked. Hisashi got mixed up in it too. Izuku held no particular love for Hisashi, that was true. He'd much rather the two of them go back to the way things were, Hisashi out of the picture and Izuku happy without him in it. So Izuku didn't like the way his panic spiked or that he was panicking at all. Are you okay? Silver made a non-committal noise, then laughed. I'm fine, don't worry. The other guys came out worse. Oh, no laughing. Izuku said, I don't think I really believe you. Hisashi's going to be fine, by the way. If you were wondering. Too bad, I guess you would have liked the chance, huh? Izuku looked around him for people. He felt sick. I don't think I want him, but if I were you, I probably would. You with your bleeding heart. Well, maybe next time you want to come say hello. Izuku hadn't seen Silver in days. He'd missed her and she'd come back hurt. Yeah, I'm on my way. Do you need anything? A drink? Anyway, I know we haven't been around. Miss Guidance is calling. Oh, Hisashi wants to talk to you later, forgot to tell you. Gotta go. Bye. The phone cut off, signaling the end of the call. Izuku sighed, slumping. He massaged his temples. Izuku resolved to stay out as long as possible, avoiding all human contact. It didn't seem to be working out for him today, though that was all Izuku had wanted. If Silver was being truthful about Hisashi wanting to see Izuku, though, it was best to make sure he wasn't kept waiting. Izuku hauled himself to his feet, readjusted his clothing, and then ambled out of the park. He avoided the basketball court, hoping he'd miss Kaken by going the other way. It took a while to find his way back from the park, but Izuku did eventually. He let the long walk ground him and thought about what he'd say when he saw Hisashi again. Izuku visited Silver first. She was curled up in bed when Izuku arrived, knocking and then pushing the door in. Izuku! Silver raised her arms toward him, making grabbing motions at him when she saw him carrying a juice box. Hey, Izuku said, crossing to her bedside and handing her the drink. Are you okay? Getting closer, Izuku found that Silver looked rough. There were old bruises peppered along her cheek. She looked tired, like she hadn't slept. The injury she'd mentioned, though, was what Izuku assumed was a deep cut on her left leg, hidden by rounds of bandages. Silver SED at her juice box loudly. Better now. She reached over and shoved his shoulder. Lighten up. I'm fine. Izuku remained unconvinced, but he sighed. I'll come back later, he promised. I have to go see Hisashi. Silver nodded. He might be a bit grumpy, by the way. He's not happy at how our latest plans turned out. Izuku sighed, already halfway out the door. Great. He knocked on Hisashi's door and wasn't answered. The room was empty. Izuku tried the conference room next and found that empty, too. Eventually Izuku wound up in the little room by the stairwell, built to be a study with a small square window that looked out at the city. There you are, Hisashi said. He was seated in the chair by the window but turned to look when Izuku stepped in cautiously. You wanted to see me? I wanted to introduce you to someone, Hisashi said. Izuku jerked in surprise when a shadow along the wall detached itself and became human. Izuku, the stranger said. His voice was low and scratchy. Izuku disliked it immediately. Oh, Izuku said, before he could filter his thoughts. That's a lot of hands, huh? Izuku. Ha ha, the stranger mocked. Izuku shivered, taking an involuntary step back. You think you're funny, do you? Excuse me, Izuku stammered. I'm sorry. He lowered his eyes, taking in the villain at the same time. A set of hands clasped at the head, woven into light hair that obscured the face with another hand. Izuku thought he could see an eye peering out at him and quickly dropped his gaze lower. More hands, clasped at his arms, his chest, his neck. Izuku pressed his lips together. Still a lot of hands, he decided. Forgive him, Hisashi spoke up, and Izuku flushed. My son sometimes speaks without thinking. Obviously. Do I get to know your name? Izuku asked. Shigaraki, Hisashi answered before the stranger could. We've been working with him in the League of Villains for the past year. A memory drifted to the forefront of Izuku's mind. The friends? Hisashi tilted his head. If you'd prefer to call them that. Izuku leveled his gaze at Shigaraki, lining up the villain with the new information. This was who Chimera had chosen to work with, the person, it seemed, who had single-handedly launched Izuku into the worst predicament of his life. Or 14-handedly, if Izuku was counting right. Izuku bit down on his tongue and tried to keep his face neutral. You're the one interested in All Might, right? Shigaraki's hand, his real one, lifted from its place at his side to scratch his neck. All Might, he spat, and the disdain was clear in his voice. The way he said All Might's name made Izuku want to run. He forced himself to stay still inside, not giving anything away. Not a fan, huh? Izuku said. His voice shook just slightly, but Shigaraki caught it and smiled. I'm going to kill him, Shigaraki snarled, the #1 hero. What an idiot. Okay, Izuku said, like everything was totally fine. Cool. I'm going to kill him, Shigaraki repeated. Then they'll see. Everyone will see. Okay, you got a plan for that, or are you just winging it? Wrong thing to say. Shigaraki was in Izuku's face in an instant, grabbing the front of his shirt and hauling him just inches off the ground. Stop mocking me, he hissed. Red eyes shone from behind a gray hand. Now, Shigaraki, Hisashi said, voice smooth and calming. Hisashi stood, hand braced on the back of his armchair, but he didn't move from his spot. A warning not to hurt Izuku, but a stance that he wouldn't particularly stop Shigaraki if he did. Shigaraki ignored him. Brat. Shigaraki curled his hand around the front of Izuku's shirt and slowly and deliberately set his fingers down. Before Izuku could wonder why his fingers hadn't all been there in the first place, he found his answer clear as day. From under Shigaraki's fingertips, color leaked away like the change of the seasons. Izuku's shirt splintered into pieces like fallen leaves and then disappeared like winter had come, leaving exposed skin where the fabric had once been. Izuku hit the ground as Shigaraki let him go. Then, in a movement too fast for Izuku to follow, Shigaraki pressed two careful fingers under Izuku's collarbone, where the shirt had disintegrated and left his bare skin. Careful, Shigaraki murmured, withdrawing his hand after a moment of lingering terror. Then he took a step back. Behind him, something flickered across Hisashi's face before it settled into a cold detachment. He sat down again. Izuku stood with trembling legs as Shigaraki stepped back to where he'd been. Izuku thought his legs would give out from under him, but miraculously he managed to stay standing. The terror, though, Izuku figured was probably clear on his face. Shigaraki's quirk? It was clearly a threat, the way he'd pressed his fingers to Izuku's skin. He'd been waiting for fear to seep into Izuku's veins. Shigaraki had destroyed the shirt, just a shirt, nothing more than material and fabric. And yet Izuku knew the point had been made. It could have been him. Attending Yue, aren't you? Izuku nodded. Good, Shigaraki said, and actually, I do have to thank you for your work these past few months. You've been very helpful these past few months. I have. Izuku croaked. Shigaraki's eyes glinted. All Might won't be #1 for long, Shigaraki told Izuku, delight evident in his voice. A little longer, and you'll get to see him fall. You and I, at the heart of it. Are you done? Hisashi drawled. Smoke curled around his face. Shigaraki hummed, nodding at Izuku, I suppose. The League will need your assistance in the upcoming months, you're lucky. I think we have matters to discuss. He'd spoken the last question to Hisashi, turning his back on Izuku. A dismissal that Izuku was all too grateful for. Izuku beat a hasty retreat, bolting out the door and in the direction of his room. Once he was back, he made straight for the bathroom. His head spun wildly, but Izuku managed to take the few, stumbling steps to the toilet bowl. His throat burned as Izuku retched, forehead pressed to his arms. Izuku's vision blurred with tears. Then he retched again, until his stomach was empty, and sat back, gasping. His stomach lurched, and Izuku dove back to the toilet, but nothing came up. He reached blindly for a wad of tissues and wiped at his mouth, then flushed everything down. He couldn't seem to put his thoughts together. It was all a jumbled, whirling mess, a howling wind that Izuku couldn't escape no matter how he put his arms up to shield himself from it. Hisashi, the dragon, father and villain. Misguidance and Bone Stealer. Izuku could deal with them. He didn't know everything about them in Misguidance and Bone Stealer's cases. He knew very little, but he knew enough. Izuku could press his luck, knew which buttons to press and which to not, where he could get away with something. With Chimera, Izuku felt like he was looking at its members through a hazy smoke. He could make out their silhouettes, could see their edges, and now and then he'd catch a glimpse of their faces. Shigaraki, though? Seeing him now, tasting the dredges of his power, the way he'd spoken about All Might, it was terrifying. It was a completely unknown factor, an unpredictable variable. Izuku thought he'd seen his true face in the short conversation they'd had, and it scared him. Izuku didn't know the extent Shigaraki would go to in order to achieve his goals. Izuku had no idea what Shigaraki could do, what power he commanded. Unpredictable things, Izuku had learned, were dangerous. Uncontrollable things were worse. Izuku gagged again but kept it down, the taste of acid in his mouth. He sat there for what felt like hours, crying into the crook of his arm. When Izuku thought he had nothing left to give, he got slowly to his feet and wet a towel, wiping at his face. The bathroom was dark but lit enough that Izuku could make out his reflection in the mirror. Izuku gripped the edge of the counter and stared at himself for a moment, wondering what Toshinori saw in him, what Eraserhead saw in him, what Kaken would say if he looked at Izuku now. The truth was that Izuku didn't know. God, what had Kaken said? That day, before Izuku had left? Don't you FNG dare give up, Deku. I can't beat you that way. Izuku thought of Dagoba Beach and the piled mountains of trash he'd cleared away by himself. Progress. Progress and progress. Okay, Izuku whispered, filling his spine with steel. He lifted his chin and looked his reflection in the eye. You can't control Shigaraki. He can't control you. He clenched his fist, calling one for all to the surface for a brief moment. It washed over his skin like burning sunlight, then returned to its place deep inside of him. An ember hidden in the dark coal. If there was a way out, Izuku would find it. Already he'd seen cracks where the light seemed to be peeking through. It was only a matter of time before Izuku could claw his way into the bright day. Don't give up yet, Izuku told himself. He'd do the best he could as much as he could. Resolve was already beginning to fill him. Shigaraki stood waiting in Izuku's shadows with his mocking laugh and his red eyes, but Izuku shoved away his terror. No time to be scared, he decided, but the fear pulsed under Izuku's skin when he imagined Shigaraki's bony fingers dropping one by one, hand around Toshinori's neck. No, Izuku said, and saying it out loud made the words solid and real. Like it held some kind of power that silence could not, like it was tangible now, and Izuku could hold it and shape it and wield it. The fear that had dragged him under before receded slightly. Just enough for Izuku to get his head above the surface and breathe. And think. Shigaraki had created something with power to kill All Might. A weapon, perhaps, some powerful force or creature to rival All Might's strength. Izuku strode across his room to his bed and took his notebook from its hiding place under his mattress. He'd known of plans, as vague as they were, to defeat All Might. Izuku had known that since the beginning. He hadn't known about Shigaraki or his League of Villains, and he certainly hadn't known that Shigaraki wanted to kill All Might. Izuku ripped out the first few pages of his notebook, crumpling them up and tossing them in the direction of the trash can. They had All Might's weaknesses. Or some of them, at least, the little Izuku had given them, bits and breadcrumbs. They had power, they had connections, they had Izuku. Izuku, who could take apart heroes' pieces and pinpoint what made them click. How they worked. Izuku, who could pick apart heroes. Izuku, who could just as easily pick apart villains. There was nothing Izuku could do to stop Shigaraki or Chimera. Their plans, whatever they were, had already been set into motion. Izuku was along for the ride. On the fresh page of his notebook, Izuku wrote in large letters with a shaking hand. Shigaraki. Izuku stared at the name for a second. Under it, taking a deep breath, Izuku wrote the next part. Weaknesses. Flare signal. Chapter 7. Toshinori texted Izuku in the middle of the night. It was normally a time Izuku would have been asleep, but he'd stayed up to do some research. Then Izuku had gone down the rabbit hole that was hero analysis forums, and he hadn't slept yet. Buzz. Toshinori 3:49 a.m. But it was only a single word, but the fact that the text existed at all made Izuku leap up out of his chair in excitement. He read it again, though there was little to it, and ran a lap around his room, careful not to make noise lest he woke one of the others. It had been close to 2 weeks since Izuku had heard from Toshinori. After the first week, he'd kept tabs closely on the media for any sighting of All Might. The only articles that had come up were ones that, like Izuku, were speculating about All Might's absence. No one had been extremely worried, of course. He was Japan's greatest hero, for one, and heroes were often hidden from the public eye when going on missions. The rumors started as they always did. Maybe All Might was tracking down a dangerous criminal or busting a yakuza. Maybe All Might was visiting a secret family or taking care of an illegitimate son. Maybe All Might had decided to leave society to become a hermit, which Izuku had found screenshotted to show Toshinori later on. That Toshinori was back and Izuku hadn't heard anything on the news meant that Toshinori had texted Izuku first. The thought, with his screen like a rectangle of light in the dark, made a soft warmth curl in Izuku's chest. You 4 a.m. Is everything okay? Toshinori 4 a.m. Did I wake you? I'm sorry, I should have waited until morning. You 4:01 a.m. No, it's okay. You 4:02 a.m. Are you okay though? Toshinori 4:03 a.m. I'm okay. The case didn't go like we wanted, but no bad injuries on our part. Everyone came out okay, which is what matters. Izuku breathed a long sigh of relief he'd been holding for 2 weeks. You 4:06 a.m. I'm glad. You 4:10 a.m. Thank you for telling me. Toshinori 4:12 a.m. Go to sleep, Akatani. We can talk in the morning. I'll be here. Izuku clicked his desk lamp off and slipped into bed. Waited until he was under the covers, tucked away safely before he scrolled through the conversation again. Izuku reread it, short as it was, and found himself smiling when he drifted off to sleep. It was late when he woke up again, the sunlight already harsh through the window. Izuku sat up, realizing he'd fallen asleep with his phone in his hand, though it had fallen from his grip in the night. He rubbed at his face and suddenly remembered Toshinori had contacted him in the hazy hours of the early morning. He clicked his phone on but found it out of power, then lunged for his charging cable. Come on, Izuku said, staring as the phone lit up, charging symbol on screen. It'd be a few minutes before he could start it up, so Izuku took the time to wash up and get ready. The phone booted up easily when he got back. Izuku went straight to his messages, noting that it was already close to noon. He hadn't been woken by anyone, which hopefully meant that it was going to be a quiet day. No one needed him yet, it seemed. Toshinori had texted him, a simple good morning followed by a query if Izuku was free to meet. You 11:45 a.m. If you're not too tired or anything, we can meet another time. Toshinori 11:50 a.m. I'm fine. I'll introduce you to Naomasa, maybe. You 11:50 a.m. Naomasa? Toshinori 11:51 a.m. My detective friend. He's a human lie detector, if you will. You 11:53 a.m. Say what? You 11:53 a.m. You're introducing me. You 11:54 a.m. OMG, how does it work? You 11:54 a.m. draft. Can he detect all lies? What if you're only half lying? Toshinori 11:54 a.m. Ask him, not me. You 11:55 a.m. Sorry, I got really excited. When do you want to meet? They set up a time for afternoon tea. Izuku started the day off feeling cheerful, humming as he went to the room next door and knocked. It's open. Izuku peered in. Silver was spread out on her bed, reading a book. She smiled when she saw him. Finally woke up, huh? Izuku stifled a yawn. Yeah. Are the others here? Nah, they all left. Misguidance and Bone Stealer went off together for something, and Hisashi went to meet, well, Shigaraki? Silver raised an eyebrow. They told you. You didn't, Izuku pointed out, and Hisashi introduced me. Silver didn't look very sorry. She shrugged. I didn't think you needed to know. Or wanted to know. I guess, Izuku muttered. The mention of Shigaraki still made a chill run down his spine. Hey, what are you doing at night? I can hear you through the wall. Izuku winced. Sorry, am I being too loud? Silver shook her head. I was up to new project or something. Or something, Izuku replied, but it's a secret. Silver considered him for a moment. She and Misguidance had the same colored eyes, like dark pools Izuku found himself drowning in. He'd never noticed the similarity, but Misguidance had flecks of gold in her eyes. A side effect of her quirk, Silver had told him. I won't ask, she decided. How's prep for UA? Izuku groaned. I've trained more in the past few months than I have in my entire life. Ah, Bone Stealer treating you well? Izuku snorted. That's one way of putting it. They sat together for a little while before hunger called Izuku away. He drifted into the kitchen, going through the pantry for anything he could eat. Someone had brought bread. Izuku cooked an egg and folded 2 pieces of bread around it, eating it while sitting on the countertop. It wasn't a particularly filling breakfast or lunch, but it was enough to keep Izuku going. He suddenly found himself craving katsudon, just the way Mom made it. He'd tried a couple times to replicate it, but he'd never been able to get it right. After eating, Izuku checked in with Silver a last time before heading to the train station. He usually liked walking or jogging, but the tea shop Toshinori had selected was a bit far out. Izuku didn't like being late. Izuku stood close to the edge of the platform as the train rolled in. Smooth and quiet, it pulled to a stop and buffeted Izuku's hair back. He waited for a few people to get off and then squeezed in. He found a place to stand and held onto the railing. Someone bumped into him. Izuku managed to keep a hold of the railing, but he stumbled slightly. Oh, a girl said, brown eyes wide. I'm so sorry. Izuku shifted, uncomfortable. No, it's fine. No problem. The girl had large brown eyes set in a soft face, framed with shoulder-length brown hair. She looked kind, maybe excitable, right about Izuku's age. Where are you headed to? She asked. Afternoon tea, Izuku answered shortly. He swept his gaze away from her, trying to find another open space, but the train was packed with people. He didn't like this talking to strangers, having attention on him. The last time it had happened, Izuku had been made the successor of the #1 hero. With a friendly girl on the train? Izuku wasn't going to take any chances. It looked like he was out of luck, though. He sighed, counted to 3, looked at the girl's smile, and gave up. What about you? Izuku tried cautiously. The girl's face lit up. Headed to the library, she told him. I'm studying for the UA entrance exams. I'm applying? Yeah. I'm determined to get in. Me too. The girl's eyes widened. Really? Izuku was trying not to think about how close they were standing together or how invested she suddenly looked in the conversation. Izuku wasn't a conversationalist. The longer this lasted, the less Izuku would know what to say. Then he'd be reduced to stumbling over his words and a lot of nodding and yes and gee. Why yeah. That's so cool. Are you applying to the hero course too? He nodded. Hey, maybe we'll see each other in the entrance exams. It's less than 2 months away, huh? Crazy, right? I'm super nervous, but I'm sure we'll both make it. The train slowed. Izuku shifted easily, catching his balance, but the girl was caught off guard. Before he knew what he was doing, Izuku grabbed her arm, keeping her from sliding too far or falling. Sorry, he said, letting go immediately. No need to apologize, thanks. She smiled at him. Behind her, the doors hissed as they opened, and Izuku realized it was his stop. Oh, gotta go by, he said hastily, stepping around her. Hey, wait. Izuku stepped onto the platform but looked back, catching the girl's eyes. I'll see you in the hero course. The train doors shut. The girl reached up and grabbed a hanging strap, but she waved at him as the train pulled away from the stop. The last thing he caught of her was a smile, and feeling light, Izuku found himself smiling too. Tashinori and his detective friend were painfully easy to spot, standing outside on the curb waiting. Tashinori waved when he spotted Izuku, and Izuku waved back, crossing the road to reach them. "This is Akatani," Tashinori introduced, "and young Akatani, this is my friend, Detective Tsukachi." Lie detector, Izuku's mind supplied him before he could open his mouth. Instead he nodded and smiled. "Nice to meet you, detective," he said. Tsukachi smiled, taking Izuku's hand. "It's nice to meet you too." The three of them stepped inside, and in a blur, Izuku found himself seated with a cup of steaming tea in front of him. "Applying to UA, aren't you?" "That's the plan," Izuku said. His mind drifted briefly back to the girl he'd met on the train. Tsukachi smiled. "A good goal. Hero work wasn't quite for me, but you should have seen Tashinori." Tashinori, sitting to Izuku's right, choked. He flapped a hand in Tsukachi's face. "Nemesa, go on," Izuku invited. "I'm interested." "Neomesa." "Lighten up, old man," Tsukachi said, and Izuku muffled a shriek of laughter. Tashinori coughed, recovering to glare at his friend. "Old man? I'm not old." "All right," Tsukachi said placatingly, but Izuku thought he caught a wink directed at him. Tashinori frowned. "You're not old until you've reached Gran Torino's age. That's old. And look at how well he's doing." "Gran Torino?" The reactions of the two men were vastly different. Tsukachi looked faintly bemused. Tashinori looked like he wanted to melt through the ground. "He's a retired pro hero," Tsukachi said after a moment. "But you wouldn't know that being with him. Very energetic, that one." "Energetic, huh?" Tashinori gasped. "He's worse than Chio." Izuku filed the information away for later. Gran Torino, at the moment, looked like he'd be fun to hold a conversation with. Tsukachi patted Tashinori on the shoulder and nodded at Izuku. "You'll meet him one day," he said, glancing at Tashinori. "Actually, I bet you'll meet him relatively soon. With that quirk of yours, you know." Tashinori buried his head in his arms. "No." Izuku raised his eyebrows. "You know." "I know." "He knows," Tashinori said, voice muffled. "Tashinori here is actually quite bad at keeping secrets, if you didn't know. I'm surprised the whole world doesn't know everything about him." Izuku sipped at his tea and then pet his head. "So, your quirk?" He started. "Off he goes," Tashinori muttered. Izuku ignored him. "How does it work?" Izuku blurted. "Sorry, I'm really into quirk theory, see, and I've heard of lie detecting quirks, but they all work kind of differently. What counts as a lie? Is it, how accurate is it?" Tsukachi chuckled. He didn't seem thrown by Izuku's flurry of words, which was a nice change. Instead he only seemed pleasantly surprised. "I can tell when people lie," he started, resting his chin on his hand. "It's fairly accurate. My sister has a similar quirk, but hers is contact-based and more guesswork, since it's based on physical and sometimes visual cues. But my quirk categorizes what people say as truth or lies." "But isn't there a gray area? What if they're not outright lying? Or what if they're telling the truth, but it's not the whole truth? How does your quirk work then?" Tsukachi's eyes shone with the challenge. He was a detective. Like Izuku, he had to like thinking, had to like exploring and pushing at the boundaries constantly. Already Izuku felt like they were beginning to understand each other in a different way than him and Tashinori. Neither, of course, were bad things, but it was refreshing to find someone who asked and answered as many questions as Izuku did. Half-truths are harder to discern. Technicalities get muddy, but usually my quirk will mark them as truth if the lie is small, insignificant, or closer to the truth. Izuku was brimming with energy. "It's based on what people say, right? That's so useful. Is it hard to process?" "Sometimes." A waiter passed, offering a bowl of fortune cookies. Izuku took one, cracking it open as he thought. What about if someone believes something is true? He waved a hand, trying to explain himself. Like, I don't know if someone dies but the person you're talking to doesn't know that, And so they say that the other person is alive? Does that count as a lie? It's situational, but for the most part, no. My quirk marks it as true. Izuku mulled the thought over. Wow, he said finally, pretty cool. Tsukachi smiled gently. Izuku liked his smile. It was soft and kind, and from the hint of wrinkles around his eyes Izuku thought he smiled often. Thank you, he said, though I think we might have confused Toshinori over there. Izuku ducked his head, blushing. He'd almost forgotten about his mentor in his train of thought. So sorry, it was just so cool, he started. Toshinori snapped back into focus and laughed. You're excited, he said, so it's fine. Not personally something I find riveting, but I'm glad the two of you can find conversation in each other. I could go on forever, Izuku warned Tsukachi. He stuck half of the fortune cookie in his mouth. Just a heads up. You might regret it. I'd be glad for it, Tsukachi replied. Get a good fortune? Izuku plucked out the strip of paper, reading over the front before flipping it over. The man on the top of the mountain did not fall there, he read. Huh. Izuku stuck it in his pocket, saving it for later. He ate the other half of his fortune cookie. Interesting, Toshinori said. He cracked his own fortune cookie open. Enjoy the good luck a companion brings you. Think I will. Izuku's phone buzzed in his pocket. As Toshinori and Tsukachi slipped into an easy conversation, Izuku checked his phone. BS 2:31 p.m. Silver said you were out. Come back for a training session. BS 2:32 p.m. I've got a surprise. Uh-oh, Izuku murmured to himself. He didn't like surprises. Bone Stealer, on the other hand, loved surprises. Everything all right? Izuku hummed distractedly. He stood, chair scraping back. Sorry, I think I have to go. He bowed to his companions. Thank you for the tea. It was nice to meet you, Detective Tsukachi. Tsukachi stood and shook Izuku's hand. Likewise. Izuku dipped his head in Toshinori's direction. I'll see you, I guess. I'm glad you're all right. Then Izuku hurried away. A surprise training session. Izuku felt his body pulse in memory. He wasn't really looking forward to another training session with Bone Stealer. It'd be another brutal afternoon, he supposed. Despite his trepidation, Izuku wasted no time. He returned to the base and took the stairs down into the basement where Bone Stealer was waiting. At first, Izuku didn't see Bone Stealer at all. Instead, he found himself staring at a large hunk of twisted metal, light glinting off a dirty surface. He took a step back and tried to make sense of it. There was a panel and there, joints, a robot. Like it? Bone Stealer called. Izuku looked up, craning his neck. Bone Stealer was perched on the robot's head, kicking their legs back and forth in the air. They moved gracefully, leaping from part to part until they landed in front of Izuku. Sure. I did some research, see, Bone Stealer said. For their entrance exams, UA uses robots for the best simulation in the hero course. I don't know what kind specifically or how they work, but I figured they're all robots, right? In the end, they're all the same. Izuku wasn't sure that was completely true, but he thought he understood where Bone Stealer was going with it. The robot Bone Stealer had brought, found, salvaged, built, Izuku didn't know, was a little over 2 meters, twice Izuku's height. It stood close to the ceiling. It didn't look like anything Izuku imagined from UA. This one was slightly rusted, and though Izuku didn't know much about robotics, he thought it looked outdated. Vaguely humanoid, it was missing a hand, but otherwise it seemed operational. You're going to need to be able to take down one of these, Bone Stealer said. And you're going to need to be able to do it as fast as possible. For the next few weeks, we're going to work in maneuvering with and around it, what things to break, what parts you can use, and how to win. Izuku nodded slowly. He didn't always appreciate Bone Stealer's methods of training, but Izuku knew the next 2 weeks would be valuable in landing him a spot in the hero course. With a quirk like yours, at least for the exam, it's going to be useless, kid. Yeah. Izuku blew out a breath. I know. Illusions won't do shit against robots, Bone Stealer continued. Izuku nodded. He'd known that. Even if the robots could be tricked, Izuku wasn't sure he could concentrate on a full illusion while fighting at the same time. It wasn't practical. So, you're going to have to think fast. While they'd been talking, Bone Stealer had retreated to the corner of the room. It was the only warning Izuku got before the robot word. Pale yellow eyes lit up as the head turned and locked on its target. "Holy!" Izuku shouted, diving to the side. The robot slammed a massive fist down where Izuku had been, but quickly recovered. Izuku dodged, dancing around the robot. It was bigger than him. He wasn't strong enough to beat it through sheer strength alone, though Izuku figured he could if he used one for all. The arm came down again. Izuku skidded as the force sent him back, then threw himself forward. He clambered up the robot's arm. It shifted, trying to throw him off. Izuku screeched as he slid, scrabbling at smooth metal. He managed to catch his fingers in a groove and was left hanging. The robot swung around again. Izuku hooked his feet into the ridge of a plate and crawled onto its shoulder. A hand arced back. Izuku couldn't move in time, and giant metal fingers crushed his foot. A burning pain shot through him, but Izuku dragged himself out of reach, clinging to the robot's neck. Izuku gritted his teeth against the pain, wrapping his legs around the robot's neck to keep balance as he pulled a knife from the sheath at his waist. He worked the back panel off. Underneath the silvery metal was a mesh of colored wires and lights. He thought back, scraping together the little knowledge he had, and found himself going blank with how to disable it. Didn't matter, Izuku thought, catching a glimpse of Bone Stealer's face. He hissed. Then Izuku drove the knife into the wires. Something sparked, heat against his palm. Underneath him, the robot shuddered and slowed to a stop. "Not bad, kid," Bone Stealer called. Izuku carefully let himself down. When he landed, pain shot through his foot. Izuku crumpled, yelping. Bone Stealer studied Izuku as he wiped his eyes. "Take care of that," they said finally, nodding at his foot. "We'll be back tomorrow. Don't be late." Bone Stealer left him stunned. He'd expected them to demand for Izuku to get up and continue training. Instead, Izuku got up and limped over to the wall, slumping against it. He tested his weight on his bad foot and found it didn't look good. Still, after Izuku poked at it for a minute, he figured it wasn't broken. He limped his way back to his room and wrapped it in bandages, then found a bag of frozen waffles in the fridge to pop on top of it. Izuku went to get his phone and found his fingers touching something. Papery to the touch. It was the fortune from the fortune cookie. The man on top of the mountain did not fall there. Izuku considered it for a moment and took out his secret notebook. Carefully, he taped it on the inside of the front cover. There was something about the quote Izuku liked, though he wasn't sure what. Then he put his notebook away and turned to the various textbooks and papers scattered about his room. With nothing else to do, Izuku figured it was time to get back to work. UA was waiting. The sound like static. Garbled, unintelligible voices. Changing. Something's different. Different. It takes longer, now. Far longer than it should and far longer than it used to. Should we do anything? Footsteps. No, well, for now we wait and see. Chapter 8. By the month the UA entrance exams were to take place, Izuku had broken his arm 3 times. It wasn't like Izuku was trying. It hurt. It was inconvenient. It was totally not fun. It was lucky enough that Recovery Girl could fix it, but Izuku himself was not a particular fan of seeing her pinched, unimpressed face or being on the receiving end of a scolding. If there was one thing Toshinori feared, it was the wrath of a fed-up old woman. "You're not even a student yet," Recovery Girl had ranted, smacking the top of Izuku's head with a manila folder containing his personal files. "And the school year hasn't started. Why do you have to give me all this trouble?" "I'm sorry," Izuku mumbled. "I know it's not ideal." "Not ideal," Recovery Girl repeated, in that tone of voice that meant she was about ready to go off again. Toshinori recognized it too. "Chio," he interrupted. Evidently, it was the wrong thing to say. Recovery Girl whirled on Toshinori, directing her anger at him this time. "Don't get me started. He's just as reckless as you are. Where did you find this kid?" "We ran into each other," Izuku supplied, "and then fought a villain under a bridge." "Of course you did." Recovery Girl threw up her hands. "When you said you were looking for a successor, I thought you might someone who was a bit more a bit less, you. Neither Izuku nor Toshinori knew what to say to that, so instead they remained silent. Recovery Girl sighed, seeming to lose the fight. You're a good kid, she grumbled after a moment. She smacked Izuku again with the folder. But I'm not going to see you again until after you start, you understood? Izuku blinked back at her with wide eyes, marveling at how easily she talked about him being a UA student. Yeah? Izuku chirped. I mean it. I've gotten more gray hairs this month than I have the past 5 years. You're both terrible. Thanks, Chio. Recovery Girl hobbled back to her desk and waved the two of them off. I don't want to see you. Get out. See you later, Recovery Girl, Izuku said, waving with the hand she'd healed to make sure it was working properly. Thanks for the help. Way later, she called after them. That woman will be the death of me, Toshinori groused as they walked away. Actually, so will you. He stopped suddenly in the middle of the hall and put both hands on Izuku's shoulders. You cannot keep hurting yourself like this, he said quietly, and perhaps that speaks to my incompetence as a teacher? Don't say that, Izuku cut in sharply. That's not true. But we need to find a way for you to control one for all without hurting yourself. This can't last. Izuku stretched his hand out in front of him. Already, pale scarring marred it not particularly noticeable until he was looking closely, but it was there. No, he agreed, but I don't know how. Toshinori shifted into his hero form. The shadows on his face made him look even more serious. Don't worry. We'll figure it out together. All Might looked troubled. Maybe I should call. Are you two just going to stand in the hallway gossiping? Eraserhead shuffled down the hall. He wasn't in his sleeping bag this time, but Izuku thought he looked perpetually tired. The pro-hero swept a dull gaze over All Might and Izuku. His eyes lingered on Izuku for a moment. Do I know you? He said. Izuku's heart trembled in his chest. I mean, why you saw me last time? He clasped his hands together so they wouldn't shake. In the teacher's lounge. Eraserhead narrowed his eyes at Izuku. He said finally. He hadn't made the connection. Izuku let out a quiet sigh of relief. You look like someone but it wasn't clear. Maybe we just look similar, Izuku suggested, reaching up to tug at his black hair. He kept his appearance plain most of the time, just average, someone to pass on the street and not look twice at. Eraserhead seemed to mull over it for a second. It was the longest Izuku had seen him take interest in Izuku, which was a strange feeling. Then he dropped it. He said again, taking Izuku in one more time before turning his gaze to All Might. I have lessons to prepare. Move your talk somewhere else. Aizawa, All Might said. I actually wanted to ask for your help. Eraserhead's gaze flickered to Izuku. Want to ask for my help? All Might tried for a smile. Would it help if I say please? Eraserhead crossed his arms. You've got 30 seconds to convince me. All Might tipped his head in Izuku's direction. He needs help controlling the effects of his quirk. Your quirk lets you do things I can't. He's got potential, he just needs help. Eraserhead didn't look particularly convinced. In fact, he didn't look very convinced at all. Potential, he said. He frowned. You can't even control your own quirk? I'm a late bloomer, Izuku blurted, before All Might could edge in a word. Really late bloomer. So I don't really, it's not, yeah. Eraserhead narrowed his eyes. He pointed between the two of them. Why? We ran into each other, Izuku said, the same thing he'd told Recovery Girl. And fought a villain under a bridge. So yeah. Origin story. It's true, Izuku added defensively when All Might looked like he was about to protest. Eraserhead grumbled something under his breath. Then louder, we'll see. We'll see wasn't a hard no, which meant that Eraserhead was at least willing to give it a shot. Izuku bounced on his feet cheerily. All Might was right, it was hard for the two of them to figure out Izuku's problems, but in the meantime, Eraserhead could take away one for all if it got too dangerous. Am I allowed to be here? Izuku asked as they walked to a training area. Since I'm not actually a out of flow. The training area was huge. Izuku should have expected it. UA was only the best hero school, but Izuku spun in a slow circle, taking it in. There wasn't much, probably because the room wasn't in constant use. Izuku tried to imagine what kind of setups they could fill this place with. City simulations, maybe? A fight ring? With a mix of quirks and technology, Izuku knew the possibilities were endless. "You're fine," Eraserhead said briskly. He was already laying down a set of padded mats. Izuku appreciated it. If he was sparring, he'd probably be tossed like a doll. "You'll fight me," All Might said, sending Izuku a sheet-eating grin. Izuku gulped. "Why, you sure?" "Oh yes. Remember last time?" They'd sparred together a few times. Izuku, with his experience and training, had been good enough to at least stay on defense and landed a few hits in. The last time, though, Toshinori had encouraged Izuku to try summoning his new power and strength to block, instead of attack, and the next thing Izuku knew, he'd been punched straight into the ocean. All Might scratched his head. "Sorry about that." There was a large thwump as Eraserhead dropped the last practice mat onto the floor. He glared across at them. Izuku stripped off the light jacket he was wearing. All Might stalked across the mat and sent Izuku a predatory grin that would have made Izuku shiver if he hadn't known who the man was. He then flexed impressively. Eraserhead rolled his eyes. "This was not a good idea," Izuku whispered to himself. Usually it was just him and Toshinori, or him and Bone Stealer. Now they had an audience, and not only that, but the audience was Eraserhead, who had been looking for Izuku for a while and was possibly his future teacher. And, well, the fact that he didn't look like he wanted to be here. Definitely not a good idea. "Come on, young Akatani," All Might shouted. Izuku bounced on his feet and rolled his shoulders back. He had to be smart about it. With One for All destroying his arm every time he used it, Izuku only had one chance to fully push the extent of his abilities. Really, 2 times, if Izuku didn't pass out from pain, but he was used to pain. One for All was easy to call to the surface now. Izuku twisted his fingers and felt the power pulsing there, running along the inside of his wrist and hot against his skin. Eraserhead stood nearby, watching. When Izuku turned to look at him, their eyes met. Izuku broke the gaze quickly, not sure what Eraserhead would see. With One for All at the ready and All Might waiting, Izuku charged. He went straight for the chest and saw All Might move to block. Then Izuku twisted, snapping out a leg instead. All Might was sent forward a few steps. He grinned. Izuku didn't let up, pulling back One for All and aiming for the face. All Might caught Izuku's hand. The flash. Izuku hit the ground rolling, the air knocked out of him. He was back on his feet in an instant. All Might was there to meet him, a blur of color in Izuku's face. All Might was holding back. Izuku knew this because he was flicked back onto the floor instead of flattened against a wall. All Might advanced. Izuku went in close, gripping All Might's arm and striking out with a foot at the same time. Power surged under his skin. Izuku stopped thinking and breathed, and something inside of him snapped quietly. All Might slammed into the ground. He blinked up at Izuku, surprised and with a trace of pride. Izuku didn't stop to think about what had happened. He called on One for All, and the quirk sang in his blood. All Might got to his feet. There was blood on the corner of his mouth. "Look at you," he said lowly. The air crackled with energy as Izuku ran forwards, bringing his arm back and then swinging with all his might. Electricity coursed through his forearm and culminated white-hot in Izuku's fingers. He watched in slow motion as All Might prepared to connect, could almost see One for All mirrored in both of them. The strange, living power. The blast of power sent them both back. Izuku dug his heels in, trying to gain friction as he skidded. All Might, arms crossed over his chest, slowed. His head was bowed. At the edge of the practice mats, Eraserhead had taken a step forward. His eyes were narrowed. He was interested, Izuku thought. But none of that mattered. Izuku raised his hand from his side, still clenched tight in a fist. His knuckles were throbbing, but, "It's not broken," Izuku said slowly. It's not? It's not broken." All Might lifted his eyes up to look at Izuku. He took a few steps forward to see for himself, and Izuku held out his arms so All Might could see that it wasn't, in fact, broken. "You did it," All Might said wondrously. He laughed. Izuku took a step forwards. Eraserhead was still watching. Just beyond All Might, he locked eyes with Izuku deliberately and then nodded slowly, just once. Izuku slipped his other hand back, fingers grazing fabric. In one fluid motion, Izuku drew his knife and took 2 careful, planned steps forward. He brought the knife up and pressed its tip to All Might's chest under the throat, not close enough to pose any real threat or damage but close enough for it to be clear that Izuku could. Yeah, Izuku said. In between breaths he managed a smile. I did it. All Might looked floored, but his smile didn't falter. Instead he only smiled. Wider. Izuku lowered his knife and slipped it back in its sheath, clothing falling over it so it didn't even appear to be there. He glanced over at Eraserhead, vying silently for approval. I didn't even have to use my quirk, Eraserhead said after a moment, which was probably as close to a compliment Izuku was going to get. He frowned lightly. But I can tell your grasp on your quirk is terrible. You're barely controlling it if at all. It's like watching a young child develop their quirk. Considering Izuku hadn't even received one for all but a month ago, the assessment was fair. He was like a toddler, bumbling around trying to figure out the world without breaking too many things. Eraserhead crossed his arms, apparently not done. If you want to make it into UA, if you want to succeed as a UA student, you're going to need to work a lot harder. No one will care if you're a late bloomer, as you say. They'll leave you behind in the dust if you can't. Izuku nodded frantically. I know. Get to it then. They decided to test Izuku's limits. Since he'd been successful sparring with All Might, or at least, he hadn't broken an arm, they continued down that route. Izuku left that day with both arms intact. And so the work continued. Izuku spent the weeks being tossed between Bone Stealer and his new training at UA, working with robots and one for all alike. It left him exhausted, but Izuku was improving. At some point in the chaos, Izuku asked Eraserhead if UA would allow him to bring a knife to the exam. Eraserhead considered him for a moment. Eraserhead shrugged. It's not against the rules, he said after thinking for a moment. Then he told Izuku to stay put, disappeared, and reappeared with a set of dull knives. On closer inspection, when Izuku tapped the blade, they seemed to be made of a hard plastic. UA Support Department was inscribed on the hilts. They can still do a bit of damage, Eraserhead said. The support department developed the material they're meant for training, but they'll work in the exam. Izuku weighed the knives in his hand. They were lighter than his own, but durable. Considering he only needed them to cut at wires or weak spots, Eraserhead was right. They would work just fine in the exam. Under Bone Stealer's watchful eye and armed with his new knives, Izuku learned to dismantle robots. Which places he could nick with knives, which points he could hit to incapacitate them. How simple, how easy they were to take down if Izuku only knew what to do. You're improving, Eraserhead told Izuku grudgingly after a training session. All Might had bowed out, citing work to do with Detective Tsukachi, but Izuku knew he was reaching his time limit too. Izuku and Toshinori had decided not to tell Eraserhead how much Izuku knew, figuring it was better to keep the secrets between them. Eraserhead knew about the time limit and the hero civilian forms, but not about one for all. It was better to keep the circle closed and as in the dark as possible, Toshinori reasoned. Looking too closely, Eraserhead could probably make all the right connections. And he added privately he didn't want him to get the wrong impression before UA or before getting to know Izuku. Izuku didn't particularly have any issues with Toshinori's thinking. He himself was more neutral. He thought Eraserhead could be trusted, but it wasn't bad to keep him in the dark either. Him. Eraserhead grunted. He'd wrapped himself in a blanket and was hunkered down on the couch in the teacher's lounge. In front of him was a set of books. Izuku wasn't envious. How does your quirk work? Izuku paused, waiting for Eraserhead's attention, and then launched into thought. Like, you have to be looking at someone, right? That's what the goggles are for, better in a fight for keeping the enemy from knowing. And it's like, one person at a time? No, that's not right, I guess you'd affect the quirk factor? Eraserhead looked over. Those are your own thoughts? About my quirk? Izuku flushed. Well, I've had a lot of time to think about it. It's really interesting. I mean, I think I've seen you target multiple people at once, so I assume it's, based on concentration? And your fighting style is focused on close combat. I mean, I haven't seen you fight much, but that would make the most sense, to disable someone's quirk and then go in with your weapon and take your opponent out. So now I'm thinking, well, it would be easy to just obscure your vision, right? Or when you blink. Someone could take advantage of that if they watched close enough in a fight, though I guess you're probably fast enough to end it before anyone could figure it out. But then there's your hair. Well, there's nothing wrong with your hair, but it'd get in the way of a fight. Izuku tapped his chin, already going down a few rabbit holes. And stop, Eraserhead said, and Izuku snapped his mouth shut with an audible sound. Sorry, did I get a little excited? Eraserhead held up a hand. He touched his hair gently. You think this would hinder me in a fight? Izuku floundered for a moment, surprised at Eraserhead's question. What, yes? He found his fingers twitching, wanting to write down his thoughts, but he forced them to lie flat on his knees. I mean, it's really long, and it floats out of your face when you activate your quirk. At least, well, see, I looked up a few videos after I met you since I was interested. By the way, those are really hard to find. Which is good, I guess, you're an underground hero, so the less popular the anyway, yeah. I noticed after you used your quirk your hair falls back in front of your eyes. There's a second of distraction that could be used against you. Izuku cleared his throat in embarrassment when Eraserhead remained silent for a moment. Eraserhead said. Izuku wasn't sure what to make of that answer. You figured all that out yourself? Izuku flushed again. Yeah. Eraserhead's mouth twitched. Not a bad assessment. What do you think of present Mike? What do I think of him? He's really loud? But he's nice. Eraserhead snorted. You're not wrong, but I meant his quirk. How do you think it works? Oh, right. Well, he can just make his voice really loud, right? It's good for inhibiting people, but he could be really distracting to allies if they're not prepared, or he could hurt them, too, if he's not careful. It's a little hard to tell. I guess he doesn't really have a limit unless his throat gets dry? I don't know. Anything else? The most practical application of his voice is against other people. But I guess theoretically he could break things with his voice, if he produced enough pressure? I'm no scientist, but it'd be easy to test. Eraserhead hummed. He reached across the table, shuffling around some things before fishing out a book and tossing it in Izuku's direction. Izuku caught it. A book on quirk theory if you're interested, Eraserhead said. Nedzu would love to get his paws on you, I bet. Thanks. Izuku said, flipping through the first few pages of the book. It did look interesting. Eraserhead wasn't one to talk, so the conversation stilted. But after that, Eraserhead seemed a little more willing to talk when they found themselves together. He had Izuku talking strategy, what worked in fights and what didn't, what limitations there were to this quirk and that one. Izuku had a pretty solid grasp on Eraserhead's little pop quizzes, if they could be called that. Maybe they were more like discussions. Whatever they were, Eraserhead started them, and then usually sat back half asleep to nod along as Izuku started prattling his thoughts. Occasionally he'd chip in, pointing something out that Izuku hadn't thought of, or to ask another question. It was kind of a bad thing. Izuku realized he quite liked Eraserhead. I just don't get why my arm breaks every time, Izuku grumbled one day, sprawling on the floor of the teacher's lounge. Toshinori was gone again. Except for when I'm fighting you or All Might. I erase your quirk. Except for when I'm fighting All Might, Izuku corrected, sighing. Eraserhead was right every time the two of them sparred, he simply switched one for all off. Don't you have any theories in that fluff-filled head of yours? Izuku frowned. Fluff-filled? You're going to need to figure out something, Eraserhead said shortly. You can't break your arm every time you use your quirk. There's no way you'll be a hero if you do. The power you possess doesn't matter if you're going to put yourself and other people in danger. Izuku essayed in a harsh breath. He'd known that, of course. Eraserhead had made it clear he wasn't going to help train Izuku if he had no potential, or if Izuku was going to act stupid in chasing his dreams. Not to mention, Eraserhead tended to be particularly blunt. It just hurt to hear. Izuku didn't think he had another path outside of heroics. Yeah, he said finally. Izuku picked at the floor mat. I've been thinking about how my quirk works, I just can't figure it out. It wasn't like All Might went around breaking his arms all the time, or any of his predecessors. It was an Izuku-only problem, and there weren't a lot of people he could ask. You'd better, Eraserhead said. You won't last long in UA if you don't. Izuku blew out air. I know. Why not focus on how to channel it, then? Izuku's interest peaked. My quirk. Eraserhead gave a long-suffering sigh. He stared forlornly at his sleeping bag for a second and then got to his feet with another sigh. Come on, problem child. Problem child? Izuku said to Eraserhead's back. HM. You seem like the type to always be in trouble. Izuku tugged at his sleeve. Maybe. They went back to the gym. Eraserhead, Izuku was pleased to see, clipped his hair back to clear his vision. The sight made Izuku feel warm. So Eraserhead had been listening and he'd taken the advice too. Come on, Eraserhead said, beckoning to himself. Izuku hesitated, balancing on the ball of his feet. He considered the distance between the two of them for a moment. Eraserhead would activate his quirk, and then he'd use his capture weapon to snare Izuku. He was quick and agile, relentless in his attack because his style gave him no room otherwise. But Izuku didn't really have a choice. He was supposed to use one for all, in their hopes that more practice would give him an idea of how to use it without hurting himself. But it hadn't worked. It wasn't working. Izuku was stuck in a cycle, not sure how to break out. Now one for all came to him easily. Izuku breathed and one for all rose. A tidal wave of power he'd quickly gotten used to, though every time the wave fell Izuku got swept away in its wake. That was the problem, that Izuku couldn't find a way to keep afloat, or to slow the tide. He felt the power thrum through his body. Izuku ran forward. And the fight paused before it had really begun. Eraserhead's eyes shone with power, and Izuku hissed out a breath as one for all slipped from his grasp. It felt like a candle had been put out, and now there was just cold. Where Izuku's fist was outstretched, about to impact, Eraserhead had caught it in his capture weapon. Izuku was held there as Eraserhead stepped closer. See, Eraserhead said, you're not changing anything. You're not doing anything different. The results won't change either. He released Izuku and stepped back. One for all returned to Izuku, gentle but deep in its power. What good are you doing? Eraserhead asked. The words cut at Izuku's heartstrings. What good does it do you, to repeat your mistakes? You're just going to hurt yourself again. He was right. Izuku was just going to keep breaking his arm until he physically couldn't, and then what good would that do? How was Izuku going to save people if he couldn't even make through a year? He needed a new solution, but that wasn't quite so simple. It wasn't realistic. It would take time and practice and careful thought, and Izuku probably wouldn't figure it out before you anyway. Not a solution, Izuku murmured to himself. Eraserhead made no move to attack, instead settling back to watch as Izuku talked himself through his thoughts. Not a solution, not a solution. But maybe a resolution instead. Something else. He didn't have to fix the problem, Izuku realized. That wasn't working. He had to change the problem and limit its damage until he could. I have an idea, Izuku told Eraserhead. Eraserhead scrutinized Izuku closely, then nodded. I won't erase your quirk this time, Eraserhead said, readying himself. Izuku chewed on his lip, but he took a deep breath, determined. He could do it. When Eraserhead was ready, Izuku charged forward again. He curled his fingers at his side. One for all came to him to a rush, pulsing through his entire body. Izuku raised his arm and felt one for all speed down it. His hand burned. At the last possible second, Izuku flicked a finger out and released. Heat pulsed through Izuku's finger as his power was discharged. A blast of energy emanated from his hand, and Eraserhead was flung back at least a few meters. Izuku clutched at his wrist, not daring to think his plan had worked. His hand ached. Slowly, Izuku lifted his arm and found he could still move it. Found the skin there unblemished, his arm as whole as it had been before. As Eraserhead landed on his feet and approached to see what had happened, Izuku looked up and grinned at him. He held up a hand, where only Izuku's index finger had shattered under One for All's power. Nothing else. Look, Izuku said. Eraserhead didn't smile. He didn't even look mildly encouraging. But the approval in his eyes as hard to tell as it was filled Izuku with joy. Still broken, Eraserhead said. Yeah, Izuku replied, but he was beaming. Do you think All Might will be proud? Eraserhead rolled his eyes. I think All Might is easily impressed by you. His expectations are too low. Oof, Izuku said, like that had been a physical blow. Go to the infirmary. Izuku pulled a face. Recovery Girl wouldn't be happy to see him again, but maybe she'd be happy he'd only broken a finger. It was better than an arm, and it meant that Izuku still had the mobility to finish a fight. On top of that, Izuku had enough training and experience that not using One for All wasn't going to be a problem. Now, Izuku thought, between breaking a couple fingers and his skill, he was probably on par with the average UA applicant in power. Izuku found himself smiling again. Thanks, Eraserhead, he hollered over his shoulder, scampering away. He thought he heard Eraserhead sigh behind him. Izuku was right about Recovery Girl. She frowned when she saw Izuku pop his head through the door. Not your arm again, she groused. Izuku bounced up and down. Look. He held up his hand to show her. Not my arm again. Let me see. Recovery Girl hobbled over from her desk and took his hand so she could examine it. So you did it, she mused. Congratulations, boy. It's progress, Izuku said, starting to babble as Recovery Girl had him sit down. She kissed his hand. I mean, I'd like to eventually not break anything. But this is great, don't you think? Sure, Recovery Girl said. Come back when you figure out how to use One for All without breaking a thing, and then I'll celebrate. Izuku grinned. But then I won't have to come back at all. Cheeky boy. She pinched his arm, and Izuku yelped, leaping off the bed. I don't want to see you. I thought you liked me, Izuku said, putting on a smile. Get out of my sight, Recovery Girl said. Izuku saluted. He darted out into the hallway before she could chase him out, then found his phone and ran back in. What boy? Izuku opened his camera and snapped a picture of himself with Recovery Girl in the background, beaming. Hey. Thanks, Recovery Girl. You're the best. Out in the hall, this time chased by Recovery Girl, Izuku sent the picture to Tashinori. U3:21 p.m. Attachment, image. U3:22 p.m. Guess who didn't break his arm today? Tashinori 3:24 p.m. You what? Tashinori 3:25 p.m. I'll be there as soon as I can. Well done. Izuku couldn't stop smiling for the rest of the day. You seem cheery, Silver noted when Izuku snuck into her room later. You honestly look like you're about to explode. Just happy, Izuku said, sprawling on her bed. I hate to burst your bubble, Silver said, but I think the heads are splitting us up. It did, in fact, burst Izuku's bubble. Splitting us up? Silver ground her teeth together. A muscle in her jaw worked up and down. Yeah. Misguidance, Bone Stealer, and I are staying here. You and Daddy Dearest are moving to some apartment or something. The warmth left Izuku's face. Why? Silver didn't look happy. She gestured between them. You know they keep us apart. I think they've caught on that we sneak around to meet each other. Izuku made a face at her. You make it sound like we're secret lovers. Shut up. But, we've been doing this for a long time now. How'd they find out? Silver shook her head. You tell me. We're careful, but I guess we haven't been careful enough. Izuku's heart sank. Some apartment? Don't worry so much, Silver said. Her tail swung to rap him twice on the head. It's not like we won't see each other anyway. They can't stop us. Yeah, you're right. Do you have a secret lover after all? Silver teased. With how happy you are these days. Izuku flushed in embarrassment. I don't. Oh, Silver said, scooting closer. You don't. He kicked her, his face burning. No. I don't even know how to talk to girls. You're talking to a girl. Other girls, then, Izuku said, then thought for a moment. I don't know how to talk to anyone in general. Like, what do normal people even talk about? Silver shrugged. Not killing people, I guess. Awful, Izuku said. Never said I wasn't. I think this is just my life now, Izuku confessed. Sneaking around behind everyone's back. Traitor, you're leaving me? Silver climbed onto the bed and draped herself over him like a heavy blanket. She didn't budge when Izuku tried to shove her off. Silver, he groaned, face pressed into the blankets. You had this coming. Get off. Tell me all your secrets, Silver said, elbow accidentally digging into a sore spot as she changed positions. Izuku groaned. Get off. Sorry, kid, Silver said, and Izuku could tell she was smiling. You're not going to get rid of me ever. I'm glad, Izuku told her, except when you're on me. Toshinori chose that moment to text. It's your girlfriend, Silver said, dangling Izuku's phone in front of his face. She moved it out of reach. I don't have a girlfriend, Izuku grumbled. Silver let him up. Or a boyfriend. Or any friends. You've got me. I've got you, Izuku agreed. And he had Toshinori. And weirdly, as the days passed and the entrance exams loomed, Izuku realized he had Recovery Girl and Eraserhead too. Not quite friends, not quite like Silver, but something good. Something better than what he had. Entrance exams are in a week, All Might said the next time they met at UA. Izuku didn't even look up from the book Eraserhead had given him. I know. I wanted to tell you. I know I've got to keep. No, All Might said. Izuku used his finger as a bookmark and looked up. You're working hard. I don't need to tell you that. That's what? You've come really far, All Might told him, so I'm proud of you. No matter how those exams turn out, I'm glad I chose you. Izuku's lip wobbled. Don't cry. All Might waved his hands. It was almost comical, seeing him in his hero form looking quite frantic. I didn't tell you so you could cry. No. Sorry, Izuku sniffled. Can't help it. He wiped at his eyes. Thanks, All Might. Saps, came Eraserhead's voice from behind them. Emotion-filled lot. All Might smiled. You care, Aizawa? I really don't, Eraserhead said. Are you done? Why yeah, Izuku replied. Now was no time for crying. He had to keep going, and he knew Eraserhead had no patience for anything else. They ran through a few rounds of training again. With Izuku facing off All Might, he came out unharmed save for a few bruises from landing wrong. One for all buzzed in his chest, a strange, comforting feeling, or maybe it was pride. Do you think I'm ready? Izuku asked afterwards. For the exams? He nodded. All Might pounded a fist into his palm. I think you'll smash them. His moment was ruined when he coughed, hacking into his hand. Izuku dutifully handed him a tissue. You won't be terrible, I suppose, Eraserhead said. Izuku beamed. They retreated to the teacher's lounge, though in Izuku's mind, it had devolved into a teacher's and student lounge, considering how often they let Izuku in. Off I go, All Might said suddenly. Would you look at the time? I'm not here. He vanished out the door. Izuku stifled a laugh, but sighed, realizing he was at his time limit. He'd been working this morning, All Might was pushing himself, but Izuku knew he'd do the same if he was in the same position. Study much? Izuku yawned. Yeah, I've been cramming nonstop. But being a hero isn't just about how well you can fight. Some don't realize that. Izuku pulled out the books he'd brought and cracked them open. I know. Eraserhead crawled into his sleeping bag, the sight familiar but no less jarring than the first time Izuku had seen him like that. Hey, Izuku said, there won't be any issues with my exam, right? Like, will the other teachers call favoritism? You think you're my favorite? I don't think you favor me at all, Eraserhead. But because I don't. Izuku snickered. If you are concerned, which has no reasonable basis, the teachers and staff are all there, and we give you a grade agreed by all of us that we deem fair for your performance. So there won't be any favoritism, which there wouldn't have been. Oh, Izuku said. He settled in and began to read. Thanks. There was no reply. After a few minutes, Izuku thought Eraserhead had fallen asleep. Not unusual with how little sleep he got. Why do you call me Eraserhead? Izuku blinked, not expecting that. He flipped to the next page in his book, circling the terms he didn't understand and would have to look up. He glanced up. Eraserhead was watching him, eyes barely visible as they peered out from the shadow of the sleeping bag. "Why do you call me Eraserhead?" Eraserhead repeated flatly. Izuku's brow crinkled. That's your end name, isn't it?" "My hero name, yes," Eraserhead said. He muttered something under his breath. "But most people only refer to me as that in the field, or in the media occasionally." Izuku dog-eared the page he was on and shut his book. When I first, heard about you, you were Eraserhead? So I never called you anything else. But if it makes you, uncomfortable, I can stop." Eraserhead scoffed. "It's my name. It won't make me uncomfortable." Izuku flushed. Right. He played with the pages of his book for a while, not knowing what to say. Even if Eraserhead asked, Izuku wasn't sure he'd ever get rid of the hero name completely. It was too ingrained in his mind, the smell of smoke, kid, the firelight on their faces, wait, that scratchy, low voice, Eraserhead. "What?" Izuku cleared his throat. What would you rather me call you instead?" "Of Eraserhead, I mean." The sleeping bag zipped up a little more. His voice didn't change one bit as he said, "Aizawa-sensei." Izuku coughed, not sure he'd heard right. "Tensei? Not Aizawa. We're not friends." "But I'm not? I'm not your student. Do you need your hearing checked?" "No," Izuku said, then hastily tacked on, "Sensei." Eraserhead grunted, but Izuku thought he seemed almost pleased if he could ever be pleased. Then he really did fall asleep, leaving Izuku to his thoughts. "Sensei," Izuku tried when he was sure Eraserhead was asleep. "Aizawa-sensei." It was strange, but Izuku liked it. Liked what the name promised. When Izuku slipped away from UA that day, he found someone waiting for him outside the gates. Dressed in a black hoodie and looking casual, Izuku almost didn't recognize Shigaraki. "Hello, Midoriya." Izuku's blood ran cold. "Sure, Shigaraki," he said, stumbling over the name. Izuku hadn't seen Shigaraki since the first time they'd met. "UA exams are soon," Shigaraki said. His voice was mocking. "Yeah, they are," Izuku said. He twitched nervously. Izuku didn't know what Shigaraki wanted, nor did he know why he was here and not meeting with Hisashi. "It was my idea, you know," Shigaraki said conversationally, "to have a spy at UA. So you'd better get in." I will." Shigaraki nodded. Izuku's throat went dry when pale fingers emerged into the light, but Shigaraki made no move to hurt Izuku. He simply beckoned. "Come with me." Where are we going?" Izuku didn't like this. Izuku didn't like this one bit. He wanted to run back into UA, where Eraserhead was. Where Izuku was safe. "Kurogyri," Shigaraki called. Izuku didn't recognize the name. But a darkness swept over them. It wasn't a shadow, Izuku realized, but instead it was a crackling, incorporeal mass. Silver glinted somewhere deep inside. "Shigaraki." The voice was smooth. "Ah, you have the boy." Izuku took a halting step back. Who what?" "Don't worry," Shigaraki said. He looked amused. "It will only take a moment." Then the ground disappeared from underneath Izuku's feet. He was lost in darkness, nothing around him. Izuku flailed, searching for something, anything. Izuku landed on his knees hard, panting. A scream was lodged in his throat. Nearby, Shigaraki was standing. The mass of darkness shifted and clumped together into something that was vaguely human-shaped. Shigaraki dipped his head in the man's direction. Kurogyri, Izuku realized. This was his quirk. "Useful, isn't it?" Shigaraki said, watching Izuku stare. "We can go anywhere we like." "Within reason," Kurogyri said. And where have we gone?" Izuku asked carefully. He scrambled to his feet and took in his surroundings. Dark wood under his feet. Soft music playing in his ears. The taste of cigarette smoke. Sweat gathering in his palms. Around them were seated people, though not many, only a couple in the far corner, out of earshot. To Izuku's right, where Shigaraki and Kurogyri were standing, there was a wooden bar and shelves of alcohol. To the left, there was a lone TV that looked old and from a decade Izuku was sure was far from his time. It was on, though nothing seemed to be playing. A bar. Someone wanted to meet you, Shigaraki said. Izuku spun, terrified. He had no idea where he was. He knew nothing about this place. He reached for his knives then thought better, stopping himself. As someone? Does Chimera know about this? It doesn't matter. Izuku breathed in shallow breaths. You can't. It doesn't matter who this someone is, you can't just. In a flash, Shigaraki was in front of him. He wrapped a hand around Izuku's throat, and Izuku stilled. His heart pulsed. He was sure Shigaraki could feel it, beating quickly like it was trying to escape. Maybe if Shigaraki used his quirk, it would. Shigaraki, Kurojairi said slowly. Don't disrespect him like that, Shigaraki growled, eyes flashing. You don't know who you're talking to. Now, Shigaraki, a voice drawled. That is no way to treat a guest. Shigaraki squeezed enough to hurt and then let Izuku go. Izuku wheezed, turning to see who had spoken. There was no one there. But the TV screen wasn't blank anymore. Static crackled across its surface, and the voice came from it again. So this is Midoriya Izuku. Izuku was shaking. That voice. It was low and calm. It wasn't a voice Izuku recognized, but he felt like he'd heard it before. It was the kind of voice that echoed in nightmares and snared him in the throne of sleep. Yes, Kurojairi answered when Izuku was too scared to respond. Hoo-hoo. A deep chuckle. You've been very helpful, Midoriya. I hope to continue our work together. I think the two of us are very similar. Are we? Ahem. Your quirk analysis shows thought and potential. Your father knows to use it, but still, he understands not how to harness it. Very, very useful. Izuku shivered. He couldn't quite breathe. What do you want? I simply wanted to meet you, little dragon. No harm will come to you, unless dear Tamura loses his patience. After this, Kurojairi will return you to where you belong. Little dragon. Izuku wrung his hands together. And your quirk? Illusions, Izuku whispered. He couldn't speak any louder. Illusions, the man pondered. Yes, how useful, how wasted they would let you become. If only I could see them. There was a beat. Izuku clutched at himself, trying to hold on to any measure of warmth. Please let me leave. Please let me leave. I will see you again, Midoriya, the voice said finally. Kurojairi. Wait, Izuku said, what do I call you? His heart thundered in his ears. Some call me All for One, the voice said, but his tone had changed, had become something softer but no less false. But you may call me Sensei. Flare signal. Chapter 9. Fire flickered, tongues of gold glistening in the air. Fingers pressed down on his shoulder. A voice in his ear. Don't fail us, that's an order. Those UA exams are worthless, aren't they? Izuku twisted his fingers together, playing with them nervously. I'm not as sure what you mean, he replied. The UA examiners imbeciles, don't you think? They believe pitting you against robots can prove your worth. What does that mean? Do you think that only those with quirks suited to combat are heralded as heroes? Izuku wasn't sure what to think. He hated that the voice sensei, he reminded himself, feeling a bit sick was right. He didn't want sensei to be right. He was a villain, he was some dark and twisted thing clinging to the underside of the city like a black mold. He couldn't be right. Look at you with your bright mind and quirk. In such an exam, your potential is wasted. Not knowing what to do, Izuku bowed shakily in the direction of the TV. Thank you, he murmured. Sensei. Sensei, Izuku repeated. Perhaps. Izuku waited. No, Sensei said after a moment of thought. No, not now. I was thinking, perhaps in the future, if you prove yourself to me. I'll do my best, Sensei, Izuku said. He hated how steadily the words had come from his mouth. Whatever the villain wanted, Izuku was grateful he'd decided against it. There was nothing good that could come out of it. Let us hope so, little dragon. The TV settled. A quiet swept through the dingy bar. and then Kurogiri appeared at Izuku's side. "Come, Midoriya." Izuku held his breath as he was whisked away, vanishing into the warp gate. Returned to Chimera's base, Izuku shivered as Kurogiri left him alone. He hated Sensei or whoever he was, hated that cramped, dark bar, hated that easygoing voice in the little box TV. The day before the entrance exams, Izuku was left shaking, cold deep in his bones. Izuku gave up on sleep partway through the early morning and snuck out. Standing with his bare feet in the soft sand, Izuku allowed himself to finally breathe. Cool water washed over and then drew away gently. Muted footsteps sounded from behind him. Izuku wrapped his arms around himself, not speaking and not turning around. A hand settled on his shoulder. "How are you feeling?" Izuku shrugged, turning to look at Toshinori. "I don't know. Nervous. Maybe." At the moment, Izuku wasn't sure he was feeling much at all. The entrance exam was in 3 hours, but Izuku felt strangely calm as he stared out at the sun rising above the soothing waters. "I have faith in you," Toshinori said. He smiled. "And I know Aizawa does, too, even if he won't say it." "Sure," Izuku said, tone far more sarcastic than he intended. Then added, "Sorry." "No, it's all right. You've got a big day ahead of you." "A lot's resting on today, huh?" Izuku said, more to himself than Toshinori. He scrubbed a hand over his face. Reality was slowly creeping back in around the edges. Izuku had been at the beach for the past hour after he'd woken from a fitful, uneasy sleep. He'd done a light jog, picking up a few pieces of trash he spotted, and then had spent the rest of the time trying to breathe in the crisp air. It had felt like he could hide here, pretend that it wasn't the day of the entrance exams. Pretend that literally everything rested on Izuku making it into UA Toshinori, Hisashi. Erase her head. "Shigaraki. I believe in you," Toshinori said, "and don't worry too much. I know you'll do fine." Izuku kicked at the wet sand. "Okay. Do you need anything?" Izuku stared at the horizon line, deep blue meeting pale yellow. "Just," he started, then sighed, "maybe some time alone?" "I'm sorry, I'm just." Toshinori was already nodding. "This is the last time you'll see me before the exams. And probably for a while after." He cleared his throat, looking slightly embarrassed. I mean to say, good luck." A lump formed in Izuku's throat. "Thank you," he said. "I'll leave you then," Toshinori said. He lifted his arms like he wanted to do something and then dropped them again, taking a step back. "Oh, one last thing. Aizawa wanted me to pass on a message." "Erase her head." "Yeah," he said, and I quote, "You'd better not fail this exam, problem child. I want to see you be a hero." Izuku felt his mouth quirk up. "He said that?" Toshinori scratched his head. "Well, he didn't say the last part quite like that, but I think that's really what he meant." Izuku laughed then, and it felt good to be able to laugh. "I know I've said this, but I am truly proud of how far you've come." Izuku felt determination well up in him. "Not now," he said, looking up to meet Toshinori's eyes. "Tell me that when I'm accepted into UA." Toshinori's face split into a grin. "I will," he promised, and with one last look, he left Izuku on the beach alone. Izuku wasn't sure how much longer he stood there, thinking. Around him the city would just be waking up. And hundreds of kids Izuku's age would be getting ready, preparing for the UA entrance exams. Were they as nervous as him? Did they feel the same way, like the entire world was watching, waiting for them to prove their mettle, to scratch away at the surface and show insides that were glittering and full of potential? It would be so easy to disappear, Izuku thought. Take one for all and his own quirk and go somewhere no one would find him. Leave all of this behind. The thought was gone as quickly as it had come. He couldn't leave, and the truth was that Izuku didn't want to, not one bit. The sun began its ascent across the sky. Izuku tucked his hands into his pockets and made his way back to the base. Hisashi, he found, was waiting for him. "Breakfast?" Hisashi said as way of greeting, nodding at the smooth glass table. There was a plate of tomato-cooked eggs and a small bowl of rice. Hisashi served himself another bowl and sat to eat. "I'm not hungry," Izuku mumbled, but he pulled out a chair anyway. I'll drive you to Ue, Hisashi told him over breakfast. Izuku picked at his rice. I can take the train. No, Hisashi said, I'll take you. Izuku gripped his chopsticks tightly, but loosened his hold after a moment, afraid with his new strength he would snap them. He didn't want to see Hisashi's face any longer than he had to. Fine, Izuku said through gritted teeth. Whatever. Izuku was tired and he didn't have any energy to spare on putting up a fight. He knew he hadn't slept well the night before, or gotten much sleep at all. Izuku was being honest with himself, he hadn't slept very much in the past week. Not after meeting Sensei. The meeting the day before had been their second. The thought made his mouth taste sour. Izuku almost gagged and then forced the rest of his food down. He shoved his plate away and left the table without a word. Izuku, Hisashi called after him. I'll be back in time, don't worry. He couldn't stay in their new apartment, it was too clean, and too big. And too empty and too cold. Couldn't stand Hisashi as company. Couldn't sit at the table for a moment longer or else he was scared he'd scream. Izuku didn't go far. He walked around the apartment a few times, circling the building before heading back up to the top floor. The new place was nice, Izuku had to admit. Situated on the top floor of the apartment complex and the only apartment on the top floor, it was spacious and well-equipped. It was modern and newly built, much nicer than any of Chimera's other bases. Conveniently, Izuku thought privately, with no neighbors. Even after moving in, Hisashi and Izuku didn't see each other much, which was just fine to Izuku. They occasionally ate meals together. Hisashi would meet with him to ask about training, or to give him some new information or orders. Sometimes Izuku would pass Hisashi in the living room. But that was really the extent of it. Izuku missed Silver. He missed having her around, missed tapping messages through the walls when they couldn't speak. And she hadn't responded to his texts from 3 days ago, meaning she'd had her phone confiscated or she was somewhere far enough or dangerous enough they couldn't talk. Either way, Izuku had stopped trying. He missed a lot of things thinking about it. As the days had drawn closer to the UA exam, Izuku found himself missing Mom more and more. It was a feeling he'd learned to suppress over the past few years alongside a wanna knock on Kaken's window in that secret code of theirs, so they could talk like they used to. Izuku figured it was probably because Mom would have been much more excited about UA than Hisashi was, or at least, excited in a vastly different way. Mom would have worried too. He never thought he'd miss a little bit of last-minute nagging or her double-checking everything, but he did. Izuku found himself tearing up for the second time that day and growled to himself, wiping them away with the back of his hand. Maybe, Izuku thought, maybe if he was extra careful that nobody was watching. He shoved the thought away as it formed in his mind. It was a bad idea. Someone was always watching, part of Chimera or not, and Izuku wouldn't dare to put Mom in danger again. Izuku told himself to stop thinking about it, PRD. Not that that had ever worked. He tried to distract himself instead. Izuku had taken to carrying around a hand mirror with him, a little circular thing that clicked open and shut that he could fit in his pocket. He took it out now and practiced changing his hair and eye color, something that had become increasingly easier. It didn't take much concentration at all these days, and he was able to hold it longer than before. Longer than before meant 10 minutes. Izuku checked the time with his phone. He really was getting better. Izuku changed his hair back to green and stared at his palm-sized reflection. He hated that he almost didn't recognize himself. 1, which meant he'd gotten so used to dyeing his hair and changing parts of his appearance, seeing himself as he would have been was like looking at a stranger. 2, which meant lying and hiding and keeping secrets were as easy as blinking. He dismissed the illusion a second later, not wanting to see it. It made him feel sick and guilty. Izuku. Izuku looked up. Hisashi was standing in front of him, dressed in a crisp blue suit and holding a set of car keys. Time to go then, Izuku said, resigned. Hisashi nodded. They got into the car and started the drive without much fanfare. Hisashi turned on the radio as they went, switching between a few news channels. All Might saves the day. Hisashi huffed. An attack orchestrated by low-rank villains just last week was presumed to be. Your host. Up next, reporting about the new testing being conducted by the university. Traffic on. Entrance exams are today. We are winding up to the next generation of heroes, and I am very excited. Of course, the UA Hero Course selection process is based on a variety of factors, some of which are more public than others. From our understanding, the entrance exam is split into two parts, a combat-based portion in which ambitious young applicants can show off their quirks. The radio switched off. We have very high expectations for your performance today, Izuku. Izuku glared out the window petulantly, refusing to look at his father. Don't you think I know that? I think you'll pass with flying colors. Izuku snapped his mouth shut. It was rare to be complimented. Your training with Bone Stealer has been more than satisfactory, and your wits will put you far above the other applicants, I believe. Thanks, I guess. I know I haven't been the most encouraging figure. Izuku laughed. But I want to wish you luck, Izuku. You are my son. You have not disappointed me, and I don't think you will today. I thought I always disappoint you, Izuku muttered. He crossed his arms over his chest. They pulled to a stop a little whiles away from the UA gates to keep Hisashi discreet, probably, but also because there seemed to be a veritable crowd outside. Hisashi looked at him. You have never, he said, and Izuku dropped his gaze, shifting uncomfortably. Hisashi never said things like that. Whatever, Izuku said finally, getting out of the car. Don't bother picking me up. He shut the door and walked the rest of the way to UA. The sight was still no less stunning. Now, though, Izuku saw rows and rows of potential students lining up to go into different examinations. The air was lively but tinged with nervousness, and Izuku felt himself feed on the energy, getting jittery. He headed towards the doors meant for the hero course. Then Izuku tripped over his own feet. He had a split-second thought of, oh no, I'm doomed, everything is over, goodbye world, before Izuku realized he hadn't actually hit the ground. Izuku gingerly opened his eyes. Sorry, I saw you trip and didn't want you to fall. He was floating a few inches off the ground. By his side, a girl was standing with her arm outstretched. She tapped his shoulder, and the weightlessness left him. Oh, the girl continued before Izuku's brain could catch up. I remember you. We met on the train. Wasn't that like a really? It's good to see you again. See, I told you we'd see each other here. Anyway, good luck on the exam. Izuku stared at her retreating back. She'd appeared and gone so fast he hadn't even known what to do or say, or had time to thank her for saving him from total embarrassment. Good luck to you too, Izuku muttered, then joined the rest of the crowd sweeping into the exams. Izuku found himself in what looked like a large auditorium. Just like it had been outside, it was already packed with people. Izuku grunted as someone stepped on his foot and managed to keep himself from yelping too loudly when someone else stepped in front of him and blocked his entire view of the front. Short people problems, Izuku grumbled. He found a row with a couple of empty seats and sat gingerly down in the seat at the end, wondering why no one else was there. It didn't matter. Izuku liked his space. A glance to his left revealed the reason. Sitting in the middle of the row, teeth bared and arms crossed, was, of course, Kaken. Izuku wanted to get up, but there was nowhere else to go, not if he wanted to lose himself in the sea of people again. So instead he ducked his head down and hoped Kaken wouldn't notice him. Kaken did. He glared across the 4-seat gap between them, and Izuku shrunk back instinctively. Do you have to be? Someone shuffled between them awkwardly. Get rid of your emmy face, why can't you just get out of my way? A microphone screeched with feedback. Izuku cringed, as did a few others, glancing towards the stage. Present Mike was on stage. Izuku perked up. So, hey you, the person sitting next to Izuku said. He wasn't speaking to Izuku, though, instead looking over at Kaken. What do you want? Shut up. I'm going to kill. You shouldn't have done that, Izuku whispered. Up on stage, Present Mike leaned into the microphone. He surveyed the milling crowd for a second, most of them seated but a few stragglers still wandering around. Hey, you little listeners. The room quieted for a second, and then the chattering whispers began. Who is this guy? He looks like a radio host. That's Pro Hero Present Mike, don't you know him? Present Mike clapped his hands together. How are we feeling today? Crickets. Izuku cringed a little. It was a hard audience, he figured, though probably because they were all nervous and wanted to get the exam over with. Terrible, someone in the front row yelled. Braver than the rest of them, Izuku thought. Good, good, Present Mike said. The microphone screeched again, and Izuku covered his ears, hating the start to the exams. It was not shaping up to be a good day. Izuku rubbed at his temples, trying to stave off the onslaught of a headache. After a moment of deliberation, Present Mike put away the microphone, instead just relying on his quirk. Let's get into it. The screen behind Present Mike lit up. As you may or may not know, the exam is split into two portions. One is a written examination. Boring. The other part is the fun part. Can I get a drum roll? There was no drum roll. Present Mike continued as if there had been. Yeah. An image appeared behind him, and Izuku leaned forwards. This part of the exam, the practical exam, is when you show off your hero-worthy skills. You must defeat the villains we send out, each one worth a different set of points. You'll be split into groups for different battle centers, where the mock battles will take place. 10 minutes on the clock to get as many points as possible. We have 4 different villains for you to face, the 1, 2, and 3-pointers. The higher the points, the more difficult they are to beat. A row of robots appeared. Izuku balked at the sight. He'd trained, sure, but he hadn't known exactly what to expect. Blocky, angular silhouettes, each one labeled with 1P, 2P, and 3P. A boy with glasses raised his hand. About to start his spiel, Present Mike paused. Yes. Sir. You said there are 4 villains, but you have shown only 3. Is this a mistake? Present Mike's face split into a blinding smile. Good ears, little listener. In fact, there is a 4th villain. He waved a hand, and the screen changed to show a last silhouette. My apologies. Thank you. The 0-pointer. 0P appeared under the silhouette. The room burst into whispering. Izuku found himself puzzled too. 0 points was 0 points. There was no point to fighting something that was, well, 0 points. Present Mike leaned forwards, putting his hand by his mouth like he was about to let them in on a big secret. Don't fight this one, kids. The 0-pointer is the largest and most difficult to beat. He coughed. Anyway, your final scores will be ranked by how many villains you dispatch and how many points you accumulate. A few quick notes. Fighting other candidates will result in immediate disqualification. Your placement in battle centers is based on your middle school. People from the same middle school will be placed in opposing battle centers. That's all there is. Remember, Present Mike said, looking around the auditorium. The great hero Napoleon Bonaparte once said, "True heroism consists in being superior to the ills of life." Plus,